spring of grass. Yesterday, obviously had that green tinge. Today, a little bit more brownier in color. And that green tinge starting to fade a little bit, but still very much good batting conditions.
Yes, we heard Alan Donald speak before the start of play, adamant that the Lions reckon today will be the best day for batting. And, I mean, looking at the pitch from close-up earlier, you can see it's had a day's play on it, but it really hasn't changed much. I mean, there's really very little deterioration. Hot sun on it yesterday. Obviously, the grass, the green grass has turned a little bit brown, but as you say, still looks like a wonderful pitch for a great game of cricket. Oh, Ndwandwe. I think he was a fair way away from that, but ambitious stroke. But I think maybe in an ideal world for the Titans, we do know that normally the best time to bowl here is in the morning session. They might want to get, say, 30 quick runs and then have a go with the ball.
Also, we have to be mindful of time. Still so much time left in the game. Yes, you want to get quick runs, but you also have to bet time here.
Even yesterday, there was a bit of extra bounce bowling from that Henops River end, and we saw that one there just take off a little bit from Sapamla.
If this pair can really frustrate the DP World Lions here, bat until lunch and maybe a half an hour after that, take a bit of time out of the game, but also pile on the runs. Get close to 400, 420, then Rivish Gobind and momentum multiplied Titans camp will be a little bit happier in terms of their effort in the first innings.
And there are still now 8 overs left in which to get bonus points as well. So, yeah, I think no need to go totally crazy out there for the Titans. So, end of the first over, bowled by Luto Sapamla, just a no ball and single off it. It looks like is Cody Yusuf going to start? He's tossed the ball to Sia Plaki. I think he's just going to be sorting out his run-up. You would expect Cody Yusuf to share the new ball with Sapamla this morning.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit off colour, Cody Yusuf. Obviously coming off a very long English summer, playing county cricket. Maybe the body not fully adjusting to South African conditions. He's looked a little bit wayward in the couple of games that he's played in this new 4-day domestic season. He's still a quality bowler. Needs a good wicket here, a good start here on day 2.
Nicely pulled away by Lazard Williams. A very good shot indeed. Williams is playing a very, very handy innings here for the Titans.
Yeah, again, not a good start from Cody Yusuf. Too short, no protection on the leg side, so it's easy pickings for Lazard Williams to just rock back and pull that just behind square for 4. Gotta hit your straps early in quest of these 2 wickets. This pair can really frustrate the DP World Lions. Like I said, bat time, but also pile on the runs. It could be a different game.
That's a lovely drive down the ground now by Lazard Williams, holding the pose. That's going to get under Cody Yusuf's skin a bit. But a lovely shot by Lazard Williams. And that's the other thing, that he's scoring quickly. Pretty much run a ball. So if Tsepo and Ndwandwe can hold up his end, Lazard Williams could do a lot of damage. Yeah, he's on 32. And I did jokingly wonder if Tsepo and Ndwandwe wasn't sent in as a night watchman last night to protect Lazard Williams. So far, it's working out.
Yeah, 2 lengths again from Cody Yusuf. First one short, the second one too full. Makes it difficult for the captain, Dominic Hendricks, to try and set a field for him.
And now the hook shot up in the air, and it is just evaded. Luto Sapamla down on the fine leg boundary. and away for 4.
Yeah, it's an expensive start, isn't it, for Cody Yusuf? 3 boundaries of the first 3 deliveries of his first over on day 2, and already momentum multiplied Titans creeping up to that 350 mark. 344 for 8 now. That overnight score of 330 quickly rising and swelling. It's coming around the wicket now, Cody Yusuf to the left-hander.
Down leg again. Cody Yusuf, you mentioned him being a little bit out of sorts, and yesterday, soon after lunch, he had an over where he also went for 3 4s and a couple of 3s. I think in the over cost him 19 runs. But as you say, definitely not the way he would have wanted to start this morning.
Yeah, I watched him in that game against the Dolphins in Kingsmead. Also there, just struggled a little bit with holding a consistent length and line.
Oh, that's nicely bowled.
So it's important for him. He's one of the most important members of this DP World Lions side. You've got a young man on debut and Sia Blakey on the other end. He and Sapamla become so important in sharing these important overs where they need. They're just one dominant session away from really clicking as a team. The 2 losses on the road obviously haven't helped, but if you pay closer inspection to how they lost those games, just let advantages slip. And when you're playing at this level, it's so difficult to try and get that advantage back when you've let it slip. And granted, the Dragons batted really well and played really well, outplayed the Titans in that game where they lost at the JB Marks.
Inside half of the bat for Ndwandwe. They'll come back for 2.
But I really think that they're one big dominant session away from really clicking as a team. We've got all the ingredients of being the old dominant Titan side. We have to really bring back that identity back into their play again, the Titans.
New coach, of course, for the Titans this season in Ravash Goband. And, I do think batting first, there's nothing wrong with scoring 352 for 8. I mean, runs on the board. There are a lot of different opinions, speaking to umpires and groundsmen and players involved in that fascinating first day. So some people reckon the Titans are in front. They've got enough. Others will say that the Lions, if they bat well, will get a first innings lead. But, I think the Titans have done a decent job with the bat, and they'll have to bowl well today. So, Captain Dom Hendricks lost patience immediately with Cody Youssef after the one wayward over, and Bjorn Fortuin certainly doing his job there, tightening the screws. Good over from the left-arm spinner.
Yeah, really good over that from Bjorn Fortuin. I think my concern with a first innings total that's less than 400, 450 when you've had so many good starts, especially with 2 openers getting to half centuries and then some contributions in the middle order. That you're coming up against a side that has a lot of batting tempo.
Nicely driven by Williams through extra cover. Quick outfield here. It's in pristine condition, and that runs away for 4.
Lovely. It was aerial for a little bit from Lazard Williams, but there was a gaping gap between cover and extra. And he found it with relative ease. A 50 partnership up also now for this pair between Williams and Tsepo Ndwandwe. Handy contribution. That's what you want from your lower order. For them to chip in with runs, as much as they're picked for bowling and picking up wickets, this is also an added skill.
Lazard Williams has got 40 of those 51 runs. What a very, very handy partnership late on in this innings. 356 for 8.
And I'm sure Rivash Goban, the message would be, get as close to 400, 450. Speaking about batting tempo of the DP World Lions, we've got guys that can really score quickly. Mitchell van Buren has got a century this season. Connor Esterhuizen has got a century and a double. A guy like Delano Potgieter, lower middle order, can come in and be really destructive. We've got the experience of Reza Hendricks back in their lineup. So when you have those kind of players in the opposition side, you sit up and you worry. Do we have enough on first innings? And that's why I say the message must have been and should have been from Rivash Goban, get 400, 450. And then we can work from there. There's enough in the wicket to be able to get 20 wickets to win the game at home.
The counter view to that is that all those starts by the Titans, the 420s alone, well dug out by Williams as Sapamla went for the block goal. He'll get at least 2 here. Williams takes him to 42. All those starts by the Titans suggest that maybe on this pitch there's always a ball that's got your name on it. And that's why it's going to be such a fascinating day and so interesting to see how the Lions go with the bat and how the Titans go with the ball. Wrapped on the pads, Sapamla likes it. Not too much support from behind the wicket there.
Just straying down the leg side that from Luto Sapamla. And he's hitting some nice areas here. Got enough in terms of attacking fielders. 2 slips and a gully. The fielders are up in the circle as well. Just brought in Richard Seletswane from just outside the ring on the leg side inside the circle. So they are trying to squeeze and attack here. The Lions in quest of these 2 wickets.
Williams was trying to go over the top there. Just a bit of an inside edge probably into the pad there. But this brisk start by the Titans, they've added 28 runs in 5 overs this morning, has already seen the Lions take 1 slip out. They started with 3 slips and a gully. But so far, that's been all Titans and all Lazard Williams, really. Run a ball, 42.
Yeah, speak about contributions from the lower order. This is what you want. Frustrate the opposition, make them bake in the sun a little bit longer. Make it a little bit difficult for them to come out in the second innings and bowl stiff bodies. So this is good from Ndwandwe and Lazard Williams. Bat time, but also accumulate runs. You were speaking about Bjorn Fortuin getting over 70 wickets in the last 3 seasons, and it's such an underrated red ball bowler, isn't he? He's always been sort of pigeonholed as a very good white ball bowler, but his numbers in red ball cricket are really, really good. He contributes well also with the bat. He's got a couple of first class hundreds. Such a handy cricketer to have in your side, Bjorn Fortuin.
Oh, we're not sure if there's bat on it, but it has been tickled either off bat or pad down towards the fine leg boundary. Good work by Reza Hendricks hauling that in. Just have to watch. Oh, just bars, nothing. Didn't touch anything. Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin. He's been an absolutely crucial part of the DP World Lions' success over the last 3 seasons. What was their player of the year? 22, 23 and 23, 24 seasons. Not just a really good left-arm spinner in all formats. Very handy with the bat as well. Coming in at number 8. Super fielder. Often captains the side. Really great package as a cricketer. So, end of the 97th over, 361 for 8. Lions will really want to get that 9th wicket for another bowling bonus point. They've only got 3 overs left in which to do that.
Yeah, just the talent within the South African cricket structures. No Bjorn Fortuin in the previous game. Sipho Potsane comes in, steps up and does really well in Durban. His first outing in first class cricket. Jorik van Schalkwyk here now, just 18 years old. And coming in and looking really comfortable for the momentum multiplied Titans at the top of the order. Not the easiest place to open the batting, SuperSport Park. And he came in yesterday, showed little fear against two active Proteas and Luto Supamla and Cody Yusuf. Luandri Pretorius needs no introduction. Siaplaiki.
There's definitely no lack of talent in South African cricket. I mean, let's just look at left-arm spinners. Arguably the best all-format left-arm spinner in the world, and Keshav Maharaj. Centurion Mutusami has just taken 11 wickets in Pakistan. There's still George Linder. There's Bjorn Fortuin. Very impressed with 19-year-old Sipho Potsane. So it's going to be exciting watching him move through the pipeline. Started away towards the third man boundary. Van Buren is accelerating, dives, but just can't bring it in. It's difficult to haul back balls here at SuperSport Park. Once it beats the inner ring, it races away to the boundary.
Yeah, an element of control in that shot for Tsepondwando. Squirted away backward of point on that offside.
Dives, but just can't bring
once
it
it
in.
pierces the inner ring, very difficult to try and stop. Valiant effort though for Mitch van Buren. Chased it all the way.
I feel like I forgot a left-arm spinner. Pila, did I miss one out?
Kyle Simmons at Western Province.
Of course, his father won't let me live that one down. How could I forget Kyle Simmons? He's been one of the most prolific bowlers in general in domestic cricket.
Tsepondwandwa as well, left arm spin. We'll see him later on with the ball.
Yeah, bowled nicely for SAA in the series against New Zealand. Was their most penetrative bowler, really. Better line by Plaki there.
Yeah, just in this game alone, Richard Seletswana 19, Luandri Pretorius 19, Jorik van Schalkwyk 18. It's nice to see the young cricketers stepping up early as opposed to making their mark now as 21, 22, 23, 24-year-olds. It's good opportunities for them.
And at the other end of the spectrum, great to see such, really experienced heads like Dominic Hendricks, Reza Hendricks, those sort of guys still in the game and contributing, because you need that balance between the young talent coming through and the senior heads to guide them. Junior Dala on the Titan side. He's been around for a long time. Van Buren across quickly there to cut off the single. It's 98 overs gone, 365 for 8. The DP World Lions will probably be a little frustrated that Titans have managed to add 35 runs in quick time this morning in just 7 overs. But I guess conversely, though, we're thinking, well, it does show that batting is not too uncomfortable out there this morning. So on that note, I'm going to leave you in the company of Mondi Zondeke and Pila Sikaba.
Yeah, solid partnership this between Williams and Ndwandwe. Just open the face there, Lizard Williams, to access the ball behind square on the offside. Gets a couple. $367 for 8. Bowled him. Excellent delivery that from Bjorn Fortuin. Just keeping its line and clipping the off stump of Lizard Williams. That's the breakthrough that they need at the DP World Lions. And it's the man that has been scoring very quickly. It's Lizard Williams who loses his wicket and his off stump. Good morning, Monde Zondeki.
Yeah, good morning, Peter. Good morning to our viewers as well. As I come on to join Peter
Bowled
in the
him.
box. A wicket is taken.
Excellent delivery that from
Very
Bjorn
good delivery
Fortuin.
there by Bjorn Fortuin. He picks up his second wicket. Lizard Williams, who looked very, very dangerous, got 44. And this partnership is finally broken. Must have been very, very frustrating for the Lions. They would have thought this morning they can wrap it up quickly and get ourselves into bat. But it was a good stand here by these two lower order batters. But nonetheless, Lizard Williams, good contribution of 44. He's gone 367 for 9. The Titans are now into a very good score on the surface. Next minute, Yanko Smith. He's only played one game so far in domestic cricket, average of 4 with the bat. So not too much confidence, but it's only one game that he's played so far. So let's not be too strict.
Yeah, made his debut in that final against the DP World Lions. Last season's final where it was drawn. Yanko Smith picked up in the SA20 draw as well. So it's been a good couple of months for the youngster. Tall, fast bowler. He'll be looking to stick around with Tsepo Ndwandwe and add a couple of more runs to this momentum multiply Titans' first innings total.
Yeah, they want to get as much as they can. Yeah, 367 is a very good score. Day 2 in the morning, so they scored really quickly yesterday as well on day 1. And
Bowled
that's
him.
the delivery.
Excellent
Thanks for the
delivery
turn.
that from
Went to
Bjorn
PR.
Fortuin. I'm keen on hearing your thoughts about conditions here, Monde. Especially with the ball. Is it a surface where you can still pitch the ball up, especially to the new bowlers when you look at how the Lions bowled in that first innings yesterday, that first session rather. A little bit wayward and then pulled it back nicely in that second session. Is it still a surface where you can pitch the ball up in order to get wickets?
Yeah, well, I think they'll be very, very disappointed in how they started. As you said yesterday, the Lions, that first partnership of 123 with at the top of the order just tells you that maybe the Lions just got it wrong in terms of their lines and their lengths on a wicket that still does have something to offer for the bowlers. End of the over, 367 for 9, a good over for Fontaine, picking up the wicket of Williams, of course. Yeah, I think they certainly learned from how they started off their day. Came back quite nicely in the middle order. After that, weren't too many partnerships for the Titans. They would have wanted to carry on that momentum this morning, but I thought that Sapamla was pretty good. But Cody Youssef, we've come to see, is a very good bowler. Made his test debut this year as well against Zimbabwe. Thought he might have been a little bit better, especially this morning. He was a bit wayward. That's why they brought the spin on so quickly. Siya Plaatje. He continues. Of course, played ASA 19 as well. Siya Plaatje comes down from the Western Cape. Now calling Centurion. Sorry, the Lions. He's home in Gauteng. A young guy. So he's quite expensive in his bowling, but still very young, very raw. There's some talent, of course. He wouldn't be playing at this level if he didn't have any. But it might just take him time to settle, understand, and where to bowl and control your side of things to control as you're bowling, where you pitch the ball up and all that stuff. But that comes with age and with experience. Still a very young man, that was still learning his craft at the moment. Tepandwandwa was on 7. Wasn't a big contributor to that last partnership with Williams, but he's still around. He's looking to play a big shot. He's looked for 1 or 2 big shots too this morning, but hasn't quite found his timing just yet. Perhaps just falling over and trying to hit the ball too hard that last time there.
Yeah, balls with good pace. Yeah, Blakey. Yeah, the more he grows, the more exposure he gets at this level. Could be a real asset for any team that he plays for. See Blakey going forward. That's a nice delivery.
Yeah, very good. Those are the lengths you were talking about earlier, that fuller length where you can afford to go a bit fuller. You want to, on these type of surfaces, you certainly want to be hit through the V area or driven. Majority of your runs, if you're a bit short and they're putting you square, cutting you, you certainly are in the wrong business in terms of this wicket especially. There's something there for the bowlers, but again, we said the Lions weren't very good yesterday, especially that first surface, but they've come back quite nicely. Just a little bit too short for me. That feels like a one-day length. Again, you want to be, not to be too critical. Of course, it's not going to get every ball perfect, but just to illustrate that the length, when it's a little bit back of the length, probably a lot easier to bat because also it gives you more time. When it's a bit fuller, not as much time to be able to adjust to anything, because if it does nip and go around, then you're pretty much gone.
Old adage about bowling. Your best ball to your top order is also still a good ball to your lower order. He's still got 2 slips and a gully waiting behind.
Yeah, it's funny enough. Shuki Conrad, who coaches the national team right now, when he used to coach us, I tried to put it again. This time, missing all of it. And skipped a bit low, Dwandwa, but he has looked to be aggressive, but unfortunately for him, hasn't really made any real contact with the balls that he's trying to hit. Just go back to your point about bowling to top orders and bottom orders. Shuki used to tell us all the time, don't try. Why is it that you try to bowl a tail ender out when he's in? Now you're a fast bowler with the ball in your hand. You're thinking, I can just blow through him. And you try bounces and Yorkers and all sorts of things instead of just keeping it simple at times. Because if that's good enough to get the best batters in the other team's top order, then it should be just as easy with the lower order. So point taken for sure. And I think it happens a lot with fast bowlers. You get frustrated if you don't get them out early. You're thinking my job is to strike and finish off the bottom order. Whereas you just keep it simple, I promise you will get them out.
Made an over from Siaplaki, 367 for 9. Bowled 100 overs now, the DP World Lions.
It's a long time on the field. It's a long time on the field, 100 overs. You know, sometimes we used to do this. I remember we played a game against the Warriors in Cape Town. We were on the field for a really long time. We got bowled out for like 40. I was like, no. We just came off the field. And we were back on again as bowlers. It was a little bit frustrating. It can be that way anyway. So 100 overs, yeah, not an easy task to be on the field for that long. I certainly feel a couple of ice baths last night, I'm sure. And again this morning, I'm sure some of the fast bowlers will be happy to jump into that ice bath.
The batters will have to repay all this hard work that the bowlers have done.
You know the team's in dysfunction when you were losing as a squad in terms of not just one game, but just in general. There always used to be this thing against bowlers versus batters. And it used to be, we bowled these guys, and they got 350. We come into bat, we get bowled out for 50. So what's the problem? And the batters will come back and say, yeah, but you guys bowled rubbish. That's why they got you 350. They shouldn't have got there anyway. So there's always that blame game when things aren't going very well. Sometimes between batters and bowlers, it becomes a bit of an internal war, civil war, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how the Lions do with the bat.
Not much turn that's expected on the surface so far.
Still attacking here, the DP World Lions. Forward short leg, a slip. A shortish cover with Dom Hendricks lurking there. Mid on and mid off still up in the circle. So looking for an error from Janko Smith. And over here, another Bjorn Fortuin over. 3-6-7 for 9.
Yeah, again, I was very surprised that Fortuin took pretty much a very new ball at this point. I know it didn't go very well, obviously, with Yusuf in the beginning of this morning, but to bring a spinner, yes, he did get Lizard Williams out eventually, but you would have thought he might have tried, especially with the fresher ball. The next morning, wicket might be a little bit fresh. Still a bit of grass on it, more than I've seen in a long time here at Centurion. Sometimes you gotta just change plans if things aren't going the way you wanted them to go. Taiki to continue.
Heard Alan Donald in that pre-day interview with Ken Boland speaking about just adjusting because they played on coastal venues for the first 2 games of their season, the DP World Lions. Just coming back now to the high felt, just understanding what kind of lengths and lines are best suited to these conditions as opposed to up on the coast or down at the coast. Took them a little bit of time in that first session on day 1 to be able to adjust to those. And especially if you've got a youngster in Siaplaki making his debut, it's always going to be a bit of a struggle for them to hit their straps.
Shorter delivery. Yeah, I point taken in terms of the lengths between the difference between playing up in Gauteng or the harder wickets, if you will, from Bloemfontein to Northwest, and then here in the Gauteng region where the wickets are slightly different in general. Usually don't leave a lot of grass up here, but usually some flat, good wickets to bat on and to bowl on. There's always something in it for the seamers. I always felt if the wicket was a good wicket that was prepared, either here or in Gauteng or even in Potchefstroom and Bloemfontein, if you will. But I'm always of the in 4-day cricket, regardless of what the wicket looks like, not regardless, but I don't want to be too extreme, but in general, in this format, the red ball cricket, you do want to be on the front foot most of the time. You don't want guys playing back of the length, which sometimes comes naturally playing up in Gauteng region, especially if you grow up playing 1-day cricket where you never really tested on the fuller ball. It's always at back of the length. They want guys to drive in domestic T20 cricket or 50-over cricket. And sometimes as a bowler, especially when you're young, it's a lot harder for you to adjust to the lengths, different lengths on different surfaces because the skill set isn't quite there just yet. Still a young person trying to find his game. And so it takes a while. I mean, they say the peak of a fast bowler is probably in his late 20s, whereas a spinner also late 20s and 30s, batters also. So in South Africa, we do have this thing with, especially currently even, although I will say Shukri did bring in some older guys back into the squad in the longer version, where we like to unearth young players. We think if someone's 30 years old, his cricket is done. He can't play for the national team anymore if he's never played before. And I think sometimes we make that mistake very often. Michael Huss is a very good example, actually, from Australia. Couldn't get into the side because Australia was so strong back in the 90s and early 2000s. When he got his chance, all that experience, Brad Hodge too, all that experience helped him a lot in terms of dealing with international cricket. So you should never throw away the guys who are 30 plus, especially guys who are still hungry to play for their country.
A bit of a medical attention for Tsepo Ndwandwe. Rising delivery from Siaplaki struck him on the hand.
Yeah, he's all right. Just might have hurt his fingers. Hopefully, it's not his bowling hand. Got a short leg in there for Ndwandwe now. That short ball, I think, might have given the Lions an idea maybe to pepper him with them short balls. But again, not to go overboard with that short ball. Just take his feet away and then the fuller ball. The follow-up delivery is very important.
Yeah, that's where the skill set of Siaplaiki is going to be tested. Yes, there's a short leg in place in Josh Richards. Might be so easy to be tempted to just go full on short. And you forget that length ball is also something.
Well, there you go with the field placing. Telling you again, they got a leg slip in now. And so the idea is to bowl short. Maybe you can double a triple bluff here to the low order batters. They might be expecting a short ball, but a fuller straighter one might actually do the trick.
It's a nice bouncer.
Good carry as well.
Yeah, good under hit comfortably though. There's a Tsepo Ndwandwe. Yeah, you speak about maturity of cricketers. When did you feel that you understood your game and where you wanted to bowl?
When it was my control, certainly in my late 20s, a young tearaway fast bowler, people aren't highly too critical of you if you go for a bit of runs as long as you're taking wickets because they know you are a weapon. I felt like in my late 20s, 27, 28 is where I started feeling like I know exactly what I'm doing with the ball in my hand. And wherever I wanted to pitch it, it went there. And you could almost close your eyes sometimes. And the exercise we used to do, by the way, is where with bowling, a lot about is feel in terms of your body and where the ball is going. So once you got your mechanics right, you could close your eyes and take a short run up and still bowl the ball in good areas because if the body and the mechanics are good and the ball feels good coming out of the hand, then you know exactly where the ball's going. But when you're young tearaway, even if you're a medium pacer when you're young, you're actually putting in maximum effort at the crease. People think just because you bowl 150 means you might not have control because of your pace, but the other guy at 120 should have control. But both guys are trying to bowl as fast as they can. We forget that part. So even at 120, you can still be off and make mistakes. But yeah, put out, not given. Another maiden over. Siaplaiki. That's 2 in a row. 3, 6, 7 for 9. The Titans are. So yeah, at about 27, 28 is where I started feeling like I know exactly what I'm doing with the ball in my hand.
Siaplaiki 24. Luto Sipamla just a little bit older than that, 26, 27. A little bit older, Cody Yusuf, closer to 30 now. So he should be able to understand what he's capable of. Of course, he's made test debuts, so he's been able to progress through those bowling milestones, if you want to put it that way. That is straight through him, is it?
I don't know what happened there. I have to see that again. I thought he had bowled him at some point because it was pretty straight. Stumps are off. I think played a miss and the keeper might have just taken the stumps off there quickly. Nonetheless, beautiful team bowling really well after taking over from Yusuf, who we were talking about. And I've always thought he's got really good control, Yusuf, but I also think he was a late bloomer 7, 8 years ago. Oh, there we go. Nice. Turn and bounce at Centurion on day 2 with a bit of grass on it. Sure, the Titan spinners will be looking at that and smiling.
Yeah, Cody Yusuf, a late developer, played a lot of club cricket for Delphos. Then kept plugging away as...
There we go.
Smith up in the air. There's 2 men converging on it. It's Tom Hendricks over his head. And he puts it down. Probably a catch for Richard Seletswane, who was going forward instead of going back. And Janko Smith's get the life.
That's exactly where I was going. I think Dom Hendricks' communication, again, sometimes you can't really hear your partner, but he was not in the best position to take that catch. There we go.
Smith up in the
Not
air. There's two men converging on it.
There's a big go, Janko Smith. Up in the air, put down by Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, just going over his shoulder. Seletswane probably better placed coming forward to go collect that catch.
Definitely. He was in a better position. Didn't have to run. They usually do say that type of catch is probably the hardest catch you can try and take in domestic cricket, in cricket in general. And that's the end of another over. Janko Smith put down by Dominic Hendricks. And 368 for 9 now. The Titans are still going along quite nicely. It's going to be very frustrating for the Lions in general, especially the two opening batters, because they're already thinking about how they're going to go about their game and how they're going to play on this wicket. And they would have thought by now we should have been in the change room putting on our pads, but we're still out there. It's going to be very frustrating for all of them, but especially for the two opening batters for the Lions, because they think about batting now. That's all they're thinking about. Another change in the field. For Smith as well. First for Ndwandwe it was there, but also for Janko Smith. A pretty unconventional short leg. Looks a bit far from the batter, from where he's standing right there. They're usually a lot closer than that.
Yeah, it will be Dom Hendricks to open the batting for the DP World Lions, along with Josh Richards, who's under the helmet at forward short leg. We'll have to switch on very quickly. It's often this period of the game where we are very much thinking of batting. We want to get this last wicket as quickly as possible, strap on the pads.
Yeah, what I do like with the Division 1 and Division 2 and the relegation promotion is that every game now, it's got a huge. Oh, it's gone. Sorry, I didn't see that. Janko Smith going on for the big hit. Hits the nick, and finally, we've been saying the Lions must be very frustrated and how long it took for them to pick up his last 2 wickets to the bottom order. But eventually, it's done. Siaplaki picks up his second wicket. And 368 for 9 first innings here for the multiplied Titans, and they'll be very, very happy about that score on this surface. The Lions, perhaps not too happy about the way they went about things, especially yesterday in the morning. But the last wicket, they're gone. Janko Smith caught behind bowler Siaplaki. He's got picked up 2, as I said earlier. And very good total here for the multiplied Titans on the surface.
Yeah, 368 all out now. The momentum multiplied Titans. Siaplaki, as you rightly say, Monday 2 for 76 in his 21.2 overs. It's a good return for a man that's on debut for the DP World Lions. Bowled really well yesterday and then just tapered off a little bit as the day went. But it's a good comeback for him on day 2. 368 all out. Then the momentum multiplied Titans. A fair reflection of how conditions are at SuperSport Park, but this is how they batted. And a good start from Lesego Senokwane and Jorgs van Skalkwyk. They combined for a 100-run opening stand, 63 and 72. Felt like one of them had to go on and make a big score, triple figures and beyond. And then some starts in the middle order. Keegan Peterson, 23. Luandri Pretorius, 21. Munsami got a life late yesterday but couldn't kick on. He made 58. And then some other contributions lower down. Donovan Ferreira, 22. And Diane Khalim, 24. And Lazard Williams right at the end, 44 from 45 to get them to 368 all out.
Yeah, Lions bowlers pretty expensive at the top. Bodhi Yusuf, 17 overs for 77, going at 4.5 runs and over. You certainly don't expect that in 4-day cricket, especially from him, who's was playing in England as well and got a bit of experience on his side at this point. So you thought he wasn't too good in this game. So Pamela picked up 2 wickets. Plaatje picked up 2 as well. Pochita picked up 2. And Boerfontein picked up 2. And 1 for Reza Hendricks. Doesn't bowl very much, but they used him and picked up 1 wicket. So I think the happier team will certainly, to me, be the multiple Titans. They got what they will want to do, playing at home. They'll know exactly kind of lengths they want to bowl and where they want to pitch the ball. And if they can execute that, it could be a very interesting little batting session here for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, all the bowlers contributing in terms of the wickets column. Everybody picking up a wicket. That's the match situation. Momentum multiplied. Titans batting first. 368 all out. Jörg van Schalkwyk topping the batting charts with 72 from 112. The youngster. Sejo Sinokwane 63 from 126. And some really good contributions from the bowlers. Dilano Potgieter 2 for 59 in his 14. He was tidy. And Sia Plaatje taking the last wicket of Janko Smit, 2 for 76. Probably should have had a third late on day one, but it's a good return for a man that is wearing the DP World Lions colours for the very first time. Bjorn Fortuin, 2 for 78. And he also contributed with the wicket of Lazard Williams early this morning. And then Lutu Supamla, 2 for 49. Probably the pick of the bowlers on display for the DP World Lions.
Yeah, I thought he bowled really well. Even this morning was a bit unlucky. Pitched the ball up, bowled in good areas, challenged the batters. But again, I just looking at the Titans batting lineup, the way they started, you feel like they should have got something over 450 to 500 today. Because if you get the top order that set a platform of 123 when the wicket was broke, where the partnership was broken, you'd have thought it's a perfect score for the middle order to come in and kick on quite nicely. But they didn't, and they got starts 20s here. Munsami got his 50 years, but the rest of the middle order, pretty disappointing. They got in, didn't kick on, and perhaps that's why they only got to 368. But a good little 44 from Lazard Williams at the back end there did help him to get over 350. And he was looking at the Titans, as we're speaking about them, certainly look good at the top, middle, not so much.
So then, 368 all out, the momentum multiplied. Titans on first innings. We'll take a short break. And we'll be back with the DP World Lions first innings.
I'll come back to her. Where's that coming from? Gee, sounded like that. I'll see you after. Hello. Welcome back. 4-day cricket between multiple Titans and the DP World Lions. Very good total put up by the multiple Titans, I thought, in that first innings. 368 all out. And very good batting from the top order. And then Lizard Williams at the back end did really, really well, getting 44. And then opening batters for the DP World Lions, Dominic Hendricks comes in, and Joshua Richards are the two opening batters for the Lions. He'll be hoping that they can do a really good job here up front with the new ball, get a good partnership, get the ball a bit older, make it easier for the guys coming in after them. I'll certainly be hoping for a good stand to start off things. Opening the bowling, Lizard Williams. He's back after a knee injury, kept him out for a couple of months, and it's good to see him back in playing cricket once again. He goes, his first delivery. It's already been called up for one or two 50-over games by Shuki Conrad. But nonetheless, a good start here by Lizard Williams, who's been up playing for the multiple Titans for a couple of seasons. So very experienced, down from the Western Cape. And of course, I'm not doing this by myself. Ken Boland is joining me.
Good morning, Mondi, and the listeners again. Well, I'm very excited to see how this Lions reply goes.
Good start, like the lens. Of course, they'll know this wicket better than anybody else, the multiple Titans, being their home ground. So they'll certainly know where to pitch the ball and what areas they want to hit all day long. And they'll be hoping that the execution will be so good that they can just take a couple of wickets with that new ball up here with the top order. Just get a few wickets here before lunch. Yes, still another hour before lunch, but they'll certainly want to pick up 1 or 2 wickets before they go for lunch.
Interesting that the Titans have just started with 2 slips and a gully. We saw the Lions start this morning with 3 slips and a gully. But I'm just really interested to see that total of 368. We should know by today how good that score is. Did the Titans leave a few runs out there? Or there were so many starts in their innings. 4 guys dismissed in the 20s. Is it the sort of pitch where there's always a ball that's got your name on it?
Yeah, I think so. Just looking at the top order, again, 123 to start off with, and then the middle order, as you said, everyone got starts. I didn't quite pick on at all. Munsami got his 50, yes, but still, you would have felt after the good start that they got, at least 450 would have been available. Could have been had, 450 plus maybe, but guys getting in their 20s and getting out. So it is a certain surface, I think, even if you've been there for a while. There is a ball that's got your name on it at times because of the surface.
And then to throw into the equation what Alan Donald, the DP World Lions bowling coach, said before the start of play, the Lions pretty sure that today is going to be the best day for batting. So it really is poised really fascinatingly as the Lions start their reply to that total of 368.
Nice. Full driven. Off the mark. Hendricks. Sorry, that's Richards. Nice little drive. Didn't try to hit the ball too hard, just leaned on it. And that's gone for 4. That's the first runs on the board for the DP World Lions. Joshua Richards drives Lizard Williams for a boundary. That was his last delivery. Good start here for Joshua Richards.
Joshua Richards in the Lions' first innings down in Kingsmead last week scored 72 of just 93 balls. And for those who know Josh Richards, it was a bit of an eye-opener to see him bat with such freedom. It was fantastic. He's had a couple of tough seasons at the top of the order for the Lions, but he came out and batted very fluently and really gave a wonderful platform for the DP World Lions innings. And we've just seen there in the first over, again, a very confident drive down the ground. And it's good to see Joshua Richards in that frame of mind.
Yanko Smith open the bowling as well. Just looking at his field, they got a short leg as well. 3 slips in a gully. Slightly different from what Lizard Williams had. He had a square leg, so they had 2 slips in a gully. But Yanko Smith's got 3 and a gully and a short leg. Tall, should get some bounce on the surface. We'll see how he goes into his first delivery.
Yanko Smith made his debut for the Titans late last season. They had injury issues and call-ups and such things. He's been a stalwart of the powerful University of Pretoria side. But he really impressed, played a couple of matches last season and did so well on debut that they kept him for the final at the Wanderers. Hits the deck hard, tall guy, as you can see.
Just beating the bat outside or stump there. Dominic Hendricks, very experienced campaigner. Has been around for a really long time here in the domestic scene. Does like to anchor the batting for the Lions, and everybody else bats around him.
That's where Smith's going to want to bowl. The majority of his deliveries, that hard length and getting a bit of bounce and movement away.
Another one, just back of the length this time around, beating the bat once again. It's a good start here for Yanko Smith. Beating the bat twice already in his 3 deliveries. I also think, just back to the point you were making about Alan Donald, if day 2 is going to be the best time to bat on this wicket, and I think they'll be even more disappointed in how they went about, especially yesterday morning. In partnership at 123, it was a fresh wicket. You'd have thought maybe if they got the ball in the right areas, could have restricted the Titans to a lower total than 368, but unfortunately for them, it wasn't a very good start. That partnership was really good. Good platform set by the multiple Titans openers. I'll be hoping for the same thing. The DP World Lions at Richards and Hendricks can give them a nice platform to bat around. Yeah, good start here by Smith. Like the areas he's bowling in. He's challenging the batters, especially with that new ball. Certainly want to make the best use out of the new ball. Get some wickets early up front. I know it's about 45 minutes until lunch too, so to pick up 2 or 3 before lunch would be great for them. Nice moral booster. The food comes down even nicer after you've picked up 2 or 3 wickets. The lunch. So they'll be hoping to pick up 1 or 2 here. Just looking at his stock delivery, it looks like the type of bowler who will enjoy bowling to left-handers, just going across the left-hander. And you can see the movements also just going across the left-hander. So he looks like he will enjoy bowling to the lefties. That's the end of his first over. Very good one. Beat the bat a couple of times there. Yanko Smith. On scoreboard. Joshua Richards still on 4 without loss. Lizard Williams to continue. Gone for 4. Richards, once again. Another delivery where Lazard Williams might want to take that one back. It's been a good solid start here by Richards. 2 boundaries. That's the only way they've got runs so far. 8 on the board, 2 boundaries, all from the bat of Joshua Richards. Still got a square leg on the leg side, mid on, and then a short leg as well. Good comeback.
Short leg, pretty deep, almost a short square leg. I guess that speaks to the bounce. We've had extra bounce bowling from that Headhams River end.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is quite far for a short leg. I thought it was a bit strange, but yes, the extra bounce maybe perhaps is the reason that they have them there. Also, I'm just, and I thought he had hit it better than that, but quite full this time around by Lazard Williams. Overpitched, but no harm done. Must be a specific plan to Richards having a square leg on the boundary so early. Perhaps they're thinking about the short ball with the short leg as well in there. But yeah, I thought it was a bit strange that they only had 2 slips and a gully to start off with here for Williams. Where for Franco Smith, they had 3 slips and a gully and no square leg.
Fair to say Lazard Williams does generally angle the ball back into the right-handers, but I think his danger is that the one that holds its line, isn't it? The one that gets the edge and goes to the slips.
Yeah, he's not a swing bowler, if you will, or not. He does get the ball to track back into the right-handers, but I've seen him also at times get the ball away from the right-handers when it's swung, but it never looked very natural for him to do that. Of course, he'll be hoping to have a really good start to the season so that the selectors can, just to give the selectors a reminder that I'm around and I'm back from injury. We're looking to get himself back into the national side. 3 overs gone. No, it's not over just yet. Sorry, I made a mistake there. Thought the over was gone. I just saw the umpire walking and I thought he was done. Just one run off that. Left-hander onto the... For the first time today, Hendricks facing Lazard Williams.
And the slip cordon is being bolstered. 3 slips in the gully now. It's just great to see Lazard Williams back in action. Batted really nicely. Important innings by him. And after an injury ravaged last year.
Good start to the left-hander. Going across him. Like you said, into the right-handers, away from the lefties. And you can see from that last delivery, beating the outside edge of Dom Hendricks, which is better. Missed a couple already in this innings. So that's the end now. The 3rd over, 9 without loss.
Dom Hendricks will be experienced enough to not be too fazed by this. He knows, I guess all he can do is play down a straightish line and hope the ball does too much. Hope that he doesn't get the sort of delivery that Luther Sapamla dismissed Luandra Pretorius with, an absolute jaffer that pitched probably on leg stump and jagged across him. He had to play, and he was caught behind yesterday.
Yeah, some of those, as a batter, you just have to say, great ball. Nothing I can do about that. And you get those unplayable deliveries here once in a while. I think he got one of those. Richards, for the first time himself now, will face Smith. And the field, same, 3 slips in a gully, short leg. Nice and tall, so yeah, he'll get some nice bounce on the surface. One for Richards, first delivery.
You were talking about how the Lions didn't make full use of the new ball yesterday morning, Mondi. Normally the best time to bowl here is in the morning. I just think the Lions weren't bad in the morning session. They bowled pretty well, but it was just a little bit off their best. They just didn't quite get enough deliveries in that right area. And maybe because they played their first 2 games on the coast, and obviously there are different lengths required bowling on the coast to appear on the Highveld.
And also, a lot of their success, the Lions, is that they had a very solid 3-prong attack. I mean, if you want to add Pocheta there and Jones here once in a while as the all-rounders, but had Moreki, who's gone down to the Western Cape again, he's gone back, who was also really good for them last season, for the last couple of seasons actually, where it was 3 experienced guys bowling, Yusuf and Pamla. When now they've got a CI Plaiki who's still very young and raw, 24 years old, but hasn't played a lot of domestic cricket. So perhaps there, because he was quite expensive too. I just looking at his figures from yesterday. And maybe it will take some time for him to settle in, CI Plaiki. Obviously, new province, also all of that stuff you have to factor in. And inexperience. But if Moreki was the first change, maybe it's a little bit different because a wealth of experience, he will know what areas to bowl. And a CI Plaiki, not quite there just yet. Junior Dala, also back. I'm surprised they didn't give him the new ball as well.
I suppose Janko Smith being a tall guy, you want to use that extra bounce that the new ball provides. But I thought Sia Plaki bought a really good first spell yesterday. And then just kind of tapered off through the day. He had a change of ends as well, which didn't seem to work out really well for him. But I guess that's the challenge of full-day cricket is that you've got to come back well for your third spell, fourth spells in a day.
It's about consistency, right? And the more consistent you are, the more pressure you put under the batters and the less runs they score. And if you give away a 4 ball here and there, yes, it happens. But if you can keep it tight and all your spells are really good, then it becomes really difficult for the batters. I know up at Highveld, it's a lot easier to score because of the hard surface and the ball does fly around. But one thing that's very true about cricket, if you keep the batters quiet, they'll get frustrated and you'll find a wicket. Let's go down for 4. It's a leg buys. A bit too straight to Dom Hendricks this time by Janko Smith. Just missing his length. Maybe perhaps again the left-right combination does factor in. Have to adjust obviously to your lines when you put into left-right combination. And that can work against the bowlers if they don't adjust very quickly.
SuperSport Park always has a bit in it for the pace bowlers, but for the batsmen, it's a ground where it's a great scoring ground. As you say, Mondi, the margins are fine here. If you get it slightly wrong as a bowler, quick outfield, at altitude, teams generally score quite quickly here.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to get LBWs, Janko Smith, not only because of his height, because of what he does with the ball. It's the end of the 4th over, 14 without loss. Richards on 10. And there were 4 buys earlier on in this over. So the other 4 come from the legs of Dom Hendricks. Those 4 buys.
Yeah, that last ball of the over, clearly pitching outside leg stump. Only wicketkeeper Pretorius appealing. But as you say, Mondi Smith trying to angle it across the left-hander. He's going to be pitching it always, ideally, around that sort of leg stump.
Of course, the start of the new season into our 3rd game of domestic 4-day cricket. And so far, looking at the table, pretty surprised who's at the bottom. Titans haven't won a game just yet. The Lions haven't won a game just yet. So the Lions have won 1 game, sorry. Western Province and the Titans, which through its history, especially in the last 20 years, have been the 2, I would argue, the most dominant teams in domestic cricket. First Western Province, and then they had the time when the Titans were very dominant. Then they went back to Province. Then the Lions came into it as well. So I would say over the last couple of years, 25 years, those 3 teams have been the dominant teams in domestic cricket. To see the Western Province and the Titans, I know it started early, went to the 3rd game of the season, to see them at the bottom of the table. And again, what I like about the new system, Division 1, Division 2, if you don't play well as a team throughout the season, you might find yourself playing in domestic 2, which you don't want to see, especially when it comes to the big provinces. So everything to play for, I guess is what I'm saying. Every game counts here in domestic cricket, which is really nice to see. You're playing for a purpose every single game, even if you're not going to win the log or win the tournament, but at least you want to survive and stay on Division 1 and not get dropped to Division 2. So every game counts for points.
Well, the word on the street, the rumblings in cricket circles is that this will be the last season well, that there won't be promotion relegation at the end of the season, and I'm sure at the moment the Titans and Western Province will be in favour of that being scrapped.
Great shot. Overpitched. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Once again, just leans at it nicely. And the wicket does the rest. And the grass. And it's quite quick out here in the outfield. Very good shot by Joshua Hendricks. As you said, it looked like he's in pretty decent form. Good start here by him.
Lazard Williams just over pitching a little there, and a lovely stroke by Josh Richards. He's raced to 14 now, and just 15 deliveries. Poor old Dominic Hendricks has faced a dozen balls and yet to get off the mark.
No ball called. Another change in the field. They took out the short leg. They put him out in mid-wicket, but more of a catching mid-wicket. Quite close in for mid-wicket, so he's there for perhaps the ball that's a little bit too straight that he picks up off his legs and hit it in the air, or maybe the short ball as well, because you got square leg who's in the circle, and then you got the mid-wicket who's sort of catching in the middle of nowhere pretty much. So they've clearly got a plan for Richards, just need to execute what they're trying to do. Two straight, put away. Lovely stroke once again on his legs, half volley. And Richard says, thank you very much. Another boundary. He's scoring in boundaries.
Yeah, and it was past that man at that pretty short mid-wicket, Rivaldo Moonsamy. I'm not too sure about that position, Mondi, to be honest. You often see it against the older ball, softer ball, guy popping up a drive, but against the hard new ball, the ball is really pinging off the bat.
Yeah, that's why I said in the middle of nowhere. It's a very strange field, especially with the new ball earlier on the surface that's actually quite decent. It's not a slow surface. Usually you'll find someone there when the ball maybe is reversing a little bit and the wicket is quite slow, so that fuller delivery on your legs. If you don't wait for it for a long time, it's a quick single taken. Good running as well. Good communication. And they've batted many, many times together, these two, so they'll know each other very well. Good call, good running. Another no ball. Yeah, pretty strange field, as we said earlier. If it's reversing, it's a bit slow. The fuller delivery sometimes. If you don't wait for it, you kind of sort of hit it in the air quite a few times there. And that's what I thought that guy would be there for. But again, the surface and the ball doesn't say that.
Yeah, Richards has shown a couple of times how strong he is through the mid-wicket area. I mean, I'd rather just have the guy back saving one, I'd say, if you do want to plug that gap.
Yeah, but also, like, if you know someone's strong in that area, it almost seems like you're worried about bowling too straight. But if you're hitting where you probably should be, outside or stump, fourth to fifth stump maybe, outside or stump at a good length, you wouldn't have to worry about that mid-wicket at all. It's almost like he's there for the bad ball or just in case he hits it in the air.
Agreed. If you get your line right, you almost want Josh Richards to try and be playing across the line a bit, trying to access that a gap at mid-wicket.
Dominic Hendricks, another single. He's finally off the mark. He's been on note for quite a while. Richards was getting all the runs in the boundaries by himself, but eventually he's off the mark. That's the end of the fifth over. Going along quite nicely here. The DP World Lions, good start, 26 after 5 overs. Was going to get over 5 runs and over without even trying too hard. And looking at this over, the last delivery there was clipped for 4 off his legs, Richards, from Lazard Williams. So just a couple of 4 balls in each over here, especially from Williams, where it's either quiet or it's a boundary, it seems. There's not a lot of rotation of the strike. And I think that's where the Titans will want to cut off those 4 balls. Just stop them from scoring. Don't give them anything easy to hit to the boundary. And build some pressure. That's exactly what they would want to do, is build the pressure. And just release it with that 4 ball here and there, especially Williams. Yanko Smith's been pretty good. Me as a square leg a bit. I mean, not square leg. Sorry, the fine leg doesn't. It's not very fine, is it? It's pretty square if you look at it. Usually, you have someone there if it's a really slow surface. I don't think this surface is a very slow surface. I thought he might be a little bit finer the way he is right now, but it looks quite square.
Yeah, he's sort of halfway between a traditional fine leg and a
square leg,
and a deep square leg.
Like sort of slap back in the middle between them. Normally, you probably have him early on with the new ball, especially where momentum is. Obviously, our viewers can't really see what we're saying, so it's hard to explain. But it is pretty square.
For the bouncer, maybe a hook, top-edged hook.
No, I just saw that now when Lazard Williams was bowling the last delivery. The fine leg was pretty much where the dugout where the players sit. And it is very square. And I saw him the fine leg, and I thought that's pretty strange that he's that square. So I don't know. Maybe they see something in the surface that we don't see. Maybe it is a plan for the short ball, perhaps.
Well, as you say, it's not a slow surface. It's definitely sped up as the game has progressed.
And that's usually what you expect. There goes the short ball. Gone for 4. Pulled it quite nicely. That's the first ball that's gone for 4 off the bowling of Janko Smith. And his first fall, Hendricks gets his first boundary off a nice pull shot. Good control as well, what I liked about it.
I'm not aware of Dominic Hendricks having any sort of problem against the short ball. He's a short man, so generally stronger against short pitch bowling, the shorter guys. And that was put away very confidently.
And also, I think they would have to look at the history of someone like Hendricks. Does he go out playing the short ball? Sometimes when you're excessive and you don't want to leave any deliveries that are short, and you go for the hook shot every single time, then you can say, okay, we'll use your strength against you. Put someone out there, test him and see if he's going to go for everything. Especially on a surface with a bit of extra bounce. And you're trying to play those cross bat shots. Can be a bit dangerous on surfaces with a bit extra bounce. That's the end of 6th over. 31 without loss. Again, going at 5 runs and over here. The DP World Lions, a good start. Going at a nice rate. Lazard Williams to continue.
And again, a boundary in the over, as you were talking about, Mondi. That's 5 falls. The DP World Lions have scored in 6 overs now. So a good start for them as well. 31 without loss. Titans had an opening stand of 123 yesterday. As we say goodbye for now to Mondi Zondeke. And Pilasanda Sikaba is just getting into place.
Yeah, nice solid start from the DP World Lions with the bat. 31 without loss. Josh Richards has looked really comfortable, especially against Lazard Williams. A couple of sumptuous drives down the ground. Dom Hendricks has been really quick onto that short ball, but it's a good start. 19 from 18, Josh Richards. Dynamic opening pair. This left-hand, right-hand combination always helps as well. Makes it difficult for the bowlers to stick to their lengths.
Well, we're into the last half hour before the lunch break, and that would have been the first goal of the two Lions openers, just to get through to lunch unscathed, and then hopefully cash in the afternoon. Peter, batting conditions look quite nice, I must say. I mean, there's a bit in it for the bowlers, but I think batting is not too uncomfortable.
No, nothing at all. I haven't seen anything too sort of outrageous from either Janko Smith or Lazard Williams. Very comfortable batting conditions at the moment. And it's so important for the DP World Lions to try and capitalize on them. Get to length unscathed, like you were saying. So for them, it's to tick off this first box, this first sort of 45 minutes before this lunch break, and then come out and look to build on to this partnership between Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks. Still got plenty of batting to come. Richard Seletswane is a very handy youngster with the bat. Connor Esterhuizen, Reza Hendricks with his experience. So this opening stand is very crucial in terms of capitalizing on the favorable batting conditions that they face on day two.
Lazard Williams just switching to around the wicket for a couple of deliveries to Dom Hendricks. Perhaps trying to create a bit of an angle, because he does normally take the ball away from the left-handers. But he's switched back to over the wicket again now.
Yeah, nice to see him back fit and firing. Lazard Williams struggled with some injuries. It was a long-term one that kept him out. Nice over to Maiden. 31 without loss.
Big improvement on his previous over, which I think went for 17 or so. No, 11. Not as bad as that.
Important to South Africa's plans going forward. Lazard Williams, he has a lot of experience now at domestic level. Nice to see him back fully fit and firing again and contributing towards the Titans' claim to be a dominant force again in South African cricket. Plays a big role in especially guiding a youngster like Janko Smith, who would have come in and had a bit of felt a baptism of fire in that first class final against the same opposition a little bit earlier on in the year. Lovely. That's a beautiful shot that is covered though at fine leg. And we'll pick up the second.
Yeah, poor old Lazard Williams. His timing to get injured, no one wants to get injured, but the timing was terrible for him, because he was on the sidelines most of last season. At the same time as at Proteas level, there were a lot of fast bowlers out injured as well. And, Lazard Williams would have played, I'm sure he would have played a lot more games for the Proteas if he'd been fit last season.
It's good batting this between Richards and Hendricks. Just drop into that vacant offside and run. Good partnership. They understand their roles, these two. They've batted together for a very long time now at this level for the Lions. They would understand what it takes to build a partnership, especially when you're trying to chalk off 368. They'll also understand what tempo that they need to go at. Richard has started well. A good strike rate. Dom Hendricks has just bided his time a little bit. They bowled well to him, though, to be fair. That's a lovely ball from Janko Smith.
Yeah, getting that one a little bit fuller, and that's probably the key here at SuperSport Park. Drawing the batsman forward, and then, especially for a man like Smith, he can get extra bounce from quite a fuller length than most other bowlers.
And it's a challenging pair to bowl to. Shorter in stature, Dom Hendricks, little bit taller, Josh Richards. So you have to try and adjust your lengths and your lines almost all the time. If you're Yanko Smith and Lazard Williams, trying to figure out which is the better length for the two types of batters that are out of the crease for the DP World Lions. Will be a challenge for Yanko Smith.
You wouldn't have seen it in picture, but the short mid-wickets in place again, and Mondi Zondek and I were a bit perplexed by that. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on it, Peter?
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy for Dom Hendricks. He tends to fall over onto that offside a little bit when the ball is a little bit straighter to him. So the momentum multiplied Titans are hoping that head just sort of falls outside of the line of the ball and he clips it straight to that short mid-wicket fielder. Rivaldo Munsami is stationed there. Probably just want him to think about that balance and make sure that he keeps his balance, but also keep it outside that off stump like that. It's a beautiful over from Yanko Smith. 34 without loss.
Yeah, good one by Smith. He's completed his 4 overs now for just 8 runs. So doing a tidy job. Junior Dala, of course, is waiting in the wings. Probably still the fastest of the Titans bowlers. Does kind of prefer to take the ball when it's a little bit older, doesn't he?
So much depth in the squad. Dala. If you look at some of the personnel that aren't involved in this fixture, Andile Pehluwayo, Dwan Jansen, who's come over from the Northwest Dragons, his first season here at the Titans. Merrick Brett. There's so much depth in the side, so it's so difficult to try and crack this momentum multiplier. Titans playing 11.
Oh, speak of the speak of Junior Dala, and he comes on to bowl.
So much experience. 35, 36 years old now. Junior Dala has played a lot of cricket. He's played at the highest level for South Africa as well. So much to choose from for the momentum multiplied Titans in all departments, to be fair. Someone like Keegan Leon Cachet is also waiting in the wings to get yet another opportunity at this level for the Titans.
Playing his 51st Division 1 4-day game, Junior Dala. Reached the landmark in the previous game of 50. He's taken 105 wickets. But I think it's fair to say that his red ball form has really improved over the last few seasons.
Awkward guy to face. He comes on to you quicker than you expect. Of course, a lot of people make mention of his action. Unorthodox. Comes off the wrong foot. So it's somebody that you have to look at very carefully. Strongly built. Junior Dala, fantastic fielder. Catches well.
Not the tallest fast bowler, so he's a bit skiddy as well, isn't he? And all of those things put together, yeah, it does make him awkward. And he does have real pace, Junior Dala.
What I enjoy about him, he'll challenge both the inside and the outside edges. You make mention of the fact that he's skiddy. He's also got a nice bounce, a good quick one. Get it to move off the wicket a little bit like that, going across the left-hander when he's bowling right arm over, and then when he's bowling right arm around to the left-hander, look to just angle it in and shape it away to the left-hander. So that's the skill set that you have to be wary of if you're a Dom Hendricks or a Josh Richards when you're facing Junior Dala. Which one am I feel threatened about? Which delivery am I looking to try and make sure that I cover as best as I possibly can?
Yeah, when I think of Junior Dala bowling, and I've seen a lot of his bowling, exactly what you said, Peter, is what springs to mind. His ability to come around the wicket to the left-hander, angle it in, and then just straighten it. Seen him nick off a lot of left-handers in his time. And not just on the drive, he can also get some good bounce, and with the combination of pace and bounce, awkward customer.
Yanko Smith has bowled nicely. He's kept things very tight for his captain, Don Ferreira. Make them feel a lot better, the momentum multiply Titans, if they can go to lunch at least 1 wicket down. 2 would be a bonus. Get rid of both the openers, Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks. And 368 feels like a mountain to climb for the opposition. Get them 50 for 2 at lunch, and you feel better about yourself going into that second session.
It's also a very hot day in Centurion, so bowlers don't really want to be toiling against set batsmen this afternoon. It's looks a good day for batting as well. So, as you say, Peter, very important to try and get a couple of breakthroughs with this new ball into the 10th over and still nothing.
That's the kind of delivery that they're looking for, Yanko Smith, when Dom Hendricks, that ball that drifts into him, sometimes can lose his balance on that offside and chips it on the onside in the air. It's a good plan. You're bowling to Dom Hendricks and keeping him honest in terms of his balance. Just gesturing to Josh Richards, that swung in a little bit from Yanko Smith. Well, if you're going to dish that one to him, he's always going to be on top of it. He's short in stature, but he can get up on his toes nicely and punches that through the covers for 4, does Dom Hendricks.
Very strong on the cut, Dom Hendricks, always. And one of the few deliveries that Yanko Smith has just bowled a little bit too wide. He's generally been pretty much straight. Slight mistake and punished.
Like the look of Yanko Smith. only in his second first-class match, and he's got all the ingredients of being a real fast bowling talent, not only for the Titans but going forward for South Africa. He's tall, he's lanky, he's got the pace, and he'll still grow. 40 without loss.
And 10 overs gone, so that's a nice tidy 4 runs to the over for the Lions. I'll be very happy with the start, and there we see the boundary in that over. Very neatly cut away by Dom Hendricks for 4. He's gone to 9 not out. Josh Richards 24 not out. Junior Dala just in conversation about his field.
Picked up by the Joburg Super Kings. SA 20 season 4. Janko Smit. That'll be a nice place to bowl, Wanderers.
Well, we chatted about it yesterday, Peter. It just shows you how quickly your fortunes can change as a cricketer. You know, Janko Smit was basically a club cricketer for Tuks. You know, it done really well for them, but there was no sign of him really becoming a professional.
That is an absolute beauty from Joshua Richards. Short, skiddy, but straight onto the middle of the bat of Joshua Richards, and he's taking it all over onto the bank for the first maximum. Oh, in fact, it might have been 4. Brad White is changing his decision here. Yeah, it's gone for 4, so it just bounced in front of the ropes. Still a dominant shot from Josh Richards.
Well, it's the new and improved Josh Richards that we saw at Kingsmead last week. He's got a really quick 70. I mean, he pulled that from outside off stump.
It's exactly what I was saying about the batting tempo of this DP World Lions side. Dangerous. You can really take the game away from you very quickly. I like that. And from Josh Richards, he's always been a player that probably played within himself for a long time in his career. And now he's starting to blossom and really improve that strike rate. And I'm looking forward to how he continues to improve in white ball cricket.
He's had a couple of tough seasons, Josh Richards, and I'm just delighted that instead of going into his shell more, he's come out this season and seemingly gone, I'm going to play with more freedom. And he just looks like a new player. He's really been dominant in the last couple of innings he's played. We'll go back to that Janko Smit discussion we were having after this delivery. So Janko Smit called up late last season by the Titans due to injuries and call-ups. Made his debut, bowled well enough that he was then kept in the team for the final at the Wanderers, where he impressed the opposition so much that Joburg Super Kings have gone, hold on, this guy could really bowl well at the Wanderers. Let's get him for the SA 20. So a career transformed.
A cool 200,000 Rand in your pocket as well. Lovely delivery to finish that over from Junior Dala. Left on length more than line there. Did Dominic Hendricks, 45 without loss.
Yesterday, that sort of leave would have been quite risky because of quite a lot of grass cover on the pitch, but it wasn't all the same density or thickness, if you like. It was a little bit patchy. And so depending on where the ball hit, the bounce was a little bit inconsistent. But just signs that with a day and a half of sun on this pitch now, the bounce is starting to become a lot truer and more bounce as well, as Dayan Khalim comes into the attack to see if he can swing the ball a bit.
Yeah, I like this bowling change from Donovan Ferreira. Is probably one of the guys that can move the ball around on the surface. Dayan Khalim, not the quickest, but certainly he makes up for what he lacks in pace with accuracy. He can get the ball to nip around a little bit inside and outside of that outside edge. Also a much improved cricketer now, Dayan Khalim.
Growing in confidence. He's represented the Proteas and become a really key man in this Titans lineup, the key all-rounder. Overcome a couple of injury problems, but a very talented cricketer, certainly.
Won the Titans a T20 title a couple of seasons ago in Potchefstroom. Dayan Khalim came in late order and smashed it around. And then you thought, well, hang on, this is a player now that finally realizes his potential from his younger days. Happy that his body is keeping up now with the workloads. That's another smashing hit from Joshua Richards. A couple of bounces and into the fence. Slightly too short and he's all over it. Move on quickly to the 50. To the DP World Lions.
Run a minute for that 50 partnership. Just 72 deliveries. And again, great aggression from Joshua Richards. Not scared to hit that over the top. He's gone to 33 not out of that total of 50.
It's good this from Josh Richards. It's a quick partnership also. His 50s come off. Good time. Chalk off maybe 200 runs by the end of day's play here. Get closer to the 368 and put pressure back onto the momentum multiply Titans.
Yeah, in terms of the DP World Lions approach, obviously still a long way to go. Still 318 behind, but they'll be wanting to go really big in this first innings of theirs and get a lead that will enable them to put the Titans under a bit of pressure towards the end of the third day.
Just 4 from the Dian Khalim over. In fact, with a no ball, so make it 5. So 50 without loss. Yeah, we spoke about how much time there still is in this game. You still want to put yourself in the driving seat. Wickets is what the momentum multiplied Titans will be looking for to justify their 368 that they've put on the board. And for the DP World Lions is to make sure that they try and get to that total as quickly as they possibly can. I feel like the middle session of today is going to be so important for either side. The Titans can pick up some wickets in that middle session. Really put pressure on the Lions. And it puts them in a very good position to be able to put together a winning sort of formula in this game. It's their first outing at home. They'd want to really make sure that they get as many wickets as they possibly can in that middle session and then try and bowl the Lions out in that final session. Get batting again into tomorrow and halfway through the day on day 3. Then try come back again in that 4th innings where batting can be a little bit trickier. Having to chase a total for the Lions might be a little bit more trickier. Chasing something in excess of 300, 350 plus could be tricky batting last on a surface like this that still has a lot in it for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, the bounce might get a bit up and down towards the back end of this game. No divots on the pitch after the first day's play. As you say, as that good covering of grass, as it starts to die off and goes brown at different rates, it could be a bit of natural inconsistency.
Got to feel like the spin is going to play a bit of a role here at some point in this game. We saw how Bjorn Fortuin was able to extract some spin. So Tsepo Ndwandwe will become very crucial for the momentum multiplied Titans. He's very accurate. He's always threatening. Tsepo Ndwandwe has got some good form behind him, some good bowling form, having come off that A series against New Zealand in the winter. Pick up wickets there. Made an over from Junior Dala, 50 without loss.
I think Tsepo Ndwandwe could also have a role, even if he's not taking wickets, an important role in just trying to restrict the run rate of the Lions. Pila spoke about how they want to get to level terms on the first innings as quickly as possible, and then obviously the Titans will want to delay that process for as long as possible. As Mondi Zondeke has just popped in to join me as Pila Sunday makes his way down to the field. We'll have a couple of interviews with players just after the end of this session.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. So far, so good for the DP World Lions. 50 without loss. Star so far today. Certainly been Joshua Richards. As you said, he got a 17 at a nice pace last week. Started off here again, going at a really nice pace. Yes, there have been some 4 balls been given, a couple of short balls now that he's pulled, and we can clearly see he's good on the short ball. Square leg is out. What I am a little bit worried about is how defensive the Titans got. They got the point out on the boundary and the offside as well. Square leg. You wouldn't think as a spectator, if you walked onto the field right now, that this was a brand new ball and it's the first innings of the Lions. You would think they've got a big score on the board and the board is old and now they're playing defensive. But they've got 11 overs, 13 overs gone this ball. And it looks very defensive to me at this point.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that a captain would have been severely criticised for having a deep point in place in the 14th over of the innings. They would have said he's setting a field for bad bowling.
Especially with the new ball so early on. It's like the last over before lunch. Do you want to pick up a wicket, get an extra slip in there, take someone out of the covers? If they get 10 runs off this over, the last over, let's just say for the year, why does it really matter? You can go defensive after lunch, but just before lunch, at least try to take a wicket. Now they're just saying, well, I'm not going to bowl you out unless you make a mistake, or unless the surface helps us. But what we're not going to do is attack and try to get your wickets. We'll just wait for you to make the mistake, it seems.
I agree with you, Monde. I know the modern thinking, though, is that by giving the batsman that gap through point, it encourages them to play outside off stump. That's the rationale for it. I'm not a big fan. In some circumstances, sure. But as you pointed out, the over before lunch.
Yeah, especially this circumstance would be in, as I said, before lunch, as you say. A little bit more attacking with Hendricks on strike. He got the point coming back into the circle. But nonetheless, I hate to be too critical because I'm not playing anymore, and I don't like doing the in my time thing. It's just very different how the field placings are put nowadays. I just watched T20 cricket and it's just a little different from how field placings were back then. But I guess times have changed, and how the younger players might see the game might be a little bit different from what the older guys were saying or seeing in terms of field placements and plans in terms of strategy, where you want to bowl, how you want to bowl, and the field placings. A little bit different from me growing up and playing cricket. Not a huge difference, but there is some sort of a difference. You can certainly see it, especially in the field placings.
Well, I was going to ask you, if you were bowling your second over with a newish ball and the captain gave you a deep point, what would you say?
I'm good. No, thank you, Skip. Can you put that deep point into the slip? I'll have 2 people out in the covers. I'll give them that gap. If they want to go for it, sure, go for it. But I'll give you that gap, and I'll bowl third, fourth stump, outside off stump, sorry. And if you want to chase me, come. No problem. But it just seems a little bit too defensive, too early in the game. It's not like they got ball out for 120 yet. They got 368. They got so much to work with. Great shot. Lovely stroke. Is he going to make it? It's a big chase. Yes, it is. Very good shot there by Richards. Yes, it was a half volley pushed up. You still got to execute it. And that was the last ball of the over just before lunch. So some good momentum here that the DP World Lions will go into lunch with, having scored at a really good pace. A total of 56 without loss. And the star batter certainly has been Joshua Richards. Hendricks has been a good partner on the other end. He's been more steady. But this young man has looked like he's been in really good form.
Well, it just shows how well he struck that it went straight through the middle of the stumps and still made it to the boundary with a bit to spare. Nearly took umpire Garza with it as well.
It's, as you say that, for a split second, I thought, no, that hit the stumps. Then I saw it roll. I thought maybe it missed the stumps. Maybe it's just my eyes. But it hit the stumps, as you said. Good timing. And a very good start here for the DP World Lions.
And an emphatic statement to end the session. How's that for signing off and going into lunch? So 56 without loss. The DP World Lions. They could not really have asked for a much better little mini session here this morning with Joshua Richards on 38 at better than a runner ball. Dom Hendricks, the skipper's on 10. A typically patient start by him. And let's have another look at that. Great way to end the session.
Yeah, great way to end the session. Disappointing for the multiple Titans, but the DP World Lions will be certainly very, very happy with the start they got from the 2 opening batters, laying down a nice platform. And as you said, the wicket does look like it's getting better and better to bat. After lunch, I think there will be some discussions in the Titans changing room about the tactics and how to go about after lunch and seeing if they can pick up some wickets and slow down this momentum.
Do stay with us because in a few moments we'll be having interviews with a couple of players with Pilasanda Sikaba.
Titans batted pretty well, got 368 all out. But the Lions have come back quite nicely here. Just before lunch, they got 56 without loss. Joshua Richards looking really good so far. He's had not been in any trouble, going at over 100, the strike rate that is. This is a 4-day game, 38 of 37, and Dominic Hendricks on the other end supporting really well. Junior Dala, Danko Smith with the last two bowlers just before lunch, and no wicket has fallen so far. Momentum, multiple Titans, as I said, batted pretty decently. Van Skalkwyk and Senokwana opening the batting, getting 123 as a partnership. And Junior Dala, to continue. He's at times a bit too short and a little bit inconsistent in terms of his length, but he'll be hoping after lunch, I'm sure they got a stern talking to from their coach, that they'll come back here and try to be better after lunch. Junior Dala, he go to Hendricks. Good start. Good length to start off with, and as we had heard earlier, the wicket is probably going to be a lot better to bat on after lunch than today if the sun still bakes out there. Just a little flatter, and looks like a very good wicket to bat on, given what and how Richards looked to get his 38 of just 37 deliveries, as I said. Didn't look like he was trying to play any shots of anger, just playing what was given. And there were too many 4 balls, I reckon, by the Titans in that first session. Hopefully they can improve for themselves in the second session. And, of course, I'm not by myself. Once again with Ken. Start off after lunch.
Hello, Monday, and wow, a fascinating afternoon lies ahead of us. The Lions 312 behind, opening partnership of 56 already, and they'll really be looking to cash in this afternoon.
Short again. Gone through past the square leg. Don't think it's going to get there. Maybe he got a hand to it, or maybe just the timing wasn't quite there, but he got it in the gap. That's 3 at least they're coming back for. And that's exactly what we spoke about just before lunch, is that you don't want to give away too many 4 balls, especially up here in the Highfield. Everything flies off the bat. And a very fast outfield as well. Looking very, very, very good, the outfield at the start of this season.
That's just way too short from Junior Dala. And even though it was outside off stump, Dom Hendricks plenty of time to pull it away.
Yeah, we've seen that both of these batters do like it on the shorter side. They're not too shy to go for it if it's a pitch quite short. 2 steps in a gully. Driven again. Gone through the gap. That's another boundary. It's a bit too full this time around by Junior Dala. The first ball is a bit too short to Hendricks. They got 3. Next ball up. It was a half volley and driven nicely to a man who's in good form. He's not going to miss out on those. And, he comes into his 40s now very quickly.
He's been very good down the ground today, Josh Richards.
He's kind of showing up his overall game. We've seen a couple of very good pull shots, and then, of course, the drives. Some really nice drives, too.
And now a 6. Goodness, this is a blazing start. After the lunch break by the Lions, again short and angling down leg, and Josh Richards just helps it on its way. Just enough to clear a fine leg. Richards 48 now, just 39 deliveries. Just strolling through for the single, takes him to 49. So we've had 11 fours and 2 sixes. 10 fours and 1 6 in this innings already.
It's 46 of boundaries out of 70. So, yeah, kind of paint you a picture of how the Titans bowlers have bowled today. Giving away too many 4 balls. Either too full, too short. Trying to pamper Richards with a couple of short balls that he put away quite nicely. So he's very strong in those areas. He's got a good overall game. Drives very well, pulls very well. And to continue. Better length driven to the gap. Timing wasn't quite there, so just get one of that. Yeah, but again, good start to the over. Nice positive footwork. Takes him to 49.
Well, it's his 50. In fact, just our scoreboard a little slow to tick over there. There we go. 50 off just 41 balls.
Yeah, you would think we were playing a domestic T20 game. But nope, it's a 4-day game. And I think it does tell you that the disciplines of the multiple Titans in terms of the areas they've bowled today hasn't been very good. This is their home ground. You'd expect them to do better, knowing this outfield and the wicket and how it plays. But yeah, some really good batting, but also some poor bowling from the multiple Titans. Bit too full this time around. Taken off his legs by Dominic Hendricks. Pretty strange field. It almost looks like they've got 2 square legs, one in the circle, one out to the left-hander. It's going to change now to the right-hander, but once he faces again, I just want to have a look at that field. It just looks like it's 2 fielders in the same line, which is a little confusing if it is, but we shall see when Hendricks bats again, the left-hander. For the right-hander, let's go 1 on the boundary. At square leg and at 5 leg are the 2 boundary riders and the deep point on the offside. Good ball. Good ball. That's the one we were talking about. As flat as the wicket is, there is still something in it for the bowlers if they just consistently hit the area. There's always something going to happen. There's a bit of grass on the wicket. Yes, it has flattened out a little bit, but the ball is still quite new, 15 overs, and the surface will make it get old very quickly because it is a nice surface, not abrasive or anything like that. So I think the newer ball will last a bit longer, and it's important to just keep hitting those areas and be consistent. You'll get your reward. Unfortunately, so far, hasn't been the case. Timing was very good. Good stop there at point. But again, short wide with after having ball, just a very good delivery again. Goes back, next ball, short wide, just giving away that pressure that they're trying to build. Unfortunately, haven't been very good at keeping those dot balls and keeping the DP ball lines quiet. They just keep scoring because of these 4 balls that they keep getting, and they're putting them away.
Well, that's why I think this is a fantastic pitch, because if the bowlers get the ball in the right places enough, there is assistance. If they miss their marks, batsmen can score. Batsmen can capitalise.
Very nicely. Half volley given by Khalim. And as we said, that 4 ball, it seems like more than just 1 and over now. And there's quite a few. Previous over of Junior Dahl, I went for 13. This over so far has gone for 7, sorry. So, yeah, momentum doesn't seem to be slowing down. This is a second over after lunch. You would have thought the coaches would have had some strong words for the bowlers. But it seems like the control is not quite there just yet.
It's been a terrible start. We've had 11 balls since lunch, and the Titans have leaked 21 runs.
And because the bowlers aren't helping the captain, they've become very defensive now. They took out a slip to put in the covers just to cover those runs that they're leaking so frequently. I mean, 77 gone, 16 overs. So far, so good for the DP World Lions. That's the one that went for 4, 2 full, driven nicely.
Not a great delivery, but what a lovely stroke by Dom Hendricks. Probably the shot of his innings so far. Lovely full face presented, and not a lot more than just a push between mid-off and the bowler. But Lions are flying after lunch. We saw it yesterday actually as well, that the Titans openers came out after batting for the whole morning session and also scored freely after the lunch break.
Yeah, maybe a bit too much lunch for the bowlers. Gonna have to run it off here after lunch. Again, Junior Dala still continuing after lunch. He's natural length though, and he is the type of bowler who likes to hit the back of the length quite hard. And that's usually his stuck ball. Another guy that consistently challenges you on the front foot, and that last delivery is where he usually is. And I think he'll want to be a little bit fuller on this surface. Don't want to be too much back of the length because it has become a very good wicket. Look at the field now. You wouldn't think they scored 270 runs and it's still 15 overs into the DP World Lions batting. You would have thought the Lions now are like 300 for 5, the way the field has been placed. But because of the poor bowling from the bowlers after lunch and before lunch, by the way, they've had to get rid of the slips. And that's where you want to be. A lot of slips so you can take those wickets and take those chances. But because they haven't earned the right to have slips, it's become a very negative defensive field more than an attacking field. Just getting the scoreboard ticking all along. Just one down, a bit too straight. Back of the length once again. Just got to find some consistency here. Just bowl to a plan. Even if I say, just tell your bowlers, everything goes outside or stump as wide as you can. Not too wide, of course. Let them come to us. Just slow down some momentum. Get some dot balls in there. Don't bowl at them, bowl away from them. Let them come to you instead of you going to them. Just slow down that run rate and keep them quiet for just a little bit. Batters these days love to feel bat on ball. And they will start chasing the ball if you give it a bit of width, but on a good length, not too straight. Get the keeper involved. Let them catch a couple of deliveries there at the back. Yeah, as we say that again, down legs. Yeah, not too good from the momentum. Multiple Titans.
Well, it's like first aid, Mondi, isn't it? If you tending to a car accident scene, the first priority is to stem the bleeding, isn't it?
Yeah,
because that's the lethal thing. So
yeah, exactly.
I agree with you. Even if they have to go wide outside off stump for a bit,
pour them out.
Yeah.
Once again, 2 full, 2 straight. That's going to go for 4. Off his legs. There's a chase, but momentum and the fast outfield. That's going for another 4. Yeah, almost like deja vu. 4s keep coming. Disciplines have been poor.
No question. The bowling is 2 different lengths, 2 different lines.
Everything.
Maybe we saw him rubbing the ball vigorously a couple of deliveries ago. Left arm spin at Tsepo and Dwanwa. Maybe he'll have to come on just to try and...
Anything to quiet them down.
Yeah.
Anything. I'm going to slip in a gully only now. Packed offside. Also very full. Was a half volley, but the timing wasn't quite there for Dom Hendricks this time around. Getting the inside half of the bat, going down to mid-on for no runs. So that's the end of the 17th over. 82 without loss. Junior Dala, 5 runs of it. But more importantly, a couple of 4 balls were bowled in that over.
Yeah, so 26 runs now in the 3 overs since the lunch break.
That's pretty much 9 runs and over. Yeah, I'm sure the coach might be pulling his hair out. I'm sure he would have had a good talking session just before they came out here after lunch. And they had a plan. I'm sure they did. But whatever plan they have, the bowlers are certainly not sticking to it.
The Lions were scoring at exactly 4 to the over at the lunch break, and 3 overs later, the rate's up to 4.8.
Yeah, that just tells you. Khalim to continue. Again, very full. Yes, I don't mind if you're looking for the fuller length, but You just got to control it a bit better. I know you're looking for the footer length, and some of these guys are experienced. Junior Dal has been playing for a long time. Khalim also not new on the circuit, so it's a little disappointing that two of your probably more experienced bowlers in this team of the Momentum Multiple Titans have not been spot on.
Yep, the best of the Titans bowlers so far has been the rookie, Janko Smit, just 5 overs for 13. Tidiest of the 4 seamers used so far.
Yeah, I think you read my mind. I was going to say the exact same thing. All the experienced bowlers for them have not been great. All of them giving away a lot of 4 balls. The Momentum Multiple Titans are. And the young man has been showing them how to bowl on the surface and what areas to hit. Yes, nice and tall, gets a bit of extra bounce. Beat the bat a couple of times as well. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Yeah, but his senior campaigners, they need to get on board and help. A skipper cannot be changing the field every 2 seconds and chasing and trying to plug gaps in where you're bowling because the balls are going for boundaries all the time. You just got to be consistent and keep a same field and just ball them out. I don't want to say it too much over and over again, but that is the plan, I would think, especially with the momentum that the deep pivot lines do have right now. Just to use your analogy by stopping the bleeding, there's only 2 ways you can do that. That's either you ball them out, a couple of dot balls, or you get wickets. And none of these are happening at the moment. So, yeah. Captain's got something to think about, to maybe bring on the spinner, like you said.
Three good balls in a row by Diane Khalim. And that'll help.
Yeah, the length's been good. It's been a good length, bringing him forward, but it's not too short or too full so far. But also, plans can change. If the bowlers aren't executing what you thought they were supposed to after lunch, maybe bring on the spinner. Because we saw it with the Lions, funny enough, deep pivot Lions. Yusuf had a very bad first over, taken out of the attack. Skipper comes into Fortain, sorry, not the skipper. Fortain takes the ball and he gets a wicket and he broke that partnership. So sometimes maybe if things aren't going according to how you want them to go, you have to adapt on the fly. And I would bring on the spinner just to slow down the momentum. But very good over by Khalim, a maiden. Haven't seen too many of those. And 82 without loss after 18 overs. Dala to continue around the wicket. Still no change in the field. I'm trying to figure out to the lefty here to Hendricks. Is that it? It's almost like they got a flying. I don't know what the position is. He's in the middle of nowhere, pretty much. I don't know what to call that position. Like, I'm trying to think of a name now. He's like a cover that's halfway between where he normally is, a conventional cover, and a guy on the boundary, but he's not. He's halfway through. It's a little bit strange. And then they got the point, but it seems like a third manish. Yeah, maybe Ken, you might know the names of these fields.
Bizarre. It's like a deep cover point.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But he's
in the middle of nowhere, pretty much.
Yeah, he's outside what would be the circle in limited overs cricket, but a good 20 meters in from the boundary. He's not saving one.
No, he's not. But I don't know why he's there.
I'm trying to think how a catch is going to go there to a left-hander.
I know I said it's different times and people have different fielding, but this is very strange for me. I don't understand what the point of that field is, or that fielder in particular. cut. There's a deep point, yes, as we said, on the offside. It's on the boundary. If you want to call him a point, by the way, it's not exactly on the... It's a bit finer for a point, but it's very square for a third man. Now the point does go back, but that's for the right-hander. Sorry, that's a change. Yeah. So we'll see how they place their field for the right-hander now. They got a fine leg and a square leg on the boundary on the leg side. On the offside, the point is on the boundary. That's a more conventional point on the boundary on the offside for the right-hander. Just for the left-hander, where I'm a little bit confused, but for the right-hander, it's a conventional point on the boundary.
Deep square leg is slightly behind square on the boundary, and fine leg is quite fine now on the fence. And I imagine Junior Dala maybe is going to throw in a bouncer to Josh Richards somewhere on the line.
Yeah, we'll see. Didn't work out very well just before lunch. Pulled him very nicely. Okay, back with the length. It's gone down to 0.41. Momentum. They just can't stop them from scoring. Rotating the strike quite well as well. Finding those easy gaps. If they can't get boundaries, at least they're getting the singles going.
Well, that's the problem with the deep point. It's a very easy one, isn't it? Just open the face and steer it through the big gap, square of the wicket on the offside. Easy release.
Yeah. Normally at this time, I mean, we literally are 19 overs old. You would think there would be more slips. Perhaps a fine leg at the third, not even a third man on the boundary. Perhaps maybe a square leg if you want to go and give him a couple of bounces, but certainly a fine leg, obviously. Those are the two fielders you would think would be on the boundary this early in the innings. But yeah, if you come see what we're seeing, you wouldn't think so.
So 2 better overs by the Titans back to back now. The Khalim maiden. And just 2 runs off that Junior Dala over. But there's some worried faces in the Titans change room there, you see. The Brains Trust, a couple of computers open.
Yeah, certainly understandable why they might be not so happy with a start straight after lunch as well. The field doesn't change much. Same field. Okay, this is where I... Just trying to look now. Off his legs. Down to square leg for just 1. You got to block up and hit somehow. The frustrating thing for a captain now is that both sides of the field they're scoring, not just one side. So you can't protect one and say ball to the field on the your side where you've got a lot of cover, because the bowlers have been inconsistent with their lines more especially. A little bit better with their length in this last couple of overs just after lunch. But again, when they do score the deep over lines, it's on both sides of the field. That's not what you want as a captain.
Well, we mentioned that the bowlers haven't been able to bowl, one line. They're both sides of the wicket, as you say. Both overpitched and bowling too short. But better signs the last 13 deliveries.
That square leg and the very square fine leg behind you are very close to each other. And then there's a man at mid wicket, so the leg side's packed. 4 fielders on the leg side, and just 3 in the covers on the offside. It's almost like the player, when you look at this field, it's almost like the player, you're going to bowl straight as possible. And if you are going to be a bit short, there's protection for you on the leg side, but not on the off side. But we are going to go very straight. Then you got a mid wicket in there, and then you got 2 on the boundary on the leg side. And then you got a full set of covers, 1 point cover and the mid off. Better. I think maybe Khalim just starting to find his rhythm. His first over after lunch wasn't very good, but the last 2 so far so good. Changing the field once again. They're sending the point out onto the boundary. Don't know why. It's been a good over. Kept the pressure on, not giving away easy singles, but now that the point is going back, there's more gaps for them to rotate the strike, which is what you don't want as a bowler, especially when it's a left-right combination. You want to keep changing the field and changing your lines and your length.
Well, it's like limited overs cricket, isn't it? He's trying to protect the over. Doesn't want to concede a boundary.
Exactly.
But,
it's 4-day cricket, not 50-over cricket, like you said. I got 2 balls left. I think he's telling himself, I've got 2 more balls left. No boundary has been hit so far. And that tells you the mindset. It's not, I want to take a wicket. It's, I don't want to concede boundaries. And that's the problem for me.
Yeah, with a ball that's not yet 20 overs old.
That's the end. 20th over, 85 for that loss. DP world line still going along very well at over 4 runs and over. Been around about 4 to 5 runs and over throughout this innings, and I think that just tells you exactly what you need to know about how the momentum multiplier Titans have gone about their business, especially after lunch. But yeah, they're starting to pull it back a little bit. Last 3 overs have been pretty good.
Important now for the Lions batsmen just to acknowledge the better bowling. Don't get carried away with their blazing start to the session, and just be willing just to dial it down a little bit. Give the bowlers their credit when they are bowling well. Last thing they want to do is give away a wicket now.
Gone. That is gone. That's a long hop. That should have been on the boundary. So maybe in the back where the grass is there somewhere. But it was short, bit of width. Hits it straight to Lizard Williams a cover. He'll be very disappointed, Richards, because he was going along so nicely. And that is a bad ball that he went out on. No need to sugarcoat it. It was a short, it was wide. Should have been on the boundary somewhere. But luckily for him, and perhaps a momentum change for the momentum multiple Titans with that wicket they just picked up and breaking up this partnership that was really going well.
Well, it's exactly what I was just talking about. The importance of not giving away a wicket now. Lions in a totally dominant position. And, the Titans strung 3 good overs together. And you can just see the disappointment with Josh Richards giving himself a very stern talking to. But it really was a nothing delivery. Short and wide. Almost like it got stuck in the pitch a little bit. Richard seemed to play a bit early at that. And just spooning it to cover.
I think part of his disappointment, Richards, was he knew that was not the greatest of deliveries. Should have been 4. Instead, got caught in the covers by Lizard Williams. Short, wide, yeah. Everything you want as a batter with a bit of short as well. But unfortunately, as good as he has been today, Richards goes away what you would certainly call a soft dismissal. Reza Hendricks, next man up. Another very experienced batter. Has played for South Africa more in the white ball version of it. 148 matches. It just tells you how long he's been around. Average of just under 34. Not the best of averages. Domestically under 34 after 148 games. But does play a lot of one-day cricket as well. And that's why he's there. Short, wide, caught at the covers. Not very good. But they got rewarded. Perhaps it's the start of something.
In case you haven't got tired of seeing the wicket. But, Reza Hendricks joining Dominic Hendricks. No relation between the two, although they have batted many, many times together.
Gets off the mark. Reza Hendricks, 1 down to fine leg. I think the happiest person about that wicket has to be Junior Dowler, because he knows. Bowlers know when the ball wasn't the greatest of deliveries that you bowled, but and get a bit of luck sometimes is all you need. Just to start things rolling for them in terms of just keeping the dot ball going, keeping the pressure on, and just looking at that packed offside field. Yeah, again, same field that we were talking about earlier to the left-hander. There's a flying cover somewhere or point, not quite sure. And then there's a boundary rider on the offside also, just protecting the boundary on the offside.
Not too far from off stump, that delivery. Tight lead by Dominic Hendricks. Good news for the Titans is also that they've got rid of the aggressor in the partnership. Dom Hendricks is a more workmanlike accumulator, not going to hurt the bowlers as much as Josh Richards was doing, and obviously Reza Hendricks will probably need a little bit of time to get himself in. A good leave by Dom Hendricks, and now he worked away through square leg. That's going to be 4.
Yeah, as we were just about to give them praise for coming back so nicely over their last 4 overs, Junior Dala, 2 full, 2 straight at the legs of Dom Hendricks, and he puts it away. Experienced. He won't miss out on those. He's on 27 now. Into the 90s, getting closer to that 100. Poor delivery. That 2 poor ones, yeah. One took a wicket, and this one went to the boundary.
That's almost okay by Junior Dala. Wide outside off stump.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. If you can just keep doing that all day long, that run rate's going to go down. And guys like Reza Hendricks like to feel better more. Plays a lot of one-day cricket. Doesn't want to leave all day long. Bore him out, as they say. Good shot. Good shot. Gone to the boundary. Poor over. Yeah, he picked up the wicket. But again, the areas in which he bowled, about 3 of those deliveries from this over were poor ones. 2 of them put away, 1 got a wicket. 9 runs off it. But yes, they got the wicket of Richards, so that's a bonus for them. But again, short, wide, put away nicely by Dom Hendricks.
He doesn't need much width, does Dom Hendricks. And that was a super shot, really well timed, and other batters might have been a little bit cramped by that delivery, but he's got it away for 4. Takes him to 31 not out, 94 for 1.
Yeah, I know after taking a wicket, usually the bowler wants one more. You don't really take him off the attack. But after this over, yeah, I'll certainly be thinking about either bringing on Lizard Williams again, maybe to try pick up a wicket quite early on while Reza's still fresh at the wicket, or bring on your spinner to keep things quiet. Or even Yanko Smith, by the way, who was really good early on. And he was very good to Dom Hendricks, the left-hander. Came around the wicket and beat him a couple of times outside off stump.
Yeah, I'd give him another go. Certainly in this first hour after lunch, I'd like to see him bowl again.
Yes, the field with a new batter. Point still out. And again, I'm not a fan of that to a new batter because that's an easy single to get off the strike from him. And fine leg is out. There's only 2 fielders out on the outfield, on the boundary. Better. I would keep it there all day. As a skipper, I just say go, keep it. Yes, it's negative, but that's what we need right now for our team, just to slow down the run rate.
Yeah, and bring point in. And if Reza Hendricks is good enough to get it through the ring, then, you know, he deserves his runs. Don't make it easy for him.
Exactly. Yeah, he's been the better of the 2 after lunch. Khalim certainly has looked like he's more comfortable now. After the first over, went for a couple of boundaries. He's settling into his rhythm quite nicely, it seems, at the moment.
This one just coming back at the right-hander a little bit. hints of targeting that front pad of Reza Hendricks.
I mean, that's what we've been saying, though. There is still something in it for the bowlers. You just got to be consistent with your areas.
It's very hot. Really no clouds above the ground at all. We see some fairly innocuous distant clouds to the south Joburg way.
But again, that's the one we're talking about. If the point is up, that's not a single, that's a dot ball. But because of what you guys have done throughout how you bowled, in the innings, you become very negative, and that allows the batters to go to strike, even for a good ball. And it's very frustrating for a bowler for that to happen. After a good ball, they get a single. Now you have to bowl to the left-hander, but you were getting comfortable to the right-hander. You had just beaten his outside edge, but now you have to change momentum again, change the field once again, come around the wicket perhaps. It's just very frustrating for a bowler.
I don't know why bowlers agree to.
Yeah, he should have it on his side. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating to just give away an easy one and allow the batsman off strike.
Short pulled. There's a square leg out there, so just one, no damage done. And just looking at, we're talking about swing earlier, the type of bowlers that the Titans do have. Junior Dala's never going to swing the ball. He just hits the deck back of the length. Doesn't really give it much, well, I won't say air, but like pitch it a bit fuller. So that front foot where you get the guy coming forward consistently. He's always back of the net consistently.
I've seen him swing the ball after it's bounced. Halfway down.
Maybe the seam just stands up after it's bounced, yeah. Happens in England a lot. In England, swinging after it's beaten the bat. Better length. That's the length he wants to stick in. Stay there all day long. And he's been good, even though they gave out that single. That must have been very frustrating for him. I think he's finding his rhythm. 21 overs got, 96 for 1. Just 4 runs short of the 100. Coming in a good rate. Yeah, so Junior's not a big swing bowler. I can't see Smith being a big swing bowler because he's tall, hits the deck also himself. Quite similar to a Mbone Mokul in many ways. Just not the pace, obviously, but height and the length. Zard Williams also not known to be a swing bowler, but he can on a good day, but that's not really what we know him for, to be a swing bowler. Just interested to see who they bring on. Junior Dala still continuing. Got a wicket and then a very expensive over. 2 boundaries from the previous over. So a mixed bag of joy, and the 2 boundaries at the back end would be disappointing. Cut. Again. Short, wide. There's cover. On the offside, on the boundary. Just 1 run off it. I think Tom Hendricks might be disappointed that he didn't find the boundary in that last delivery.
Gave it a good crack.
Yeah, he did. This is where, again, frustrating for a bowler if this is what the captain gave him, because a new batter, brand new batter, hasn't faced many deliveries. But if you look at this field, you would think he's on 50 at this point. Short, try to put it, given. Reza doesn't look too happy. He doesn't look too happy at all. I don't think he agrees. But again, Junior Dala back of the net. Not the greatest of deliveries again, by the way. Short. Tried to put it, but he doesn't look happy at all. I don't think he thinks he nicked that.
Well, again, it was almost like tennis ball bounce, and Hendricks, Reza, that is misjudged the pace or the bounce. See there? Oh, Pretorius was convinced straight away.
I was looking at Junior Dala. He didn't look too excited. I don't think he's sure. He just heard the keeper go up and decided, I'm also going to go up then. Look at Junior Dala. Only after the keeper goes up, then he decides to go up. Yeah, I think Reza might be right, actually. Just from the action of the bowler. Didn't seem too excited at all. Keegan Peterson, and the keeper at the back, Andre Pretorius, they went up straight away. Just the bowler didn't hear anything.
You do sometimes get edges that are heard mostly behind the wicket.
Yeah, but the reaction of the batter also told me something from the beginning. He looked very disappointed. Wasn't very happy at all that he was given out. So perhaps a bit unlucky. Nonetheless, the Titans won't be complaining. Multiple Titans. Next bat up. Centurion coming at number 4. He would have been very relaxed after lunch. Sorry, the way that the two openings were going, but things change very quickly in cricket, and he's here because of this delivery. Short, try to pull it. He doesn't think it nicked it, but the umpire disagrees, and that's all that's important. His decision, and he's made it. So 97 for 2. Junior Dala picking up his second wicket, and again, if you had to ask him what you think about your delivery, he might just tell you, I think I was lucky again this time around. Short. Try to pull me, get a nick. And they won't care how they get them, as long as they break that momentum and get some wickets. They've picked up 2 in a very short space of time.
Mitchell van Buren made a very good century in the opening match of the competition down in Cape Town, in the Lions' big win over Western Province. And then got a 20 against the Dolphins.
What happened there? Where did that hit? Given. Oh, he doesn't agree.
And now Van Buren can't
He
believe
doesn't
it.
agree. What is going on today? He's still there. Van Buren doesn't want to get off the field. It's been given out first ball, by the way. It was short. Perhaps he misjudged the bounce. Didn't bounce as much as he thought he was going to bounce. Try to get out the way. Just have to see this again, because he doesn't look like he's very happy at all. Hat-trick ball for Junior Dala, more importantly for the Titans. Multiple momentum Titans.
Unbelievable shift in momentum. He was trying to duck and clearly misread the ball a bit, Mitchell van Buren. It all looked very awkward. And he did leave his bat hanging. And I think it's been ruled to have come off the back of the bat. Just brushing the back of the bat. Probably. Let's have another look.
That hit?
There's definitely a deviation.
Yeah,
after it passes the bat.
What does it hit? I guess is the question.
It might have been swinging.
You think so? After,
as I said earlier.
Yeah.
After it bounced.
Yeah, let's have a look here again.
It's going to be difficult for us to make a definitive call here.
Still not sure. But the bat, if you look at his hands though, they were very low. I'm not sure where it hit, but his hands were very low. So that's why I don't think he hit it.
But also the way the ball died on wicketkeeper Luanda Pretorius was a bit weird as well.
Unless he came off the glove, then maybe you can understand why it died down a little bit. But just from looking at that again, doesn't look like it
didn't take, almost the slopey bit of the back of the bat.
Yeah,
just watch again how this ball behaves after it passes the bat.
I think it swung after it missed the bat. I really do.
And the dipping?
Yeah.
Is that not a
bit quite quickly, yeah.
Bit of topspin put on the ball as it hit the bat. Well, we'll never know. Umpire Brad White a lot closer to the action than we are. Junior Dala's on a hat-trick. What a turnaround.
He's probably been, out of the 4 seamers today, probably has been the most inconsistent. But he's picked up all the wickets.
And you can see there that Brad White straight away looked at the square leg umpire. I think to make sure did it carry. So I think he's pretty sure immediately that it's come off the bat.
Yeah, nonetheless, new batter. Seletwane. He comes in perhaps probably a lot earlier than he expected, given how the DP ball lines were going after lunch. But 3 very quick wickets have changed that, and the momentum has changed very quickly too. Better delivery. Packed offside. 2 slips in the gully. They've packed the offside. The leg side. Still got the fine leg and the square leg on the boundary. But it's almost as if they're saying to Junior Dala, if you give us a bad ball, we'll give you protection for the short ball maybe on the onside. and will protect the covers on the offside. Because usually when you've taken out the new batter in, you usually have 2 guys in the covers, not 3. And I think because of the way they've bowled this afternoon, they're still happy to protect, but then hopefully take wickets like they've done so far. It's a good bouncer. Good bouncer. So hello, good afternoon, Seletwani.
Seletwani's made a good start to his Lions career. Scores of 49 and 30. And on both occasions, he came in when there'd been a little clatter of wickets. Been under a little bit of pressure and helped stabilise matters. And once again, that's the case here. 3 wickets falling for 12 runs.
That's the end of the 23rd over, 97 for 3. And with that, there will be a commentary change. Pendula comes in with Ken Boland.
Junior Darlow suddenly got 3 for 37. Remarkable turnaround for him. And suddenly the DP World Lions are under quite some pressure. Dom Hendricks, the mainstay, he really does need to dig deep and stay there now. 33 not out. Dan Khalim is just putting the finishing touches to his field. A deep backward point going back to the boundary.
Three wickets down now for the Lions. Not really what they had in their equation. But since they're here now, they need to rework what they need to rework. Mitchell van Buren, as he ducked down on the ball, might seem like he left that bat hanging in the air. An instant loss in his wicket after batting so well throughout the season so far. So that's a big loss for the Lions right now. They still have Connor Esterhazen coming in next. Leading run scorer of the tournament. 175, 203 in his 2 respective innings. Delano Potgieter, fresh from an unbeaten 169. Bjorn Fortuin scored a couple of hundreds throughout the CSA 4-day series. So it's not, might be dark right now, might not be as gloomy as yet for the Lions.
Yeah, they've got a good number of in-form batters still to come. But that deficit is 270, and just fancies they really don't want to be losing any more wickets before the tea break. But Seletwani has shown already this season that he's got the ability to dig in.
Batted valiantly in that final innings, or rather in that final session versus the Dolphins in the last round. Richard Seletwani getting 49 runs. Just lost his head so close to a very nice milestone which we saw Jorik van Schalkwyk get to, his maiden half century. There's the perfect platforms for him to work a good innings here, Richard Seletwani. Dan Khalim bowling with good control here.
Started a bit ropily after lunch. but has pulled it back nicely in his last few overs. Has found his length and also bowling a good line, a good tight line, straightish.
Opened the bowling a couple of times for the Titans, Dayan Khalim, which speaks to his good ability once he starts getting into a full flow. Look at that ball. Look at just this over and the way that it's being constructed. Richard Seletwane having no choice but to play at that ball. And that's what you always want, especially when you have those two slips and the gully.
Khalim able to swing the ball. So I guess when the Titans reckon there could be a bit of swing around, they do often give him the new ball. Not today, though.
A more of a Junior Dala approach seems to have been the most effective one, having taken all of the 3 wickets. That was in display with that last ball from Khalim, hitting that deck really hard and trying to extract as much of it from as possible. Richard Seletwane deals with it, yet to score a run, 98 for 3 after 24 overs.
Yeah, all 3 of Dala's wickets came from shortish deliveries, and all 3 of them, maybe the batter's misreading the bounce a bit. We saw Josh Richards just play too early and loop a ball to cover, trying to play a cut shot. Reza Hendricks on the pull, also misreading the bounce, little feather of an edge, and then Mitchell van Buren actually trying to leave the ball, and it didn't get up as much as he expected and brushed the bat.
Maybe the surface not playing as the same as it was playing when they were bowling. The Lions saw yesterday was extremely good carry. And then on top of that, saw those bounces to Jorik van Schalkwyk. They were hounding him. And so when you come in and you bat, with the expectation is that you'd think that the ball is going to do the same here, especially if your knowledge is that on day 2 and 3, it gets better to bat historically. But not the case here, as those casualties have felt.
Well, it's certainly a strength of Junior Dala, hitting the deck hard, bowling back of a length, and maybe he figures that is his most likely route to get wickets. He's got 3 of them. Maybe just relying on the vagaries of the bounce.
Has deep square leg, deep fine leg. Oi, that is a nasty one from Junior Dala. Really good pace bowling here.
And he's bowling from there where there has been a bit more bounce on the 2 days. That one was not that short. That really stood up on Dom Hendricks. Did well to keep it down.
Nasty business from Junior Dala. A player with the experience of Dominic Hendricks should push that away and get ready for the next ball. Easier said than done, though. A little bit full going for that Yorker. But since he already went back on that back foot, you'd expect that the feet might be easier to be stationary. Leave it if you dare. Good string of deliveries here from Junior Dala. Going short, going into the block hole, and then hitting the perfect length. Was a great leave from Dominic Hendricks. Didn't show any fear in playing that ball. Never hesitated at all as well. It's a great contest between the Lions captain and the Titans spearhead bowler. goes to the deep mid wicket. It's going to be retrieved by Lazard Williams. And in the over, finally a run that gets it to take for a bit for the DP World Lions. 99 for 3 after 25 overs.
Junior Dala playing his second game of the season. Bowled 23 overs in all in Potchefstroom. No wickets for 112 runs. So the 3 wickets he's taken in this sudden burst this afternoon are his first of the season.
Donovan Ferreira did speak about wanting his team to make the SuperSport Park a fortress for the momentum multiply Titans. Build a wall and stuff it with all the Titans. Make sure nothing penetrates and makes it theirs. So far, so good with the style of bowling that they've executed. Junior Dala, like you said, has struggled away. Maybe that is what you need when you come back home. Make it work, and then it is going to give you confidence for the rest of the season.
The Titans were playing at probably the 2 hardest venues in the country for pace bowlers. Potchefstroom and Paarl in their opening 2 games that they lost. So they should be feeling a lot more comfortable back at home.
A single from the captain, Dominic Hendricks, brings up the 100 runs for the DP World Lions. Has not been smooth sailing. Nonetheless, they get to triple figures.
Just under 2 hours batting time for the 100. So going on at a good pace. The Lions, 4 to the over. But one just feels they need to consolidate. Try and bat it up until tea without losing any more wickets.
The loss of Joshua Richards hurt. He's had a tough 2 seasons, Joshua Richards. And now he's scored 2 half centuries this season. And he always does it in such good fashion and flair once Joshua Richards gets it to go. But as any batter who holds themselves in high regard, they want to convert those starts into big ones. And even after he's lost his wicket so long ago, he still has more than half of the runs of the team. That's how important he was at the top of the order. So it's a massive loss for the Lions.
Especially since it was a really soft dismissal as well. Ball halfway down the pitch from Junior Dala, and he had every right to smash it to the boundary, did Josh Richards, but sent the cut shot straight to cover. Very soft.
And so the situation is here, 3 wickets down upon them arriving to a century of runs. Still 268 runs behind. They need to score 119 to avoid the follow-on. Remember, the follow-on in 4-day cricket is 150 and not the conventional 200 that you'd see in a test match. So still need 118 runs to avoid the follow-on. Richard Seletwane is off the mark. The end of the day, with the fielders out in the deep, in the leg side, they're only utilizing a mid-on for Richard Seletwane. So it's an easy pocket if he just gets it to that short leg or that square leg area. It's exactly what he did to get that one. That is quite a delivery from Dayan Khalim. Goes over Luandre Pretorius, had no chance. It's going to be wided by umpire Kasa.
Fortunate that Pretorius did manage to just get a glove on it. Otherwise, that would have been over the boundary. Just a bit more of a wind picking up this afternoon, which will be welcome for the fielding side. Very warm day in Centurion. Blowing, as you look on the screen now, from the right to the left.
We saw the wind yesterday help Lesotho Pamela a lot midway in the innings at around over number 50, 60, where you'd expect that the ball is dead and has no life, but it was exactly then where Lesotho Pamela made it hoop around and caused big problems, finding the edge of Luandre Pretorius with one that seemingly pitched outside the leg stump and went across him onto the fourth stump outside or off stump. It was really good bowling from Sipamla using that wind. What can happen here with Khalim? As you mentioned, he is a man for his swing bowling. Deep square leg has been employed by the Titans. It's going to go for a single. It's a valuable partnership that's needed for the Lions, at least to have some platform for the rest of their order. 105 for 3 after 26.
We saw the momentum multiply Titans maybe not totally capitalising on an opening stand of 123 that they had between Secho Senekwani and Jorg van Skalkwyk. Lions in danger of doing the same. A brilliant start for them, 85 without loss. Richards and Dom Hendricks suddenly became 97 for 3. Change of bowling at the Henops River end. Lazard Williams, 4 overs for 21 runs in his first spell.
One of the Protea players coming down playing the 4-day series here. It's always so good to see your Proteas in here. Never know what you're going to learn, especially when you get a bright mixture of experience and youth in the squad. Last round, we saw Keshaf Maharaj do magic for the Dolphins, both with bats and ball. And so it's these kinds of players you want to see play more here and even get themselves game time, get themselves loose. And it's good areas from Lazard Williams.
You mentioned Keshav Maharaj, just good batting last week for the Dolphins down the order. Oh, Lazard Williams made 44. Came in late yesterday, batted really well this morning too. Nicely played through mid-wicket for a couple by Dom Hendricks. Yeah, Lazard Williams' innings making the difference really between the Titans being bowled out for less than 350 and their eventual total of 368.
That's what the Titans have had in their order. A lower order that knows how to fire back to the bowling. Past couple of games, they had to. Top order struggled, except for those 1-2 performances here and there. Except for the consistency of Luandre Pretorius and Donovan Ferreira. You have those performances come here and there for the Titans, and also Dan Khalim with a score of 50 and 100, but still, the Titans' dogfights at the deep end of their batting order is very commendable. And when it mixes with a good top order, you get themselves into a decent score like what they have here in this innings. It's very good stuff here from Lizard Williams. He's been at the stumps since ball one. And the fact that he's going around the wickets, over the wickets, and now he's going back to around the wicket again shows a test of skill, of accuracy, and just testing the batter's different angles of his defenses.
Two men going deep behind square on the leg side. And that's why.
Over number 27. It's 107 for the loss of 3. The players are going to have a little bit of a sip. It's been quite the fight back from the Titans. Junior Dala, the man with the golden arm and the golden hand, getting all 3 wickets for the Lions so far. And so the Lions trail by 261 as we go on for drinks. Hundred and seven for three. Janko Smit brings us back. Brings us back with a wide-ish delivery, and it was the Titans who came back with Lazard Williams previously and now with Janko Smit. So they're going back to the attack bowlers just to supplement the work of Junior Dala. Change of commentary as well with Ken Borland vacating. Mondezondegi joins us once more.
Yeah, once again, good afternoon to our viewers. And 107 for 3. Got off to a really good start at DP World Lions, but just lost their way. Quick 3 wickets that they lost. Good drive. Through the gap. Has gone for 4. Overpitched by Janko Smit. And nice way to get a boundary. His first boundary, Seletwane. Nice little push drive into the covers for another boundary.
He's going to enjoy that one, Richard Seletwane. It was a wide half volley from Janko Smit. The first ball got signs that it's going to be wide. But this one is just much more fuller to the meat of the bat. Great extension and flow of the bat by Richard Seletwane. And good placement to get his first boundary. So it's important here for Janko Smit to find the correct length and not allow Seletwane to get into his game.
Yeah, they didn't bowl very well. Multiple Titans, but this man with the new ball was probably the most impressive out of all the seamers. Just going for 13 in his first spell. 5 overs for 13. No wicket for him so far, but he's bowled pretty well. Gave Dominic Hendricks quite a bit of trouble. He's still there. Beat him outside the edge a couple of times. Does seem to be getting a bit of swing away from the right-hander, though. Janko Smit. So that's a good sign for them. At least a bit of movement in the air for the Titans. We need wickets.
It's getting assistance by the wind that's blowing. The side screen is just hushing and bushing. The wind is blowing the trees across. So from the right to the left of your screen, pushing that ball away from the right-hander, which assists with that movement. So it's going to be interesting now when he's going to be facing Dominic Hendricks when he comes into bowl, that the ball will be coming back to the left-hander. So it's all these different threats. Now he was beating his edge earlier on. Now it brings the stumps very much in play if he's going to be getting that ball to come in.
Yeah, besides just that one loose delivery, it's been a decent over so far by Smith, just going for that one boundary.
The bowler in you will never die, Monda. Seeing the cricket ball being juggled as a football.
Once a bowler, always a bowler. That's better length. Good ball to the end. He's 6th over, 28 gone, 111 for 3.
Very good prospect, Janko Smit. Got his debut last season. And boy, didn't he impress. It was right here in Centurion where he played first, and then he played his second game against the Lions in that final. And they're still showing him more promise and more game time, especially in the first-class stuff. It's good that he's returning the favor with a good performance here.
Yeah, so far so good for the young man. Just Lazard Williams, he's back into the attack. He did open the bowling this morning. Perhaps not at his best. Yeah, it's been had a long layoff because of a knee injury that he picked up last season. It's nice to see him back on the park. He's gone for 23 in his 5 overs. You can see he was a little bit expensive earlier on. Let's see if he can come back quite nicely here and keep things a bit tight.
Dominic Hendricks is not going to rush his work. It's just the way he's always been, and it's the way he'll always will be. Anchors the innings at the top last season, getting a couple of centuries for the Lions, a nice big one as well, going for 157, which was his highest score in the season, Dominic Hendricks. So he can bat here the whole day, come in and bat the whole of tomorrow too.
Good bowling once again. There's a third man out on the offside. It's just one. I'll be hoping he can find his length and his line here. Lazard Williams, very experienced, been around for a long time. Has played for South Africa as well, so a wealth of experience. Just didn't go too well first spell, but he's got a good chance here to come back and rectify that first spell.
Got the outside edge of Dominic Hendricks' bat there. Squared him up a little bit. Soft hands though from Dominic Hendricks. Places the ball onto the ground. Those are good signs for Lazard Williams that the length is working. The line worked at that time, but with the left-right combination with Seletwane and Hendricks, it's now going to be an adjustment needed for Lazard Williams.
Yeah, just a mid-wicket again. Seems like he's catching. Straight again. Just the line a little bit too straight. Going back to what you're talking about, left-right combination can be a little bit disruptive for a bowler. Having to change his line all the time, especially if they keep getting those singles, those easy singles, and rotating the strike. You always got and the field is always constantly moving because you have to change the field all the time. It can be frustrating for the fielding side, especially for the bowler.
And normally the problem and challenge that comes with bowling to Dominic Hendricks and his partner is that he's a much shorter batter than his partner. But here with Richard Seletwane, that difference is not that much. So at least the changes in the lengths won't be that much for Lazard Williams, and it will just be honing in on the correct lines. So the lengths are working, and they're working so beautifully. It's a great leave from Dominic Hendricks.
I think that's about his third no ball here, Lazard Williams, today. So disciplines haven't been very good by the momentum multiple Titans. Though that last delivery did seem like it had a bit of movement away from the right-hander. So perhaps the conditions are changing and assisting with a bit of movement in the air. They went away from the right hand. That's where the wind is blowing, from right to left. And your screen, it would be from left to right. Overpitched, driven for 4. 2-4. Hendricks has been there for a long time. He's seeing it quite nicely. Not even try to hit it too hard. Just a nice push into the gap. And that's another boundary.
It's a superb shot from Dominic Hendricks. He's not going to force the play. He's going to wait for the ball. That allows him to play his strokes. There's a huge gap through the covers, and he exploits it ever so wonderfully. Great shot from Hendricks. He moves to 44. The margin of error is not that much when you're bowling to quality. And when you're bowling to quality, you need to keep it there. But Dominic Hendricks shan't be tempted by those. He's already gotten the damage.
Yeah, he's got patience. If it's outside row stamp, I think he'll tell himself to leave it. And usually, he's pretty good at that. Wants you to bowl at him. But as a bowler, don't get bored either. Just keep bowling it outside row stamp. Let him come to you. Most batters love to feel bat on ball, so it's going to be the fight of who's more patient. It's got to be in the mindset of the bowler to just keep bowling the ball outside or sub, get it to the keeper. Not a bad line and ball. No runs there.
It's 118 for 3 after 29 overs. Very interesting field and line of bowling to Dominic Hendricks. I'm just looking. There's a huge gap that we're speaking about through the covers, but then it's heavily reinforced on the leg side, but the bowling was for the offside, and maybe we're going to discuss it a little bit further once he comes back to bowl Lazard Williams and see if he continues with the same tactic so that we can see it in full flow. But right now, bowling to Richard Seletwane, it's a very loose leg side field. You're going to get your 2 slips, a reinforced cover area with an extra cover and a cover. So you are going to see a lot of balls outside that off stump by Janko Smith. Just right there. And what a good length to start off. Defending it halfway, Richard Seletwane.
And again, because of how badly they started with the bowling, not Janko Smith in particular, because I thought he was pretty good. For a new batter, you want to be attacking as much as you can to try to pick up the wicket early on. A lot of batters are very vulnerable as they walk onto the wicket. And just feel like they can't attack the way they want to because of the fact that they've gone for runs and they've gone for runs quickly. Seem to be getting that momentum back a little bit slowly. But you do want to give yourself the best chance to get the new batter in as quickly as possible. Just because of the fact that they were very expensive up front and became very negative in terms of their field placing and not attacking. A bit better now, like the fact that the point is up in the circle. No easy runs or singles on the offside. Pack cover, 2 slips and a gully.
It is a game that goes with its ebbs and flows. And right now it has come to a point where if you get those 3 wickets, and especially in how quickly those wickets came for Junior Dala and the Titans, you then feel like you have reset the work that has been done, especially if you get the guy who's been hitting you out the most, Joshua Richards, 54 from 56. So now it's as if you've rebalanced the game, and so you should go into that attack and show that you are there. Richard Seletwane is still on 6 runs. You could say that additionally, even though they are in the inner ring, they could come in a little bit tighter and just squeeze Seletwane of room.
Yeah, the point seems to be quite deep on the offside. Yes, it's not on the boundary, but also playing in the half, though, the ball does get to you quite quickly. And on the surface, that's pretty good. And the timing of the batter, if he does hit the ball quite nice, it'll get to you pretty quickly. So I can understand why maybe on this surface and here up in the high field where you want to give yourself a chance. Yeah, again, that's what Ken and I were talking about earlier. Just ball them out, outside off stump, get the ball to the keeper. Batters naturally are going to want to keep scoring, and one of them is going to take that chance to decide, I'm going to go after this ball, and gives you an opportunity with 2 slips and a gully, and you got protection on the offside. So just keep that line in length. Outside off stump, ball them out.
And with the nice balance of this of the field here, with that deep fine leg in and the square leg in, it also allows Janko Smith to occasionally go in for the attack in the stumps after he gets the batter used outside the off stump.
Yeah, again, good disciplines. Though I would say, though, to your point, to the new batter, you don't mind him playing because he just got onto the wicket. It's Dominic Hendricks, the one you need to really worry about in terms of bowling 2 straight. Bowling outside or stump to him, I don't mind. The new batter, if you want to be a little bit more attacking as he comes in, if you can't get him out then you can go back to, we'll keep it outside or stump and bowl them out. But as a new batter comes in, you do want him to play. You do want to give yourself a chance to get him out as soon as possible.
And you want to get him out so that you can get probably the next batter out, Connor Esterhazen. He's ballooned that average with his 2 big scores of 175 and 203. Delano Borgeter also getting into the 40s. Imagine how crazy it is having your number 6 and number 7 averaging the 40s, and then your number 8 averaging basically 31.
We've seen Bloemfontein bat. He's got some 50s in 4-day cricket. Actually helped. I think the Lions played against Western Province a couple of years ago where he got but I really wanted the back end when the Dorfa DP World Lions were in a bit of trouble. So we know he can bat. Average of 30s is really good for a guy who's a spinner first and then a batter. No ball again. He's had problems with the no ball throughout his spell so far here today. I think that's his 4th one. Just need to tidy up those little disciplines. Because if you do get a wicket of a no ball, he'll be very, very angry with himself.
And if you're going to bowl them that frequently, 36 deliveries, and you bowl 4 no balls, so that means it's a no ball every 9 balls. Very high chance of that delivery definitely being a wicket. Actually saw what happened to Cody Yusuf, was playing in this game last season. Especially once the batters get in, then you get that breakthrough that you have been searching for, and then you give it away because of your own wrongdoing.
Yeah, also Lazard Williams started off around the wicket to the lefty, but now he's changed. He's gone over. Maybe looking to get that angle to help him get the ball across the left-hander. And, all the protection is pretty much on the off side. You got a square leg and a fine leg, was very square. On the leg side, good delivery again. Starting to settle it a little bit. I'm sure that that's what the Titans will want. The momentum, multiple Titans. Just to keep that run rate going down. And it has been so far, having lost those wickets. And we're going at around 4.5 to 5 runs and over at some point. Now, just under 4 runs and over. So they are doing a good job in terms of reeling it back. And of course, those 3 wickets that Junior Dalla did pick up certainly helped.
Apart from those no balls as well, Lazard Williams has been on the absolute mark. Look at that. It's absolutely beautiful from the pacer.
Yeah, much better. Going across the left-hander, that's the angle he was looking for. And that's why he changed his angle. Instead of coming around the wicket, decided to go over. Let the angle work for you. Got 1 slip and 1 gully.
It's very sweet from Lazard Williams. Just moving it away. And in the previous 2 overs in his return, he was going over and around. He's keeping it very consistent now. He's honed in on a very good area.
Yeah, they'll be hoping he stays there all day long. Just tight outside off stump, 4th, 5th stump. Might be tempted if I was him to ask the skipper if he can actually get me another slip in there. Get me 2 slips in the gully. You can take someone out, either the 3rd man or even the cover. And if you're not going to bowl short, yeah, the square leg, why not? If you're going to keep it at this length, oh, and there he goes with the short ball, as I was saying, if you're going to keep it at that length, but nope, tries a shorter ball after a really good over so far, gives him a loose nut, pulls it for 4.
Don't feel it was worth it for the over that he's constructed here, Monde. It was so good. He came in even straighter for the previous ball. It would have been so good if he kept it there just one more time. But you applaud the effort and just trying to out something to get Hendricks out. But he's played for too long, Hendricks. The ball didn't lift up as much as well. It was really easy for him to pull it away for 4.
Yeah, if you are going to bowl that short ball, as you say, it needs to be above the shoulders, where it's going to be harder for him to control it. And you got 2 guys out on the field on the onside. Here we go. That's the shorter delivery. The height is much better. But I would say, having bowled so well, his lines were so good earlier on, didn't really need to change much. But he did. He went for a boundary. And that's the end of the 31st over. 124 for 3. Lazard Williams had no ball and 6 runs from that over.
Dugouts sitting next to each other. Having a chill. Lotso Pamela's there for the Lions. But right now, what matters the most is that Dominic Hendricks and Richard Seletswane are there in the crease. Janko Smith has the ball.
Yeah, he's been swinging the ball quite nicely away from the right-hander. And if he's going to bowl the ball coming around the wicket, if he is going to try to swing it back into the lefty, then I prefer him to come over the wicket instead of around. You get the LBW in if it does swing back, and if it doesn't, then you got that angle that works for you across the left-hander. Just puts a bit of doubt in the batter's mind if I should play this one or not, because you don't know if it's coming back at you or if it's staying across you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful length. Now imagine if you've already seen it in the previous over, Lazard Williams coming over the wickets with that foolish delivery to Dominic Hendricks. He was not having a good time with it. So maybe that echoes your suggestion here, Monde. that maybe across the line works, and especially with that extra bounce that he gets because of that high action and release, that whippiness of his hand, might put Dominic in trouble.
That one didn't go as planned. Goes the other way, though. Still able to swing, but away from the left hand. That just started off very, very late. He beat Dominic Hendricks, as I said earlier, from this angle, come around the wicket, and was able to get the ball to nip away or to swing away from the left-hander. Not the easiest thing to do, coming around the wicket, to try to get the ball to leave the left-hander from around the wicket. Yeah, almost a wide, that one. Very wide.
Sometimes happens when you try to force the outswinger that you push the ball out with it as well. It's going to get that control working, which he does. That's good stuff.
Yeah, he's been patient today. Even the previous over, got the ball to the keeper many times in that over. And again, trying to employ the same tactics here to the left-hander. Just get it to the keeper. And so far, so good. I think the young man showing all the senior bowlers how to bowl on the surface.
But of all the bowlers you could try to bowl out, it will become a ball contest between you and Dominic Hendricks. He doesn't lose many of those.
Yeah, it's a game of patience. Oh, I came back quite nicely in the air. Good quick single, good run. Good run. Now again, not a bad delivery at all. That's why I'd grab him around the wicket. I mean, over the wicket, as I said earlier. He's getting to swing it pretty much every delivery now. So he's got the ball moving around in the air. I would still think really hard about coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, no single, sorry. Wasn't taken. Hendricks still facing.
It was a good quick call to turn around for Dominic Hendricks.
He's in 49 too. Just one run short of 50.
Good attacking bowling from Janko Smith. Started with the first couple of deliveries being outside of the off stump, being a little bit too wide even. Dominic Hendricks was not interested in playing those balls. And even though it is a game of patience, Monde, you can still be patient, still tempt the batter to play at deliveries, because a player is not going to lose their wickets if they are just leaving the ball. So changing it up here, Janko Smith, getting Dominic to play in these last 2-3 deliveries.
2-4, driven, no run. So he's stuck on 49, Hendricks. That's the end of the 32nd over. A good one, maiden. 124 for 3. The DP World Lions. Dominic Hendricks going along quite nicely. Just being joined by Seletwane. It was on 6 only.
What a good player to have batting with you as a teenager. Richard Seletwane must be a sponge. One of the nicest lads in the under-19 setup. So respectful. Good work ethic. Represented the under-19 South Africans last year's World Cup. And here he is now presenting the Lions in his professional setup. Did get his professional debut last season, Richard Seletwane.
Yeah, promising young man. Let's hope he can kick on. Just looking at the field once again. You don't want to be hopping on the same point over and over again. But like I said earlier, new batter, you only got one slip from. International bowler Lizard Williams. He has played for South Africa. You would think he'd want someone else there catching. But again, I think the momentum multiplied Titans was scared off by the start that the Lions had, a very good start that they did have. Became very defensive, and they've become very defensive, even though there's a new batter. It's just don't want to concede too many runs. I think that's what they're bowling to here. I like the fact that they're still going to the keeper, especially Smith, but Lizard Williams as well, that last delivery. But I think I'd still be a little bit more attacking to the new batter if I was them.
They employed a weird strategy to Dominic Hendricks when he was in his 30s, opening up the covers and reinforcing the leg side. But if you can do that to someone who's in the 30s, you can surely remove someone somewhere and put in that slip fielder, especially with the areas Lazard Williams is hitting in the spell.
There we go. Outside of stump to the keeper.
See, it's those areas that Lazard Williams is hitting that can entice Richard Seletwane, who's now being bogged down at 6 from 27 deliveries, barely getting runs to flow. And so if you tempt him to ones that he feels like he can hit, just go a little bit more attacking. You put in that second slip in.
Yeah, there we go. Starting to work up a nice rhythm here, Lazard.
You know, and I think with the second slip as well, especially as he's bowling the ball that wide, if the player is going to hit the ball, you're going to have a big flash at it.
And also, if you can keep your disciplines and keep that line outside or stump to the keeper, then I don't think you necessarily need mid-wicket. And even a square leg, unless you want to keep hitting on the short ball here and there. That's going to be a surprise delivery, though. So I would take out those 2 men from the onside and put them on the offside. Get more catches at slip. And then keep bowling out wide and keep it there all day long.
You can't really also say that he can abandon the short ball, but maybe he can put it aside just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Well, even if you don't have the square leg, you can still give him 1 or 2. Not consistently giving him the short ball, but as a surprise delivery.
If he has the mid-wickets, he can push the fine leg even squarer and cover a bit more distance with that short ball too. But he doesn't use it. Goes for the full one outside that off stump. It's a really good shot from Seletwane, longer side of the boundary. Despite the carpet, Donovan Ferreira saves a single. They're going to run 3. Ends the over at 127 for 3. So a good over from Lazard Williams. And you were speaking about it, Monde. It's only a matter of time until one of the deliveries is going to get flashed at by the batters. And it's more likely going to be a Seletwane. But that one just a little bit too full from Williams. They go for 3.
Yeah, also, because they've looked like they're settling a bit now, the 2 bowlers, into a nice, decent rhythm in terms of lines and length. You are still going to get 1 or 2 bad deliveries. That's just the nature of how life works in cricket. But at least I can see the plan. And so far, they've executed it quite well. And if you're going to it's fine if the ball is swinging, especially, to be a bit fuller. And if you can, might be able to nick somebody off with a very full delivery too if it's still swinging.
I think this is the field that we were talking about just before. You get that fine leg, you put him a little bit squarer so that he can cover that distance, and you leave mid-wickets out here just in case if that short ball comes and it's mistimed, it's going to be caught in the inner ring. Then you reinforce that slip cordon, and finally the 2 slips are in place.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were asking for, just the previous over. So this is looks like a lot better for me anyway. 2 straight on the legs. Put away nicely by Seletwane. We'll see if it does get to the boundary, but the timing seems to have been there. It's a fast outfield. It's going for another boundary. Just picked up a boundary. The previous over from Lazard Williams, the last ball of the over. And he picks up another one. 2 full this time by Yanko Smith. And at his legs, puts it away for another boundary.
As a batter, that's what you'd ask for if you were to receive a ball right in the swing of his bat arc. And just like that, the plan is abandoned by Donovan Ferreira. They remove the second slip. They go back to the man down in the deep square leg, deep fine leg. And the short stuff arrives from Yanko Smith, but there's absolutely zero incentive for Richard Seletwane to go on any form of attack here, having gotten 4 runs in the over already. It was a super shot to guide it through between mid-on and mid-wicket. foul on the same score Hendricks is on now. He will want to change that, having seen what Jorik van Schalkwyk did.
Good delivery. There we go. There we go. Just outside the off stump. Again, he's getting some nice shape away from the right-hander. But what is disappointing is they've taken out the slip. We were just praising them for putting that slip in there, but they've taken him out. And he's going to square leg now. Now you just beat the bat outside off stump. Yeah, just, again, mentality. Don't think it's been right since the start of the innings where they bowl poorly. Ever since then, I've really been scared to be attacking. It's time short. Yeah, they've got a man out there. On square leg, who they just moved from slip. We'll play it by Seletwani. Didn't seem troubled at all by that short one.
Like stated earlier in the over, there's no reason for him to try and attack it. 4 runs in the over is more than enough because that is the current innings run rate. All that's more important is just growing this partnership, which is currently on 34 runs. And these are areas where it's like Janko Smith is playing with Donovan Ferreira. Bowls a ball that needs reinforcing the leg side, which goes for 4. They remove a slip, and then he bowls ones that move away. But Seletwani takes 4 from it, 131, and they still trail by 237. Deficit at 237 means that the Lions still need 87 runs to win. They need to get to 150 in order for them to secure their first batting bonus point. They got all 4 bowling bonus points. So that's something to be excited about. So now the question is, can they maximize their batting bonus points? The Titans have already have their first bowling bonus point by getting wicket number 3. And then every second wicket from now onwards will earn them a point. So the next point is at wicket number 5, and then wicket number 7, and wicket number 9. It's a good shot from Dominic Hendricks. Wonderfully driven through the covers. And for the 55th time in his first-class career, the captain of the DP World Lions makes it to 50 runs.
He's played well. Been patient. On the other end, when he opened with Richards, he was scoring pretty quickly from one end, but Dominic Hendricks kept his composure, just played anchor, and he's been doing this all day. He does this for a living. He likes to play, gives himself time. He's never in a rush. Just over pitched there again by Lizard Williams. It's first ball of the over, so that puts him under a little bit of pressure now in this over. Good comeback.
The issue now with the Titans, 4 overs in a row, Monde. They've given a boundary ball.
Yeah, 4 ball. That was exactly what we spoke about earlier on, just before the lunch break, when they were going for runs quite quickly. Every over seemed to be 1 or 2 balls that could be put away from the boundary. They were never keeping them quiet or building any pressure. Every time there was 1 or 2 dot balls, there was a 4 ball all the time. And that was a problem before lunch. And it settled down after lunch a little bit. But now it seems to be picking back up again a little bit here with Lizard Williams. Got hit for 4 the previous over. And once again here again. Getting driven for 4. And there's a change in field again. There's a flying third man here. And Titans are just trying everything.
Short stuff coming.
Yeah,
That's the only thing.
Strange field once again. Very strange field. I've never seen anything like this in my life. They've got, this is the 4-day game. They've got on the offside, they've got a cover and a third man / point on the boundary. Got a flying third man. Covers are open on the offside pretty much. And they've got like 2 square legs. Yeah.
I totally see where they are.
So confusing.
I totally see where they are coming from with the short stuff. That's if he's gonna bowl short, he was going all in. you get your flying third slip over, your flying slip over there, because so often now we have a game where they play that ram shot over the slip fielders. So let's try catch that. If it causes bowling across, Dominic Hendricks is going to go for a cut shot. And if it's high enough, it might get a top edge to the deep point. The leg side needs no question, because if you have a fine leg and a deep square leg, he also had 3 inner ring fielders on the leg side. So the only thing that was coming was going to be the short stuff, reinforce the leg, reinforce the offside. But it was very well handled from Dominic Hendricks.
This is literally the strangest field I've ever seen in my life. I'm not kidding when I say that. It's the strangest field I've ever seen in my life. On the onside, jeepers, I've never seen anything like this. It's hard to explain. There's a fine leg. Then there's another fine leg, but he's in the circle. And then there's a square leg. Then there's another mid-wicket who's on the boundary. Then there's another mid-wicket who's in the circle catching. There's a short ball you were talking about earlier over the keeper's head.
It's only going to be short stuff with the way that they've set it up.
I need to take a picture of this. I've never seen anything like this. It's different cricket.
Maybe our producers can help us out with this one, because it's what we call creative captaincy. Breaking the textbooks here, man.
I'm not sure I'll be calling it that myself, but yeah.
They're just rewriting the textbook. They're going for the same field again. So remember, you can only have 2 fielders behind the batter's back. So 2 fielders behind square. So they have the fine leg and the deep backward and the backward square for that. Then on the leg side, you have your mid wickets. You also have another short mid on and a deep square leg. So that's 5 fielders on the leg side. And then that flying slip and the deep third.
Yeah, there's creative, and then there's, I'm not sure what is going on. I'm not going to put this down to being creative. I'm just,
Let's deliberate it a little bit, though, Monte. Let's deliberate it a little bit. If short balls are going to be bowled to Dominic Hendricks, where are his scoring options?
He's going to pull it, or cut, or either pull it, or hook it onto the outside. This flying third man here is only for if it's outside or stop, but he decides to open the face of the bat and try gut it over the keepers. We haven't seen him try to do that. I don't know. Like this fine, there's 2 fine legs, by the way. One's in the circle, one's at the back.
Now, those are to Dominic Hendricks.
And there's also 2 mid wickets. There's one at the boundary, car corner, if you will, and then there's one in the circle. Yeah, no, this is different cricket.
It's a no ball from Lizard Williams. It is different cricket indeed.
You're
to make it normal.
Well, I'm not sure if they're no balls for the front foot, because you're allowed to have 2 and over. How many short balls has he bowled so far? So they haven't been specific in terms of, was that for, he's bowled 4 no balls already in the game. I think he's saying for height. I think that's what they're discussing. It's a no ball because it was your 3rd bouncer in this over of yours. And that's why they called it a no ball. And I think Brad Watt was explaining to them it wasn't a front foot no ball, because he has bowled a lot of no balls today. Last ball to a very strange field.
But you were getting it. Now he's going to try and target the body a bit more, if that's where they're putting the leg slip.
Yeah, they got a leg slip in now. They got a conventional slip. They got a flying third man. They got a third man on point. They got a fine leg and a square leg on the boundary. 2 mid wickets.
Attacking the body. And Dominic Hendricks, when you put the leg slip over there, he probably knows the plan as well as a captain. That's why you saw him intentionally open up his face, his body, so that he plays it in front of square and avoids Jorik van Schalkwyk at the leg slip. It's inventive cricket here. You got to do anything you can to try and get a wicket.
You call it inventive. I have different words for it, but that's fine. That's fine.
138 for 3. This is what we call the evolution of the game.
Yeah, you might call it that. I again, different word for it, but yeah, okay. I'll leave it as innovation.
I think Monday will need to go and process all of this once we have our commentary chain.
Tell people I know about this field. The Gautrain. They're probably looking at this field, seeing the field and thinking, what is going on down there?
It's running away from us, probably.
Yeah.
But we broke it down pretty well. We saw the idea. Maybe the idea is not a fan favorite, but it's an idea nonetheless. You'd rather that than just waiting for the batter to make a mistake for you and offer you a wicket. You just disrupt their chain of thought.
Well, now they've changed again for Franco Smith. He's coming around the wicket. There is no mid-on. I saw this during the one-day game they played last year. It was very, very weird field. Matthew Bose, I think, was playing for them at the time. And he had a weird field, something similar to this in a one-day game. They're doing it again. This time, the duty falls on to Yanko Smith, and it's a single taken. And again, we're about to explain that field that he's having, because I think it's pretty similar to what Lazard Williams had earlier. Just see what he does to Dominic Hendricks, the left-hander now. If it's going to employ the same tactics or is it going to change things?
And also coming to the body line is another different tactic to really squeeze the scoring options. They're giving nothing on the offside, and they're using the same field for Yanko Smith. Your flying slip is still there. Your deep fine leg is there. Deep square leg. The short ball is actually coming into Dominic Hendricks. And so with him actually coming around the wickets, the chances of getting a ramp shot might be there. But Dominic Hendricks hardly plays those, like you had said earlier.
Yeah, let's see what crazy innovative field they have now. Now that Yanko Smith is the one bowling to Dominic Hendricks. Coming around the wicket, nothing's changed. Same thing. Fine leg. There's two fine legs. In fact, and then there's a square leg, and then there's a flying mid wicket, and then there's a conventional mid wicket. So no mid off, no mid on. Everything's going to be short because you can't afford to bowl full because there's nobody at mid off and mid on. So the batters know exactly what's coming.
I think that was the line where you used the leg slip, where they had Jorik van Schalkwyk earlier on. And so since he wasn't there, it's an easy single. And the risk about this is that if you do get that short ball incorrect, you are offering runs. They're gonna get it into the pockets, and if they place it well enough, they might even get a boundary. So it has to be at that shoulder. It has to be at the torso. Oh, got it! It works! The plan works for the Momentum Multiply Titans. The leg slip is the key to breaking the partnership between Richard Seletwane and Dominic Hendricks. Yanko Smith gets the crucial breakthrough.
Yeah, he picks up his first wicket into his 10th over. He picks up Seletwane. Well, just come on. Change tactics. He's on 14. He looked pretty good for his 14, but unfortunately he's got to go. Hit it down to the short fine leg, getting caught on the leg side. Titans will say, job done. Tactic worked. So what are we complaining about? And there we go. Short into his body. Ferreira does the rest. So he's gone now for 14. Partnership of 43 broken. It was a promising partnership coming along quite nicely. 140 for 4.
He is livid with himself, Richard Seletwane. That is not how you want to lose your wicket. It is so soft. And you can see it all written in his body language. But the Titans will be happy, and it's the captain himself who grabs the catch. Look at that smirk in his face. He's like, I told you, boys, I got it. Wonderful work from Donovan Ferreira.
Yeah, well, what's fair to say, even though I'm not a fan at all of this field, is that he bowled to his field. So that is fair to say. And he picked up the wicket, so it certainly worked, but yeah, wouldn't be my go-to tactical field if I was the bowler or captain. But yeah, it worked, so can't be too critical of it.
Inventive. That's the word.
I don't know about inventive, but yeah,
Wonderful.
worked.
Wonderful production work from our Pitch Vision crew. If you don't notice, it's the first time we're getting different angles from our replays. So big shout out to the work that it's being done to the production team. We can see the plan in full flow and in different angles. And you can see Ferreira's name stuck in the bank as he took the catch.
Okay, again, there's a new batter to the wicket. Yesterday, he's really been in good form. Got a double 100 the other couple of weeks ago. You haven't changed the field at all. No slip or one gully. Same field. New batter. Smith goes.
Now, Connor Esterhazen is much, much taller than Dominic Hendricks or Richard Seletwane. Janko Smith has bowled his second short ball of the over. And with Connor Esterhazen firstly being in great form, so in high confidence and being much taller, meaning that the likelihood is that the ball is going to be in his hitting area, he might be more likely to hit the ball and try to go into the attack to counter the field. Because right now, it's exactly how Richard Seletwane lost his wicket. Go short. And he's going to play it behind square.
Back of the length once again. Dot ball. A successful over for Janko Smith. Picked up his first wicket. 1 for 22. His figures do say after 10 overs. So he's been pretty economical as well. 140 for 4 after 36 overs.
That deficit at 228. They need 78 runs to avoid the follow-on. Dominic Hendricks, the captain, has gotten to a half century. Connor Esterhazen, leading run scorer of the tournament so far, has made his way to the crease. And it's the same ploy, same tactic being used by Lazard Williams to Dominic Hendricks. It's basically no one above the square.
Yeah, no leg slipper. Yep, as expected. First ball, short ball. Umpire didn't call it, so certainly haven't seen Brad White say 1 for the over.
Bowling it with much accuracy and with much speed, Lazard Williams. Donovan Ferreira standing basically at a short, fine leg. You could say a flying fine leg. So Dominic Hendricks, he'll be happy to just let these go. And maybe here, you might want to get it to the chest of Dominic Hendricks. And now the height difference is going to tell in the lengths that the bowlers must deliver.
Well, at least with this kind of tactic, it kind of makes it hard for you to bowl that one bad ball or two bad balls every over that we spoke about earlier when you're trying to take the wickets at a fuller length where they've erred and been driven quite a bit. Now you just bowl short all day. And until the batters decide they want to take it on, you can get a couple of dot balls in here, but they haven't taken it on yet, the short ball. The two batters, Dominic Hendricks earlier on did take the short ball on, but perhaps because of the field, he decided to put the pull shot away.
He goes in full. I wonder if that was going to carry to the slip field. And Lesego Senokwane at Gully had a reaction that could have caught that. Lazard Williams is having a conversation with Rivaldo Munsami and Ferreira, saying, get me a slip fielder just in case I get an edge. See what the contemplation and decision is from the Don captain. That's what he does. Or whatever the case may be, the wicket of Connor Esterhazen is the most important here.
Just having a look, fixing his field, Lazard Williams, directing traffic in terms of to the right-hander now. Fine leg, another fine leg, square leg, and a flying mid-wicket square leg also on the boundary. On the onside, clipped off his legs, it's gone for 4. 2-4, wrong line, and Esterhazen gets off the mark with the boundary.
I think that was the issue there. It was a little bit way too full and easy to be clipped down by Connor Esterhazen. Lesego Senokwane is standing at leg gully And so if he gets that a little bit shorter, Connor Esterhazen plays it a little bit squarer. But it's not the ball, even if the field is set like that. Just a bit too full. Much better work. And with the regulation gully still in place on the offside, it means that the outside edge is still in play with Lizard Williams. Interesting captaincy from Donovan Ferreira. It's his first season at the helm at the Momentum Multiply Titans. So he's a new captain coming up with new ideas. 4 short deliveries have been the downfall of 4 Lions wickets.
No ball this time. I think that's front foot, no ball. Again, that's a 6-1. 2 days so far. First one, only one, sorry, was for height. The other 5, all for the front foot.
Oh, it's criminal. Over a handful now. How do you fix that, Monde?
Yeah, I know he's been out for a while, so I'm not sure if he had these issues before he got injured, but in general, yeah, it's something that isn't it's quite easy to fix, I think, for a lot of bowlers. But you also got to be willing to try and put the work in to fix it. I don't think it's the hardest thing in the world to do. You just measure it out and you run it up, and you just practice running those, well, however many meters or whatever you try to feel. But what you do want is that you're very comfortable in terms of your bowling. You don't want to be thinking about no balls every time you're coming into ball, because that makes you concentrate on the crease instead of the far end where the batters is. And if you are thinking about the no ball the whole time, then it disturbs you from looking at the batter and trying to hit your lengths properly. You're more worried about what's going on with your bowling. That's the last thing you want to do. You want to be worried about what you're trying to do on the other end when you're bowling. And it's not the hardest thing in the world to do. I think it should be able to change that if it's a persistent problem. Smith to continue, just fixing the field here once again to Hendricks. Don't think it's going to be much of a change in terms of the straightness of this field. You got a conventional fine leg, and then you got another fine leg again halfway through. Then you got a mid wicket who's flying around, floating, and a car corner. Change of angle, coming over the wicket to the left-hander.
Lizard Williams just momentarily leaving the field. Lesego Kokohlabana taking his place. And, you know, this is where you want the most fire from your bowlers. You've gotten rid of Richard Seletswane, who was a little bit tough on getting going until he got those boundaries. But he finally edged one to the leg gully. You have another new batter now. You feel like you want to be a little bit more intense in the field. A little bit more on the player's face. Oh, getting the edge.
Down to third man, or the flying third man.
Eesh.
Not sure if he carried though. Not quite sure if he carried. Back to the length once again on the back foot.
Lesego Senokwane is one of the best fielders in the country. If there was anyone to get to that ball, it could have been him, but it was dying actually on him, going to his left, and it just bounced ahead before him. Good nuts from Janko Smith, especially getting the outside edge coming around the wicket like that. Live pictures. Luandre Pretorius can't stop a ball that swings back. That brings up 150 for the DP World Lions with the 4 byes.
Yeah, that might have. It's unfortunate for the keeper because it did swing after it gone past the batter. Late swing, so he couldn't get to that one. 4 byes. Nobody, and I mean nobody, touched that ball from the bowler's hand to the boundary.
Promising so much movement for Janko Smith. Again, with that wind doing what it's doing. Dominic Hendricks seemingly untroubled by the short ball. No leg slip in place for him. They're hoping he's going to go into the attack. But man, doesn't look like it's going to do any of that. Just pocketing it for a couple of singles for his last couple of runs. After getting to 50 with a wonderful drive through the covers for 4, which now seems like eons ago. His last 4 runs have come as stolen pockets of ones.
No surprises there. Another short delivery. Umpire has called it. 1 for the over.
Even Connor Esterhazen is free now. There's 3 minutes until we go into the tea interval. Last thing they want is to lose a wicket here. Rivaldo Munsami got dropped around this time yesterday. And then went up to get his 58. Don't want to even give chances at this time. Again, that late movement troubling Luandre Pretorius behind the stumps, but he's up to the task this time. 38 overs completed. The Lions still trail by 215. I actually wonder when Tsepo Ndwandwe is going to come in to get the ball, but rather it's Donovan Ferreira.
Surprisingly. Yeah, I would have thought you'd give it to Ndwandwe, who's your number 1 spin bowler that you pick for this game, but they're giving it to a part-timer, Ferreira. Was a bit of off spin. Putting his glasses back on. So I thought he was about to take the hat and not bowl, but it seems like he's going to bowl with his glasses on.
It's been how he does it here. Donovan Ferreira. Of different make than Tsepo Ndwandwe, but the last time Ndwandwe played, got him 6 wickets down in Boland. That is to follow up the 7 and 2 that he got for South Africa A versus New Zealand A. So he's in good run of form, Tsepo Ndwandwe, with 3 fifers this year alone. Good numbers. The first spinning option will be Donovan Ferreira, who himself got a 10-wicket haul the CSA 4-day series 2 seasons ago. So he can do something. But also at the same time, just finishing up the session.
Packed offside, understandably. Right time off spinner to a left-hander. Packed offside field. Nobody on the onside is on the boundary. So the disciplines in terms of his line have to be good, yeah, Ferreira. And so far, so good. 2 very good balls to start.
Reza Hendricks got the breakthrough of Rivaldo Munsami yesterday. But Ferreira bowls many more overs than Reza Hendricks. He more takes on like an Aiden Markram role where he's your secondary spinner in the side. And he becomes very useful, the Don. Becomes very useful indeed. A maiden over to close it off. We now finish the session. It's time to go for drinks. Lions losing 4 wickets. However, they trail by 215.
Yeah, just about to take our tea break. 20 minutes of tea, then we'll be back on for the last session. I think that in this session, I would say that the momentum multiply Titans will probably be they're happy of the two sides, how things went. They're picking up 4 wickets, of course, having started off so badly and brought it back quite nicely, picking up those 4 wickets. So we'll be back after tea and to see what beautiful fields they'll be showing us.
Lunch is over. And now tea is over. We go into session number 3. Day number 2 here at SuperSport Park Centurion of this titanic fixture between the shared defending champions. The north of Gauteng versus the center of Gauteng. The Momentum Multiply Titans, the DP World Lions. Our umpires, umpire Spelele Gasa and umpire Brad White, ready in the field. Dominic Hendricks, batting very well. Scored his 55th first-class century. He's currently on 57. Connor Esterhazen, the leading run scorer of the tournament, with a century in each innings he's played. Currently on 5. It's going to be a very critical session now for the Lions. They lost 4 wickets after lunch. Not what they had in plan after a superb start at 85 for no loss. But now they are here. They trail by 215. They have to face the music of the left-arm spin bowler. 2 wickets away from 150 first-class wickets. Tsepo Ndwandwe comes from the West Lane end. 6 wickets the last time he played down in Borland, and he returns in his own fixture. So Ndwandwe's all up and ready. Connor Esterhazen also ready. Has faced over 300 deliveries in each innings that he's played. Can bat time and can bat big.
Not the best start by Ndwandwe. A low full toss on leg stump and very nicely clipped away for 4 by Connor Esterhazen. Connor Esterhazen, as has been mentioned before, has made a spectacular start to the season, but with the Lions still 211 runs behind at the moment, this is a crucial partnership between him and his skipper, Dominic Hendricks, who just keeps ploughing on. 57 not out now.
They've moved back into their conventional field. Oh, they tried something so experimental with Janko Smith and Lazard Williams prior to the tea break. Mondezondege was quite literally mind blown.
I honestly thought that all those funky fields, the only thing it was going to result in is driving Mondi to distraction. But it worked in the end. Remarkably, a catch at short fine leg to get rid of Richard Selatani, who was looking very solid up till then.
157 for 4 after 40. It really did wreck his brain. And so, you see, if it wrecks his brain, it also should question the systems of the batter's processes as well, especially a young one like Richard Seletwane, who's still getting into the groove of the game. He fell for the trap in all its forms, and so it worked because he has to think more and more and more, and it shifts him off his game, and he gives it away.
That's a very good point, Pendulo. Yeah, not all field settings are the plan. They're a distraction. And unfortunately, Seletwane, distracted, missed the obvious danger, which was that man lurking around the corner for the lifter from Janku Smit into his body. Diane Khalim back into the attack. He took the ball straight after the lunch break and began quite messily, but then tidied up very well. And just 29 runs off his 8 overs, which is a little bit better than the average run rate for the innings.
He's been around for a while, 28 years old, Diane Khalim. And he's really, really grew himself into a straight-up all-rounder. When he started off, very much stronger with the bat. And over his development, bowls a no ball now.
Another one. Both he and Lazard Williams have had a few problems in the extras department. That's 8 no balls now, to go with 3 wides.
A problem here for the Titans. It's worse now that it's being done by more than one bowler.
And we can't blame the wind or anything. The wind has actually died down a bit from the second session.
Seems to have affected him much, and hopefully he's fixed it now, Diane Khalim.
Slashed away by Connor Esterhazy, but there's a fielder in the deep, the very athletic Junior Darlow with the rocket arm.
For a number 6 player, Connor Esterhazy plays with a very different style of a wonderful mixture of patience and stroke play. That was a very lovely shot, but it's only going to give him 1 runs. And that doesn't let him search for bigger runs elsewhere. He doesn't mind playing the long game. Like we said, for both his innings, he's faced over 300 deliveries.
Yeah, and he has looked, during this golden run, a very complete batsman. As you say, MP, solid in defence, very pleasing to the eye when he's attacking in, and he can score all around the wicket. He can score off the front foot and the back foot. Clearly, he's been very highly rated by the DP World Lions for a while, and it's great to see this season that faith has been rewarded quite spectacularly.
Dominic Hendricks, long-standing captain. He also has been backed for a long time by the Lions. But another awesome thing here, Ken, is whenever we go and we watch the Lions, the Esterhazys are always there. The family is always there supporting him. I know when I'm doing my announcing there, and I ask the people around who's who, we Esterhazys, Mom, Esterhazys. So he's never alone. Hardly is the mother not there watching him play. That elevates you a little bit more also when you're a player.
I have had the great pleasure of meeting his mother several years ago now. It was actually at a Lions Awards dinner, and I think it was when Connor won the Academy Player of the Year award. And he and his mother sat at our table. Delightful young man and a delightful mother who you can just tell has really backed her kid, backed her son, sacrificed a lot, and he's a very hard-working kid as well. Connor kid. It's a bit. He's a very hard-working young man, I should say. Connor Esterhuizen. I'll never forget when he made his Lions debut. The match finished on a Saturday, and I happened to be at the Pirates Club on a Sunday, and there he was playing last man stands cricket, which it just told me that this man is just besotted with cricket, can't play enough, and just wants to be batting all the time, which is a wonderful attitude.
If he does this to professional players, imagine what he does to semi-pro and amateur players. Incredible batsmanship. And it is that work ethic that takes you one step further. Talent can only take you so far. Skill can take you so far. Power, strength, etc. It needs to become a whole package in order for it to work. And it's been working well here for Connor Esterhuizen. The pitch is giving us trouble here. But you know, Ken, sometimes I feel like the way he's been playing in these last two innings, it can be likened to what we saw from Tristan Stubbs before he got called up to the Proteas when he was playing for the Warriors. Even a Matthew Bretsky in the 4-day series in particular.
As the hammering away at the popping crease seems to have been completed by the ground staff. We mentioned it yesterday. There's an SAA tour to the subcontinent coming up next month. And having played for SA Emerging, I think I'd be very surprised if Connor Esterhuizen isn't on that SAA trip.
You bring up a very moot point that people don't bring up often. His progression path. He did go to Bangladesh alongside the likes of Dian Forrester, Andile Semelane, Tsepon Ndwandwa. They all went to that tour to Bangladesh, and he had a wonderful innings where he scored in the 90s. I believe it was 96, if not 91. But he put on an absolute beautiful partnership with Dian Forrester.
Perhaps not quite short enough to be cutting there, Esterhuizen.
So he's gone through the progression paths, and he's coming back here and he's blowing every bowler out of the water. So his innings throughout the year have been raising eyebrows.
And at the other end, like Old Man River, Dominic Hendricks just keeps going. He's watched 4 wickets fall at the other end and typically unperturbed, is just ploughing on, 58 not out. Vital innings, just holding this DP World Lions reply together.
As he does so often, Ken. What a reliable player he's been over the decade plus for the DP World Lions.
Yep, Dom Hendricks, he's played 165 first-class matches. He's heading towards 10,000 first-class runs. Average of 37.5, which for an opening batsman in South African conditions is pretty good. It definitely speaks to consistency. And there you see the fall of wickets in the settings. Hendricks and Josh Richards put on 85 for the first wicket. And then Junior Dala burst through with 3 wickets falling for just 12 runs before that. The handy partnership between Hendricks and Seletswane of 43.
Two 50s in a row now for Dominic Hendricks. But you'll never hear the noise because it all happens under the shadows. You raise your head, he's in 20. You raise your head, he's on 21. You raise your head, he's on 40. And then all of a sudden, the wickets are falling, but he's still out there, Dominic Hendricks.
It's almost sort of expected, isn't it? What was it today? Number 55. Good cricket there by the Lions. Hendricks responded straight away. Nicely put in the gap by Esterhuizen.
And we're getting into an age, Ken, where the prime age, where we mean the age where you play cricket and the sports at your best, that period has been extended with the technology and science that is implemented in sports now. When a player reached the age of 32, 33, that's the twilight of his career. And now a batter, especially of the stature of Dominic Hendricks, at the age of 34, you still say it's at its peak. You still say I have 4-5 years until he's 39 years old for him to continue playing.
It's funny, I was thinking of exactly that, and apologies for Proteas fans for bringing up the name of Noman Ali, the Pakistani who destroyed the Proteas in the test match in Lahore, finished today. But Noman Ali only made his test debut at the age of 34. And he's been a revelation, something like, I think, nine 5-wicket hauls inside his first 20 tests. And only Waka Yunus has had a better start.
And so hope is not lost, especially as Coach Conrad keeps shaping the team to the form that he wishes to find. And now he even has a bigger pool of players. I mean, South Africa, we were speaking a couple of years ago about India A and India B teams. One Indian team going with Ravi Shastri, one India team going with Rahul Dravid. Now we have a South African team actually doing that. One team going to Namibia and one team going to Pakistan.
Unfortunately, the one team lost to Namibia, though. It's got through. It was a nice drive by Hendricks straight down the ground again. And Donovan Ferreira tried hard to cut it off, but just dived over the ball a bit. So they'll come through for 3.
Well, congratulations to Namibia for that victory. Ruben Trumpelman, former South African, doing the things for Namibia. But I'm sure somewhere in the camp there was an idea that it's not 100% certainty that the team will win, given how inexperienced as a unit they were. But the fact that things like that happen means that more players have almost now an opportunity to represent the Proteas in some way or the other, regardless of the age. All you need to do is consistently perform.
Yeah, it definitely won't be a waste of time. Definitely worth the effort. Sure, it ended up being Namibia's day of celebration, and congratulations to them. It's wonderful that they've built, which by all accounts is a magnificent new facility for the World Cup in 2027, and a great day for Namibian cricket. But the experience will be one those young cricketers, those inexperienced at international level cricketers, will learn from. They'll take something from that. Oh, little shimmy down the pitch by Dominic Hendricks.
Playing for your country is playing for your country. Having that cap is having that cap. You all stand in a line and you sing the national anthem to go and represent South Africa, or whatever nation that you are. So you go out there with blood, sweat, and tears, and you leave it all on the floor because you cannot go higher than that. And because of that, many others, many others, want your place.
And the other thing is that T20 World Cups these days generally have a lot of associate nations playing. And it's a format that lends itself to dramatic upsets like that. So it's a good learning experience from that point of view as well for our future Proteas who are maybe going to represent the country at T20 World Cups. They've been forewarned about the minnows, the danger that these minnows can pose. Well done, Ndandwa. Always so important for a spinner to field well of his own bowling, and he did great work there. He's tossing the ball up nicely as well. End of a tidy over, just a single from it, 166 for 4.
Imagine a world where your big nations do have string B teams. And then those string B teams can go play associate nations over 4-day first-class games, over 3-day first-class games, so that you are breeding more players in first-class cricket and you are exposing the associate nations to a different format of cricket which will enhance their skills. That thereby decreases the gap between association and full member nations. And the more they keep on playing 1 or 2 series a year where they're playing these short 3-day games, I think it will end up being good for cricket in general.
I love that idea, Pendula. Love it. And it reminds me that there was actually a tournament called the Intercontinental Cup, which the associate nations used to play. It was kind of like and it was 4-day cricket, or even 5-day, in fact. And it was meant to be a kind of pathway to prepare them for possible test cricket. And Ireland certainly used it a lot in their journey to becoming a test nation. The exposure they got at the Intercontinental Cup, it was teams like the Netherlands played, Namibia played, United Arab Emirates, and there were matches all over the world. Sadly, it seems to have fallen by the wayside. But I think that's an excellent suggestion. And let's hope something similar can be revived, because I also believe that it will make them better T20 cricketers as well. Nicely worked by Hendricks. He's going to get 4. Fine leg was very square and in off the fence. And that'll take Hendricks to 66 not out.
Gently guided down for 4 runs. Free pickings for Dominic Hendricks. Not a good ball from Dayan Khalim. Even worse that he is getting called for a no ball. It's the second time he's doing it now in his innings. Needs to be careful. Don't want to overstep on one where you might get the big wicket. Hendricks now on 66.
Just seemed to maybe pop a bit, that one. It's the end where there has been a bit of steep bounce on the first 2 days. I can't really remember Dominic Hendricks looking out of control, playing a misjudged stroke, or looking in any real trouble. It's just been such a controlled innings. I mean, typically patient, but whenever there's been a scoring opportunity, he's generally taken it in very fine fashion.
It was really only one, you can even say a 5% miscalculation, because A ball from Lizard Williams was played with the softest of hands, and it was instantly guided down, and it ran to the third boundary. It's the only time you can say that he really misconnected, but the fact that I remember it so vividly, and there's nothing else in his 147 deliveries, that just speaks to how well he's going. And remember the weird fields we were talking about, and the short ball barrage. He went through that entire storm. Balls coming around the wicket, over the wicket, in his body line, going into his toes. They were going everywhere. Never once did he ever look like he was in trouble. It's wonderful batting.
171 for 4. The deficit is still 197, but one thing the Lions will take confidence from is how their middle and lower order have performed this season. It's actually been the strongest part of their batting lineup. The likes of Esterhuizen, Seletwani is out now, but he's been solid at number 5. Delano Potgieter, fresh of 169, not out.
And that's why Mitchell van Buren is going to feel so sad over such a soft, weird dismissal with no scoring runs. Because it was he and Esterhuizen who instigated those big runs versus the Western Province in their first round game. And so you still have backup in the lower order. It's a strong squad for the Lions. But they trailed by 197. And to be honest, Ken, this is the first time the Titans have ever felt like they are in a game in this entire season.
Yeah, in the driver's seat, in first place, if you like. And now for them, it will be about ramming home that advantage as Ndwandwe continues. And Munsami just knocks on, which allows the quick single to be completed with ease.
And the presence of Dominic Hendricks in the crease makes the work for Connor Esterhuizen a little bit easier too. He can take whatever route he chooses to take in his innings. But because the Lions are so far behind, he can go into his shell and play himself into the innings. But he can do it. But he can do it step by step with Dominic Hendricks, knowing that they will form a partnership, form a chemistry. Dominic Hendricks doesn't look like he's going to get out, so he's comfortable giving him the strike. They're going to get comfortable with the pockets and the spaces in the field. And then the runs are going to really start flowing.
It does seem like pretty good batting conditions, one must say. Not a huge amount going on in terms of movement off the pitch. But Junior Darla just said during the tea break, that little burst of 3 quick wickets he took for 12 runs, hitting back of a length, there is a bit of inconsistency in terms of the bounce. Mitchell van Buren, it was a bouncer that kept low. Junior was trying to bowl a bouncer first ball, and it waste time maybe. Reza Hendricks, Junior said that the ball got to him a lot slower than he expected. Not often a fast bowler will admit that the ball got there a lot slower than expected. But that's it. So maybe that's the biggest danger for the batsman this afternoon, is those hard lengths dug into the pitch. But at the moment we've got a spinner operating and more of a swing bowler, a pitch-it-up bowler in Diane Khalim. Got the edge, but just dropped short of slip. Yeah, those soft hands again, I think, saving Dominic Hendricks. Keegan Peterson did well to stop that, actually. It would have been very awkward just bouncing in front of him and to his right. How close was this?
You would think that Dominic Hendricks played that with no hands at all. The way the ball just died. It was an excellent length from Dayan Khalim. If he played that with any harder hands, it flies into maybe the shin high of Keegan Peterson standing at slip. So all in all, a good ball from Khalim, which was well dealt with by Hendricks.
And now he unfoils a gorgeous cover drive just to rub salt in the wound.
Man, this gentleman looks amazing when he's in touch. He's a proper first-class player. He's so patient. Dayan Khalim bowled an absolute beauty the ball before. He had no choice but to play at it. That one, he judged it, and he knew exactly that he could go with hard hands. That allowed him to get a wonderful boundary. It's awesome batting from the Lions captain.
Just too full from Dayan Khalim. He does err on the full side when he does err in length. He's trying to get the ball to swing. Oh, that's an error in line down the leg side. Hendricks has been putting those away quite well today. Missed out there.
So when you're in good touch, just gets want that fence down the gloves, down the leg side rather. But not the case here. Definitely not the ball Dayan Khalim wants to deliver. Certainly wants to be at around that 2 off or just outside that off stump region. I think bowling it straighter, unless if he's getting it to move away quite well, it's inviting Dominic Hendricks to just clip it through that leg side too. And the mid wicket and the mid on don't look attacking. They look conventional. So you kind of wonder if Dayan Khalim is still searching for a line that works effectively for him.
No one could ever accuse the Titans of over-attacking today. They've been quite defensive in their field placings. A few funky plans as well. Nicely bowled again, wrapped on the pad, but it seemed to be above the roll. And, I think he's got a bit of a lamey there, Dom Hendricks. On the thigh, just stretching it out, making sure the umpire knows that it hit him above the roll.
And if it did, it's not fun. Those hurt quite a bit. Takes the knee. That's the length from Dayan Khalim. That's the area, that's around the same area where he got the edge from Dominic Hendricks, just closing him off of room, but attacking those stumps.
That's the length. It's a lovely length because Hendricks has to come forward and commit, and even the slightest bit of movement could, as you saw there, either bring the pads into play or find the edge. And now cut away with purpose by Dominic Hendricks. A valiant effort by Ndwandwe on the boundary, but to no avail. And that's a wonderful comeback by Dominic Hendricks. So quick on the cut.
It's too crisp from Dominic Hendricks. Too good. Tsepo Ndwandwe would have thought that he had a chance. Well, thought was the last thing he could do. Couldn't keep it. Wonderful striking from Dominic Hendricks. And he struck on the 2 deliveries, which were way wide from Dayan Khalim. Showing that he has his eye in. Showing that you just miss just a little bit. I am there for the taking. Proper anchorman openers innings. And though he's starting to attack, that strike rate is still below 50. But the interesting thing is that even though he's on 75 from 160, it's been nothing short of entertaining. And Connor Esterhazen starts his entertaining show with a great shot to the long on boundary.
Very little risk there. The ball's not turning much, and meeting into one on the half volley, and just a lovely straight hit down the ground for 4. Important that the Lions do try and exert some pressure on the spinner. Don't want him just running in and bowling ball after ball, dot after dot.
Watching the game down at Durban, Hollywood Bets Dolphins versus the DP World Lions.
That was a little bit more of a smear by Connor Esterhazen, but a dot ball after all that.
One of the most impressive things watching him playing down in Durban was how he handled Keshav Maharaj. Maharaj was brilliant up until the point Connor Esterhazen met up with Potgieter. In fact, the reason why Connor Esterhazen was in the first place was because of Keshav Maharaj getting 3 wickets in a row. But then he absolutely shut him down.
Yeah, turning pitch, Kingsmead. And that's probably the most notable part of that double hundred that Esterhazen scored, or dealing with absolute world-class spinner in favourable conditions in Keshav Maharaj. And that's probably what will please Esterhazen the most.
185 for 4 after 48. And here's the thing also. World-class, arguably the best spinner in the world. And the way he even got to 50 runs, he was on 46, went down on one knee, hit him straight over his head for 6 runs. It's like, where's that bravery coming from?
And it seems to be controlled bravery. He's not a rash guy, Connor Esterhazen. He's a very level-headed, calm personality. Again, very nicely controlled by Dominic Hendricks, and his reward will be another boundary. Takes him to 79.
He lets that bat go if it's not hitting the middle of it. It's as if he can sense that the ball is going to get edged, and he puts absolutely zero power behind it. That's why that ball keeps on dying on its way to the slip court, and it's got nothing to do with the pace of the pitch, because the ball carries well to Luandre Pretorius. It's just how he deflects it off his bat. It's very good batting from the captain of the Lions.
And you saw him there just repeating the stroke in practice, and the angle of the bat, getting it right, the ball right straight away to ground. Similarly done there.
That's a very Kane Williams-esque defense. Plays it basically behind his chin. That's how late he plays the ball. He allows the ball to come onto his bat and kills any energy behind it. It's proper defensive work.
See it early, play it late. Always the mantra of the best batters. Very solid defensively, Dominic Hendricks. Well, you don't get his sort of record as an opening batsman if you don't have a solid technique here in South Africa.
And what I was about to say is that even though that strike rate is below 50, he's batting quite at a typical Dominic Hendricks pace. This has been quite entertaining to watch. It's been pure. If you're a lover of batting, this is the type of innings you want to see from a number one in a first-class game. Especially when he had wickets tumbling around him. Just the sound of everything, the look of everything. in defense, in offense, in decision making, makes this a beautiful innings.
Very compact, Dom Hendricks. You saw it on that back foot defensive. Nothing going outside of the body. We've just seen Lazard Williams sprawling on the ground and all sorts of contortions next to the square leg umpire. I think he's warming up to bowl soon. Oh, he's clipped it straight into the hands of Lazard Williams at square leg. Can you believe it? It was there to be put away. It's another soft dismissal in this game. Extraordinary. And Dom Hendricks, patient and seemingly untroubled innings, has come to an end on 79. He was there for 3 hours and 49 minutes, 165 balls. And there you see it just turning it round the corner. Lazard Williams actually did quite well here. He's been concentrating on warming up, but he was walking in quickly and lunging to take that catch. And what a crucial blow that is for the momentum multiply Titans. They've got rid of the Lions skipper, Dominic Hendricks, caught Williams, bowled Khalim for 79, and it's 189 for 5 as Delano Potgieter comes to the crease, and coming to the crease in the commentary box. Welcome back to Mondi Zondeki.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. As you said, very soft dismissal. Not the greatest of deliveries. Khalim has been pretty steady. Picks up his first wicket. And a big one as well. Next man up. Potgieter, the all-rounder. Still got a long way to go in this game. In day 2, 189 for 5. After the Titans, momentum multiply Titans, that is. And scored 368. So still a long way behind here. The DP World Lions. And they're into the middle order now. And the way that this game has been going, I thought that the Lions wouldn't have lost 5 wickets by now. Started off really well, their 2 openers. And then lost their way a little bit in the middle. Though I can say that I thought the 2 decisions that were given looked a little bit suspect. Reza Hendricks, he was unhappy. Mitchell van Buren, unhappy as well. And that changed the momentum when they got those 2 wickets. 5 down now, the Lions. You're going to have to build another partnership here if they want to get close to that 368, I reckon.
It will surprise you, Mondi, that Junior Darlow felt both of those were definitely out. Chatting to him during the lunch break. But can lightning strike twice for the DP World Lions? This is the pair who put on a record 330 for the 6th wicket last week in Durban. And the Lions can really do with a similar sort of partnership now because they're still 179 runs behind.
Yeah, I like the field placings. 3 slips. More attacking now. Great delivery. Not given.
Too high, I'm pretty sure. There's always good bounce here at SuperSport Park, and it looks to have hit Potgieter above the roll.
Yeah, the successful over for Khalim, picking up big wicket there. Still a long way to go though in this 4-day game. We're only into day 2 so far. Things can change very quickly.
Well, if the Titans can find a way to bowl the Lions out today, that'll give them a really useful lead, and 2 days left in the game. They can bat for most of tomorrow, and I think it was a scenario that you pointed out earlier today, Mondi, that one where the Titans get a big lead and then almost bat the Lions out of the game.
Good delivery. That's what they'll want. They'll want to make sure that they're in a position, if they bowl them out today, that they can't lose. where they can only be one winner is where they want to be. Again, the scoreboard, when you look at the scorecards, both these two teams very similar. He's gone back to a fuller delivery. Gone. Went back, misjudged the length. Esterhuizen, as you said earlier, has been in really good form. But unfortunately, isn't able to contribute in a big way here for the DP World Lions. Now they're in a bit of trouble.
Serious trouble. Conor Esterhuizen bowled by Ndwandwe for 17. Chepo Ndwandwe is not a big turner of the ball, but he's a master of just changes in flight and changes of pace. And I reckon that's what's done for Esterhuizen here. Yeah, quicker and flatter.
Yeah,
Not sure why Esterhuizen was on the back foot there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think he should have been forward to that delivery for sure. That's what might have cost him here. Took a step forward and then decided, I'm going to play this on my back foot. And unfortunately, misses the bat. And he's gone.
Watching the replay from the bowler's end, it looked shorter than I thought it was. I must admit. Maybe a bit of an arm ball. Zipping through.
It was a lot quicker. It didn't give it any air. And I still reckon, yes, might be a little bit shortish, but you got to be forward to that, I think, most of the time. Beautiful delivery. Yeah, well, the way they started, the DP World Lions, they'll be very disappointed in the way they are right now. And I said the scoreboard looks similar because the Titans also had something similar to this. The top order really contributed quite nicely. 250s from the opening batters. In the middle order, some of them got in, couldn't get a big score. Munsami did help to get that 50. They're going to need another partnership here somewhere. They still got guys who can bat. 14 can certainly bat. We know Porchetta is obviously an all-rounder. But, yeah, from where they were beginning of this morning, I'll be very disappointed in the position they find themselves in right now.
Losing wickets in clusters, the DP World Lions. That's been their problem. They lost 3 for 12 after being 85 without loss. And now they've lost 2 wickets with the total on 189.
And soft dismissals all the way round. If you think about that first wicket that broke that partnership that was going really well, it was a short wide delivery by Junior Dala. Should have been put away for 4 or 6. But instead, he found the man, Lizard Williams, in the covers. And from then on, the momentum changed. And you said Junior Dala felt that those 2 decisions were the right decisions. I feel like they weren't, myself personally. But again, that one soft dismissal was the start of what we are right now. Oof, that's close.
So important for a batting side that, you know, when things are going well, that you don't get ahead of yourselves, that you stay with the same intensity and concentration as you've been batting with. Because, as you said, Monty, things can change so quickly. Just 1 wicket leads to 2 more. And before Josh Richards got out, the Lions were utterly dominant.
I don't know if you were having a look at this ball. Yeah, through the covers. It's going to go for 4. Width off it. It was short. Gets there eventually. Porchetta off the mark with a boundary. Deserved to be hit, to be quite honest. It was short, it was wide. But nonetheless, a successful over for the momentum multiplied Titans. Picking up another wicket. And a big one. Conor Esterhuizen was in really good form. 194 for 6.
What were you wondering, if I remember or not, Mondi?
Some interesting field placings earlier on this afternoon from the 2 seamers. I thought I'd never seen anything like it in my life. That kind of field that was set for quite a while, by the way. When they went to Shawport, I did mention that I've seen something similar where Matthew Bose was playing against the Lions on this field. But last year in 50 over competition where he just bowled short and they had a similar field. Mid-off and mid-on didn't exist. And today, same thing, but a little bit more extreme.
Was Janko Smith bowling at the time?
It was Janko, Lazard. Yeah, just those two, actually. The only two ones who had those strange field placements. Because Khalim's been pretty conventional, his field, that is.
So Matthew Bose, now of the Warriors, but of course played for the Titans last season and a teammate of Janko Smith at Tuks, University of Pretoria. So maybe it's a bit of a Tuks plan.
Yeah, perhaps.
But,
Lazard Williams also employed that same tactic, though. So maybe it's a Titans team thing that when things aren't going well, try option C. Good shot. Great shot. Driven. Quite full again by Khalim, but I don't mind that too much. New batter. You want him to play on the front foot more importantly. We have seen some movement at times there on this wicket. So I can't fault the bowler too much for trying to go full. Try to get him on the front foot, but the execution was very good. Very tight mid-off. Stopping the single. Looks like they're very, very tight into the infield there.
yeah, quality shot by Delano Potgieter. Such a sweet timer of the ball.
Just pulled his length back again this time around.
And it's noticeable that Mid-off's now given himself a bit of...
Yeah, probably was told. Yeah,
gone a bit wider, but
yeah.
given himself a bit of space.
Mid-on's still pretty tight in, though. He's right there by the umpire, pretty much, in terms of the line. So
Mid-on, yeah.
Mid-on is very close in,
Yeah, Mid-off is...
moved back a little bit, You actually, all the covers now. The cover is moving back, or they've got right back. They've gone right back into this defensive mode again, which is a little bit confusing, because if you pick up Portrait there, then they're really in a lot of trouble, the Lions. I would be attacking as much, especially while he's still new. Don't want to give away these easy singles and make it comfortable again for the Lions to bat. You've got to be more attacking still.
I agree. Titans have still got a lot of runs to play with. They're still 169 to the good. And just a few too many holes in the inner ring to my liking as well. If Potgieter plays a really good shot as he did just now and gets it through the inner ring for 4, well, all credit to him. But as you said, Mondi, you don't want him just getting easy 1s and 2s.
And they'll start rotating the strike, and the bowlers get a little bit, where am I going to get my next wicket now? So I certainly do think that there should be a lot more attacking. That point should be back inside the covers. Bit of an awkward way to play it. Short ball. It's almost like every time someone that they respect as a batter comes in, hits a 4, even if it's very early on, they're always like, they just not give them anything.
Back off.
Yeah, straight away. Pretty quickly too. Just 1-4. Next thing, boundary. Open the field. 199 for 6. 1 to the double 100. End of the over. 51 gone. Still on 199 for 6. 2 new batters at the crease for Tain and Portgieter.
Lions still going at a very healthy run rate of 3.9, even though they've lost 6 wickets.
Yeah, I think that momentum they got at the start of the innings gave them a real nice boost. Yeah, full of wickets again. First partnership, a really good one, 85. And then after that, not really much to speak of. Between the third and the fourth one, though, there was about a 43-run partnership there's there. And then the last one, also the fourth and the fifth, about 49 runs in partnership. But nobody really kicking on by himself. Just all getting in 17s and 18s in the teens and getting out. Through the gap. What is that? Just coming back for two? Nope, just one.
It's been similar to the Titans innings in that regard. Just a little bit fewer runs. If we look at the individual scores from the Titans innings, 63-72, very good start by the openers, but then 23-21, 58 by Munsami, 22-24, 6-7, and a very valuable 44 by Lazard Williams.
Yeah, very valuable. Seeing how things are going right now. You take away those 40-yard runs, and I think the Lions are very much in it. At this point, 168 runs behind. Still got a lot of work to do here, but there's plenty of time in the game. Only on day 2. Just single down to long on. Second round had a good season so far, both domestically and then for the SAA side too. So he's feels good about his bowling at this point. Short cut. There is a man out there, can't cut it off. Brilliant timing. Very good timing by 14. Once again, Ndwandwa, he errs on the shorter side and a bit of width. Same as the previous over. To Potgete was short and was wide. Does it again now. So maybe sometimes where he does errs on the shorter side. And hit with power and gone to the boundary. Bit full this time, just overcompensates for the shorter delivery, the previous over, but no harm done in the covers. Covers are packed. There's 4 of them in the covers in the inner ring on the offside and a cover on the boundary. Middle just giving himself some room here. He was quite close in earlier on, just up being asked to move back a bit. Easy single.
Seppo Ndwandwa did enjoy an excellent first-class season last summer. 21 wickets at an average of just 22. Took 5 wickets in innings twice. And actually had a lot to do with the Titans making the 4-day final last season. Junior Dala back into the attack, the destroyer of the top order with those 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, I think the DP World Lions might be have a different perspective. That he got a little bit lucky with those 2 dismissals, but Momentum Titans won't care. They'll take it. Back into the attack. First ball up, short. Not the greatest of looseners.
Well, Junior did admit that he was a little bit fortunate just in terms of the fact that he was relying on the bounce doing something unusual. You know, banging it in short and hoping for the bounce to misbehave a bit. And I think we saw from that first delivery he's going to have a similar modus operandi in this spell.
Yeah, I've always thought that's his natural length. He's been bowling that length. Whether it's 4-day cricket or 1-day cricket, every time I've seen him bowl, regardless of what ball he has in his hands, what color of the ball it is, he likes to hit back of the length all day long. That's his style.
And that's maybe why he's got a first-class average of 40 with the ball. He's a much better bowler than that. And Corbin Bosch a little bit similar as well. He's also got let's see if we could find Corbin Bosch's.
Yeah, I would say, and I would say because of the natural length that they do bowl, they're probably more 1-day bowlers, if you will, than 4-day bowlers. Because if you go down to the coast and it's a slow wicket, and it's a wicket on day one was really slow, and you have to pitch it up consistently to try to challenge the batters, that length will struggle. But up here, it can work up in the high field because of the bounce that they usually do get on these wickets. But down in the coast, the slower wickets and the lower wickets that don't bounce as much, that kind of length wouldn't work. So he's in the right place to bowl that kind of length if he wants to keep bowling that kind of length, I would say.
Yeah, Corbett Bosch, 87 wickets at 33. 2 5-wicket hauls in 37 matches. I think both of them, if they'd just bowled a tiny bit fuller, would have taken more wickets. Morne Morkul had a similar issue that, and once he worked it out, that he needed to bowl that yard or two fuller, then he got reward.
Yeah, it was right at the back end of his career. So I'm pretty sure he would have wanted to be able to bowl that length very, very early on in his career, because if he had done that in terms of changing his length from early on when he started playing for South Africa, I think the numbers might be very different. He is still a very successful bowler, over 300 test wickets, but could have been more, I think. Yeah, that's Junior Dala for you. Borgeta didn't even duck. It's just did they call that a wide, by the way? No, it wasn't called.
They didn't. Must have been very close.
Yeah, he didn't duck. So I just watched it go over his head there, Borgeta.
Umpire White feeling generous.
Changing field once again. Are we going to find that? Oh, here we go again. There's the field I was talking you about. They're going to do it now again. Short pitch bowling all the way. Let's just try to describe this field. I don't even know the names of some of these field positions, by the way. I don't think they have names. Back of the length. Not quite short like we expected. So it is a leg slip, so we know what that is. Gully in a slip. Point is on the boundary on the offside. Only person on the offside who's guarding the boundary. Leg side, on the other hand, is a very different story. It's actually not as bad as earlier it was when Smith and Lazard were bowling. It's a little bit more conventional than that. But they still got a car corner. It isn't a square leg, but it's in front of square, not behind square. A leg slip. Again, very awkward the way he played that ball. Nonetheless, 1 run, and yeah, not good. Gone to the boundary. Is that 5?
No, it's been all done by the field. It struck.
Struck the batter, so they didn't run. Yeah,
so
they didn't run at all.
Yeah,
Could have had to go to the boundary for it to count as any runs.
Good sportsmanship by the Lions, and there was a fine leg in place as well for Junior Dala. So really, as you say, leg side heavy field placing.
Certainly the plan was to go short, back of the length, hit the length hard, and that's his natural length. I don't think he'll be complaining too much about if they just tell Junior, hit your length and give him a couple of short deliveries. Brownback to continue. Picked up a very big wicket, of course, of Corner Esterhazen in the previous over. Of course, there's quite a bit of cricket out at the moment around the country. And not to forget the ladies who are playing in the World Cup down in India. 2 good results. I thought both matches were under a lot of pressure. De Klerk's played out of skin when we've been in trouble. She saved us twice now. Kind of reminds me of Lance Krusner back in '99 World Cup in many ways.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Mondi. Best finishing at a World Cup we've seen since the Great Zulu back in 1999.
She didn't do it just once. She did it twice so far in this World Cup. She rescued South Africa when they've been in quite a bit of trouble. And of course, I did mention domestically, there's a lot of cricket for the fans and spectators to go watch. If you got any time or not doing anything, that is. Dolphins are playing the Tuskers. Dolphins got 400 in their first innings. That's pretty impressive. And the Tuskers, that's certainly a very flat wicket. 164 for 1, the Tuskers are. The other game, Western Province, who haven't had a good start so far to their 4-day campaign. At the end of Ndwandra's over. Not too much damage done there. 1 for 24, his figures. Again, another Northwest Dragons, who are top of the table. They got 284 in their first innings, and Western Province doing really well. 205 for 1. And then the other game, up in the Division 1, the Warriors are playing the Boland. 157 first innings. The Warriors are struggling a little bit as well. 55 for 1 in their follow-up. And Boland, 274. So they're in the driver's seat in that game between the Warriors and Boland.
Yeah, the mid-table clash, as you can see from the log there. And this game between the third-place Lions and the seventh-place Titans, well, at the moment, the form book has been turned upside down because it's the Titans who have the Lions 6 wickets down, and the Lions still 160 runs behind on first innings. But the Titans will be desperate to see this through and finish their losing streak. As you can see, they've lost their first 2 games.
I think what will give the Lions a bit of confidence in terms of the position that they're in right now, it was actually these 2 guys, Potgieter and Fortuin, if I'm not mistaken. I know Potgieter was there when they were playing Western Province in the final down at the Wanderers. They were in a lot of trouble. They were 6 down for nothing, and then those 2 guys came together and they brought them right back into the game. In fact, I would say those innings or that partnership won them that final. They came back quite nicely. Got 100 for Porita, and I think Fortuin got 50 somewhere there. And Yusuf can bat as well, by the way. He also played a handy little knock. So they'll know that they've got guys who can still bat and add. Won't be panicking too much about where they are right now. Guided down to third man. The vacant third man for 4. Element of risk, yes. There is a gully there, but found the gap, but that's gone for 4. Very good batting that. Good timing and good understanding of where the fielders are.
You're absolutely right about Potgieter and Fortuin. The season before last, remarkable final, really. Potgieter in both innings made crucial contributions, almost single-handedly, but as you say, with the support of guys like Bjorn Fortuin, Cody Yusuf.
Again, here we go again. Here we go again. Flying third man. Not on the boundary. He's like 20 meters off the boundary, third man. And then you got a mid-wicket. And behind the mid-wicket is another flying gully. Flying... What do you call it? Not quite... He's a mid-wicket, but he's not quite on the boundary. Also about 20 meters in. But they've got another mid-wicket. And then they got the fine leg was in the circle. And then they got a square leg. So a packed onside field. And coming around the wicket, that tells you obviously that the length is going to be 1 length. There is a man in the boundary on the offside. That's the point. And then the third man, who's sort of flying, is about 20 meters in from the boundary. So the tactics are very clear. I just haven't seen this too much in my life.
Let's call him a short cow corner. How about that?
Yeah, sure. We can call him that.
And then the double bluff from Dala, the fuller delivery.
Okay. What is... Okay. Short... Say cow corner, right? They got a fine leg on the boundary. Then they got another man who's behind square.
He's a short fine leg.
Yeah. He's a short fine leg, basically.
And there's a square leg.
And there's a square leg.
Who is... Oh, if he's not square, he's only just in front of square.
Yeah.
Mid-wicket.
And another mid-wicket. Well,
and a short cow corner.
Yeah, short cow corner or flying mid-wicket, whatever you want to call it, yeah. It's a very strange field, but it did work for them. Janko Smith picked up a wicket, caught Seletwana at leg slip with a similar field, but they don't have a leg slip just yet here. But they did have one for Seletwana, and he picked up the wicket, caught leg slip by Ferreira.
Well, I was telling to MP about it as we're going to head into a drinks break. Not only did it drive you to distraction, that field setting, but it distracted Richard Seletwani because, in a way, he was distracted by all the funky field placings in front of the wicket and missed out the most important. The real threat was the man round the corner at leg slip. That was the danger man. The rest were if you like, red herrings almost.
Yeah, well, clearly it was the leg slip who was the danger man. I don't think he thought he was going to get out that way either. very unlikely that that fine leg or the leg slip does get batters out, but it happened. So a plan, and it worked.
So 212 for 6 at the afternoon strings break. Lions are still trailing by 156 runs, and we'll be back live in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back. Just had a quick drinks break. TP World Lions continuing their batting. Tepondwandwa goes to Porchetta. The first ball just after the drinks break. 212 for 6 they are. Still got some time left in the day into the last session before the close of play.
Ball's going to be run past Dan Khalim. Dove to his left. Not enough to stop it though. Delano Borgeter in the runs more. 216 for 6. Just drifting to the legs, Tsepondwandwa. It's going to be more important now since he's spinning the ball into Delano Borgeter. The moment he strays any close to being straight, it should be work for Borgeter, which is made easy. But I like how they set up the leg side field. with the ball spinning into Delano Potgieter. They have that short mid-wicket in and a conventional mid-wicket as well.
Yeah, again, looking at the field. Unsurprisingly, a very strong leg side field because of the spinner turning into the left-hander. Left arm orthodox spinner. So the ball will be turning back into his pads. So you would imagine, unless he does, if he throws it out wide, a lot of the runs that Potgieter will get off him will be on the leg side.
Plus, it is a slightly shorter side by 2 pitches.
Sorry, they just had they were taking out the cover onto the boundary on the offside. Now they've asked him to come back into the circle. So a more conventional feel on the offside as well this time around. A bit too straight this time, just one to the square leg.
Bjorn Fortuin has scored several hundreds in his career from this position for the DP World Lions. It's 56 overs done at 217. The Lions just need one more run to avoid the follow-on. And Bjorn Fortuin is the last batter in the lineup who has a first-class century. Cody Yusuf, Sipamla, and Siaplaki, very much bowlers' numbers.
Well, Bloemfontein we talked about earlier, he's got an average of 30, so we know he can bat for sure. And Potgieter obviously is an all-rounder, batting all-rounder, I would say. Got a couple of hundreds under his belt in the 4-day competition as well. And then Yusuf certainly can bat. I've seen him bat, average of 18. It's not the worst either. Haven't seen too much of Sipamla.
Siaplaki's new player in the team. More for his bowling here, not really his batting.
Well, yeah, his average of 4. So, yeah, certainly his batting is not why he's on the side today.
Happy that he's gotten his wickets under the Lions. Always nice to have a good showcase the first time you're playing for a new team.
Here we go. Junior Dala continues with the same tactics. Coming over the wicket to the left-hander, same field. Short ball, predictable.
The big difference from that creative field we saw early on is the short leg, which becomes a problem for your tail enders once the ball comes to the torso. But Potgieter and Fortuin, not those. The 18, 7 and 4 averages of the next incoming batters will be put under the test. That's the ball from Junior Dala. That's exactly where you want it if you're going to have your short leg in place. Remember, you can only put 2 fielders on the leg side behind the stumps. So Donovan Ferreira has himself standing at a short fine leg. Lizard Williams standing at a deep fine leg. I would have thought he put himself at a leg slip with the ball being played so straight to Potgieter. Just around there. If Potgieter is going to have a fend for it, it will probably be where Ferreira was when he caught Richard Seletwane.
Knob it on, knob it off. Punched on the back foot nicely by Potgieter. Not sure if it's going to get to the boundary. Big chase here. Yeah, it doesn't get there. I should get a comfortable 3. I suppose that's the danger. If you do go a little bit fuller with no mid off and no mid on, that V area past the bowler, a lot of runs to be scored in that area if you go a little bit fuller with that kind of field.
It's not an easy shot to play and on drive. It's even harder once you play it onto that back foot. Especially if the ball is not as short. So Delano Potgieter really needed to manufacture that shot because he can't go square. That's where the Titans want him to play. That's where they want to get his wicket. So now it's a matter of both Potgieter and Fortuin trying to play the ball in front of the wicket as much as possible, which is hard when the ball is so short. So even in the way that Fortuin was looking to play that, he wasn't trying to tuck it around the corner, rather trying to play it in front of the wickets to avoid Jorik van Schalkwyk under the helmet.
Two straight. Here's the fine leg, of course. There's two of them. One's in the circle, one's on the boundary. And that's the end of the 57th over. 220 for 6.
If the ball is around the hip, it's exactly where your natural arm position just swivels around your body and you are easy to play the ball. Once it gets a little bit higher and it gets under the armpit, you now have to squeeze yourself to get the bat that high up, so you don't have as much freedom to play the ball. And that's why it was so easy for Bjorn Fortuin to guide that last delivery down to the fine leg, because it was a little bit fuller right in that hitting arc on the hip. But if he gets it high, that's where they get the problems and have to fight for their lives.
Pretty conventional field for Ndwadwa. There's got a sweep on the offside and a long on the boundary, long off, sorry, on the boundary. Now, I would think that you'd want the mid-off up in the circle if they want to take the risk of coming down the wicket, hitting you over the top. It should be okay. Should be okay with that because they still got a really good lead. And if they pick up one more wicket, then they're into the bowlers. It'd be important for them to pick up a wicket, especially if Potgieter, if they can, just before the end of day's play.
Couple of wickets falling out of the ball keeping low from Tsepo Ndwandwe to bowl Connor Esterhuizen. Really nothing much you can do. The rest of the wickets were relatively soft.
Yeah, they were. I think that's where the Lions will be very disappointed in terms of their dismissals. They weren't bowled out, a lot of them. A lot of them gave their wicket away. Going back. Pretty dangerous. We saw what happened when Esterhuizen went back to a slightly fuller ball. Yes, that was quite a little bit short for sure, but just you don't want to misjudge the length, especially with a bit of variable bounce that we hasn't seen a lot of it, but there have been one or two balls with kept low. Mm-hmm. So you really don't want to be playing too much on the back foot to the spinner here.
Always chats about how South African batters play spin bowlers. Now more than ever, just watching what's happened in Pakistan. Pakistan winning by 93 runs. It's the end of over number 58. It's 222 for 6 at SuperSport Park. But these are the times where you want to showcase that, no, I can play against whatever different conditions and whatever different styles of bowlers that they are.
Yeah, I think, I think that they play in the second test matches in the same arena. And I say it to say winning the toss is going to be huge for them, because batting first on those type of surfaces, if you're really chasing anything over 150 on that kind of surface, you're going to get yourself into trouble. Turning square from day one. So South Africa will be hoping that they can win the toss in the second test match and then reverse roles and put them under pressure to try to chase something big in the last innings. Top run scorer so far this season, Esterhuizen. Yeah, you got the double century. Certainly does help. 378. Vitole, 365. Junior Dala to continue. Short ball as predicted. It's one for the over, as the umpire calls it.
The two players who are in that top 5 playing in this game, Donovan Ferreira and Conor Esterhuizen, really didn't contribute much in as much as they've been playing brilliantly. 2 scores of 200s in the top 5 to go alongside one from Michael Erlang, who scored one for the Tuskers in the first round. So it's been a really good start to the tournament. High averages. The conversion rates are absolutely fantastic.
What I get from that, there's clearly been some very flat wickets to start the season. Nice short ball. Nicely directed. Uncomfortable. For Forte. First one was a little easier to play. Umpire didn't call that, so he's got one more left in him.
What I also like is the number of results that have come through from the games that we've seen so far. In the game, Michael, in the game that Gavin Kaplan scored that 238, it was a victory for Boerland. The only big game where big runs were scored and it ended up being a draw was the midweek fixture between the Lions and the Hollywood Bets Dolphins.
Yeah, there's been 4 draws, just having a look at this. The Dolphins have got played 2-1-1. One was a draw. Lions, same. Haven't lost a game yet. They've just drawn one. Warriors, same thing. Played 2-1-1, drew one. And then the last team to have a draw is the Tuskers. But they haven't got a win yet. They've got a loss and they've got a draw. So yeah, at least we are getting results, as you said, but there are going to be 1 or 2 draws as predicted in this format of the game.
That draw from the Tuskers and the Warriors. Game being affected by bad light down in Pietermaritzburg. All 4 days affected by light. And the Tuskers were so close to a victory. It would have been a great victory for them coming up from Division 1 and after a big loss versus the Northwest Dragons. So close. 90-odd runs left to win with 2 sessions of cricket left. But bad lights down in the Midlands, stopping that match before it could come to a full result. So even that game was destined for some sort of a result. So it's really been a good start to the season.
Yeah, but yeah, between Durban and Pietermaritzburg, they do start a bit early. It's at 9 or 9:30, if I'm not mistaken. Because they do know that the light does fade quite quickly over there. Quick single taken. Good awareness.
I guess it's just coincidental that both games that have been drawn in the season come down in Durban and Pietermaritzburg, both of them in KZN, Lions and Dolphins, Tuskers and the Warriors. The Durban game, the pitch just flattened out. Getting wickets was nigh impossible. And so big runs were scored. Over 1,200 runs scored in the match in its entirety. And then in Pietermaritzburg, it was just bad light. So even though it was a draw, at least it was an entertaining draw. In Durban, you watch Conor Esterhuizen scoring 200. Tsepang Ditole scoring 110 and a 50. Ramashan Pele's 94. Sipopotsan on debut getting 3 wickets. So it was all good stuff despite the draw.
Oh, this time, not quite short enough. There's only one man on the offside in front of square was guarding the boundary and it went straight to him for 1. So they would say a bit of luck that it didn't find a gap and go for 4 with just one person that he had to beat on the offside. Nonetheless, I won't be complaining too much. And then with the left-hander, same field. Short leg is in. 1 slip, flying third man. And your 2 fine legs. One is in the circle, one's on the boundary. And your square leg was just floating. Not quite on the boundaries, but 20 or 30 meters in.
The short ball got the first 4 wickets of the match. And now it has gone quiet because if you don't learn from your lessons, history repeats itself. So the Lions have tried to keep that short ball in check. They haven't attacked much of it, constantly leaving and dodging it. And it's the end of the over. Can see deep in the scoreboard. Mark your calendars because it's going to be the start of the T20 series just after this 4-day series. But right now, there's the 4-day series and it's happening all around the country. Cape Town, Durban and Gqeberha. All games live on the CSA YouTube channel. Only one game has gone to the third inning or to the second innings around the country. There's games happening around the country. You can catch them live on the CSA YouTube channel and the CSA app where you can catch the live scores.
There's many ways to consume cricket these days.
I really like the fact that in the app you can actually track how every over is getting constructed. Every single ball is kept track of, ball by ball by ball, so you can go see exactly the pattern.
Slightly shorter this time around, straight to the man in the covers.
It's well done here from Tsapondwandwa. When he starts off his innings, started off a little bit over pitchy. And it was easy to dispatch. But then he becomes an extreme problem once he starts working in his areas. He just nags you non-stop.
Again, a bit fuller this time around. Hard drive, but unfortunately, 4-4-10 straight to the man at short cover. And that's the end of that over. 60, 225 for 6.
The Titans don't use Tsapondwandwa, they use Schalk Engelbrecht. And he was a good hand, Schalk Engelbrecht, taller than Tsapondwandwa, but also operates quite well. And so it's very nice here that the Titans can choose between whom they want to use. And Schalk Engelbrecht has the added advantage of knowing how to bat. He just hasn't shown it at the pro level. Delano Potgieter, Bjorn Fortuin have, though, proper all-rounders. Now they have to face Janko Smit. He's coming back into the attack, and he's been the more threatening of the Titans bowlers beyond Dala's 3 wickets.
Yeah, first time today that he's changed ends. Done most of his work. Hasn't seen too much of him at the Henop's end so far. Starts off himself with a short delivery. Just carrying on from where Junior Dala left off. Pretty much the same field. Yeah, he's been operating from the West Lane and for for all of today, just changed now.
Coming from the Henops River end, there's just a touch extra bounce. We saw Lizard Williams use it quite well earlier on. Junior Dala got his wickets from that particular end too.
It's always been like that too here. The SuperSport Park pulls in the air, got a fine leg, not landed in no man's land. So a bit of luck there for Potgieter. He's been leaving the short ball, but this time he decides to try have a go. Gets the top edge and a bit of extra bounce you were talking about. And a tall man too, Janko Smit. So it might be quite awkward to try pull him with the extra bounce and his height.
That height causing him to step over. third bowler who's in charge, who gets a no ball for the Titans. 10 of the 24 extras are no balls. Culprits being now Yanku Smith, Diane Khalim, Lazard Williams.
Majority was Lazard Williams. I think he's bowled 6 of them so far.
And it is Yanku Smith's first. But then one is too much. You don't want, that's the one you just don't want to have, because at least you can't get a wicket with a wide. No ball just hurts. Coming around the wicket now against Bjorn Fortuin, they have a short leg and a leg slip.
Played that well, 14. Bit of cloud cover and it's got a little bit darker. I think the sun maybe just be covered by the clouds. Not too many clouds, just 1 or 2 that are here, but it was sunshine for all of today, just today at the back end of it. The clouds building up a little bit, but shouldn't be an issue.
Well, yesterday we only missed out on 15 minutes. Closed the play at 17:45-ish. That's when the light meters came out. And it was not too dissimilar to this. Hopefully the sun comes out so we can continue playing. It would be one thing if there was no light meter. Misfield from Lazard Williams allows for 2 runs. But now since the light meter has come out and we have a reading, it doesn't matter what time it happens. If the reading is aligned, that's the end of the play until it improves.
And also, the umpires will recognize that if it does start getting a bit dark and the fast bowlers are bowling short pit deliveries, you might give them more incentive to perhaps end the day quite early.
And the Titans have been very happy using that short ball. They have not been afraid of it at all.
Changing tactic now. The short leg is gone. It's gone into the mid-wicket region. Still got your slip and still got your gully. Your point on the boundary and the offside. A lot more conventional. Your fine leg and your square leg on the boundary too. I wonder if they got a word from the umpire, and if you persist with this kind of length on this sort of light, maybe we might call it off a bit early, and they change tactics. Maybe they just decided that bowling short all day isn't going to work. It's a lot of effort from the bowlers to come in and bang it in for a couple of overs every time they come to bowl.
I think also on top of that, it just adds a bit more arsenal that the bowler can use. See, with a more balanced field, it allows Yanko Smith to go bang on to a traditional delivery, which gives batters troubles. And because he has that deep mid-wicket, he has the deep square leg and the deep fine leg, he still has leeway to use the short ball if he wants to. So with that previous field, you know that the only thing that's coming is the short ball. With this one, at least you have a different idea where you can use a fuller ball to use your slip and a gully and even go straight to the stumps. So it's good bowling from Yanko Smith. And constantly working the field is Donovan Ferreira. I wonder if his head hurts already. He's been working so much. Gotten 6 wickets for his team using his bowlers and field, 230. And they still trail by 138.
Yes, partnership starting to slowly grow. As we said earlier when I was with Ken, these two have had a history of some really good partnerships in important games. Doesn't get more important than the 4-day final. The Lions were in a lot of trouble playing against Western Province at that time, and these two came in and changed the course of the game with a big partnership when the DP World Lions were in a lot of trouble.
Arguably, ever since the restructure of the domestic series in 2022, that is arguably the greatest performance by an individual came from Delano Potgieter in that final match. 155, 80 odd, and a 5-wicket haul. Absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, he was big for them. Really was. Match-winning performance.
I genuinely rate it as the best performance we've seen in the past 3 years of the restructure in Division 1 cricket. It was so good.
Oof, dangerous. So Esther doesn't get out in a similar fashion, going back to a ball that he probably should have been on the front foot on. Got himself in a bit of trouble. That one stayed low just a little bit too. That's why you want to get forward if you can. If obviously if it's very short, then you go play on your back foot. But that in between length, again going back, no harm done.
It's been a trend over the past couple of years, seeing batters going onto the back foot more frequently against spin bowlers, trying to play them as late as possible, trying to allow the ball to be higher up so they can play on that back foot rather than finding themselves hanging in the front foot. It's an incredible stop from Donovan Ferreira at short extra cover.
Yeah, hit hard. Hit very hard. Nice job. Good fielding. Good support of your bowlers.
The Titans have been working that ball so hard. The Reds of Donovan Ferreira are white.
Quiet over so far. No runs off the bat.
And the one advantage they also have with Tsepo Ndwandwe is the fact he can bowl a marathon spell after a marathon spell. The two takeaways from the two fifers he's had pre-season and this season, 7 against New Zealand A and 6 against Borland, is that he bowled 49 and 43 overs respectively.
Last ball of the over. Straight to the captain once again, Ferreira in the covers. Short cover. That's the end of the 62nd over. 230 for 6.
Yanko Smith, the pick of the bowlers in terms of economy. Junior Dala, the pick of the bowlers in terms of wickets. Good spread of workloads between the team. Everyone getting a piece of a wicket, except for Donovan Ferreira because he's only bowled 1 over. But a wonderful, wonderful usage of his men, Donovan Ferreira. 10, 12, 13, 12 overs respectively for each bowler, and they've repaid the favour. Lizard Williams just a touch bit expensive going at over 5 runs to the over, but other than that, good work from the captain. For 2 heavy defeats in the first 2 games for the Momentum Multiply Titans, first time he is a captain. It's a tough baptism for him, having to lead a team of strong characters, big egos, and a team that just loves winning. Young man Donovan Ferreira has big responsibility on his shoulders and even does so for the country at T20 level.
Useful partnership this for the Lions after the shock of those 2 wickets falling on 189. 42 runs they've put on together, Potgieter and Fortuin. Deficit now down to 137. They'll have 2 goals, I reckon, to try and get through to stumps without being parted, and also try and get that deficit down below 100.
21 overs scheduled for play. 1 hour in terms of time if light permits. The ideas that have been implemented by the Titans never stop. They're always evolving, keeping the batters on their toes. So it's a very good partnership here from Fortuin and Potgieter to keep it up to 42.
As I was walking over here to the commentary box, I actually ditched my sunglasses because it was looking a bit gloomy. Goodness, it's suddenly the sun has obviously come out from behind a cloud. It's fantastic light. I was thinking we won't get much past 5:30, but wow, it's lovely light at the moment. We could go well past 5:30 if this carries on.
The way it was going, it was a shock that yesterday we went off for bad light.
More mind games from Donovan Ferreira. I see there's a silly point or a very silly short cover in play against for the seamer. You normally see that sort of guy when a spinner's bowling. I'm sure it's just to annoy Bjorn Fortuin, isn't it?
Oh, it's up in the air. Where that short leg would have been. Well, they tried to be creative. Went a little bit too much. Jorik van Schalkwyk was just moved right now. And the ball lands exactly where he was. Can be good in trying things, but sometimes a result of trying a little bit too much. 231 for 6 after 63.
Perhaps there's a reason they're conventional field placing. Yeah, conventional fielding positions, because the ball tends to go there more often. Silly point, I don't think he's going to catch much there, but he's a distraction, which is fine. But, oh goodness, that would have been an easy catch for short leg. And a vital wicket to break this partnership.
I was trying to think about how useful that silly point will be with the delivery coming in the angle that it was coming at. And the only way I could find that silly point to be useful is if you have him alongside the short leg. So that now the batter can't play the ball in front of square because it can't pop to the silly point, but also he can't go behind his hip because that's the short leg there. So now where do they go? And then you build the field around that premise. But if he's there by himself, that's why I couldn't answer you, Ken, for a while. Because I can't picture it. But nonetheless, a life has been given to Bjorn Fortuin. Would have been a breakthrough that could have given belief that the Titans could have gotten to at least 8 wickets before the end of the game's play.
Tsepo Ndwandwe has bowled practically since tea, hasn't he? Unchanged from the West Lane end. Done a very tidy job. Halfway through his 13th over, he's got 1 for 30. The big wicket of the informed Connor Esterhuizen.
After the last rounds next week, 4-day series broken into 2 halves, of course. 8 games will be played in total. That is including a final. So 4 this year and then 4 next year. But straight after the 4th round next week, the week after, South Africa A travel to India. First game in Rajkot. And Tsepo Ndwandwe will want to be in that flight going to India, as it's been quite a stay in the South African A side. Played very well for New Zealand A tour. But he overpitches. He loses his footing as well, so completely out of control, Tsepo Ndwandwe, and fantastic shot from Delano Potgieter.
And coming just after, it looked like he wanted to try and convince umpire Garza to change the ball. Typically, Sipilele Gasa wasn't interested.
Was a good stroke from Potgieter also. But that's just lots of footing from Ndwandwe. Probably that was the area he was looking for. Same line, but better length.
Potgieter wants to be careful about cutting deliveries that are that full, and obviously Ndwandwe does have a very useful arm ball, which will turn away from the left-hander. Slip in place for him. End of the over, 235 for 6.
Slowly and slowly, that deficit is going to drop below 100 runs. But the Titans sitting bottom last in the long, that's their biggest worry. They are just less than a point above the last place, Western Province. Titans need, even if it's just a draw, something that's going to boost their tally of points, because you don't want to be out, you don't want to be recovering at the back end of the season like they had to do last season, having to win 3 out of their last 4 games in order to qualify for the final. You want to ensure that your stance is good from the start.
And I think having got themselves into the position earlier this afternoon when the Lions were 179 behind still when they lost their 6th wicket, you know, that's a pretty strong position for the Titans to be in, and they don't want to fritter that away. You know, they want to make sure they see it through, ram home the advantage.
They bring in strike bowler Lizard Williams. Topples over. It's just momentum.
Given that he's just coming back from pretty major knee surgery, that's a little bit of a worry, but he seems happy enough. We did, of course, see earlier this afternoon a bit of attention being paid to the landing areas on that side. The old mallet was brought out.
It's a good shot from Bjorn Fortuin. Junior Dala stationed at deep point. He's going to keep it to 2 runs. Partnership grows to 48 runs between Potgieter and Fortuin. And alluding to a good start, it was the Lions who had the perfect start last season. Their start was so good that their last 3 games, and bear in mind it's only 7 matches in the season, their last 3 games all had no results because all of them were disrupted by rain. And they still finished at the top of the log with a home final, despite not playing any of their last 3 matches. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. But at least his wicket is still preserved.
That snaked back into Bjorn Fortuin like a cobra striking at its prey. Lizard Williams getting some super movement with a 64 over old ball.
Mitchell van Buren got one early on yesterday in the field. Well, no protection when you're fielding. He did not have a good time. At least Fortuin has got protection. Takes a single. So yeah, the Lions drawing that game in Durban. Some would say that could have declared a little bit earlier, straight after the loss of Connor Esterhazen's wicket after 200. Maybe gave themselves an extra 10 overs to bowl, but the way that the surface was playing, Tsepang Ditol and Romashan Pillay faced off the last overs without losing a wicket. They carried on playing for a big partnership, I think 174 to start off. And so there was no chance for the Lions to get 10 wickets before the lead was eclipsed. So the game drew. But they won those wins.
Yes, when the northeasterly blows in Durban, it becomes a really, really, really flat deck. The Kingsmead pitch, that's where the famous timeless test was played back in the 1930s. I'm pretty sure the northeasterly blew then. And 50 partnership up now between Potgieter and Fontaine. So good effort by these two. There have been other games through the years down at Kingsmead. I mean, there was a famous 4-day final where the first inning scores were pretty low, both, around about 200, maybe a bit less. And back at that stage, the competition rules were that if the final was drawn, the team that finished first on the log won the title. And the Dolphins that finished first were hosting the final. And in their second innings, third innings of the match, with the match pretty evenly poised, they made over 700. Dale Benkenstein got 250 odd. Hashamamla got 100. There was no incentive for them to declare because a draw was good enough for them. And that was the occasion that brought one of the famous chirps from Neil Mackenzie in the outfield at Kingsmead. Sweltering hot day, northeasterly blowing, humid as heck. And Dolphins 542 for 3 or whatever it was. And Neil Mackenzie was a lone voice in the outfield, clapping his hands and shouting, "Come on, boys, a wicket always falls on 543. That was playing for Northerns, the Titans back in the day.
Talk about motivation. Jeez. I guess that's why over the years the competition's rules have changed. The 4-day final is treated as a final. If you draw, you share the trophy. And that's why, even though the game was shortened last season over 3.5 days, it was still hard cricket right up until the very end.
And there is a fifth day, to try and get a result, but sometimes it's not possible. Let's not forget last season that it took a really special innings by Leandro Pretorius to force the draw.
And you even take it 2 seasons ago when the Lions played Western Province, and it was that incredible innings from Delano Potgieter. The Western Province had Lions on the ropes.
In both innings.
130 for 7, 120 for 6 in the 2 respective innings. Dane Patterson getting fifers, Jody Lawrence bowling really well. And so they wanted to win, but then the Lions also wanted to win, and you got this hot contest over the course of the 5 days. And it was a really well-worth final. That's what we want to see. Both teams vying for the win. And one of my favorite things was how both teams were kind of disappointed last season that neither of them got to win and they both shared the trophy.
The Titans seemed pretty happy to me at the trophy presentation.
Bjorn Fontaine will be happy with that. Good heads over the long off. Goes for 4.
Titans were smiling and cheering when they did their trophy photos. It was difficult to get much of a smile out of the Lions, however.
Really saved the game from a losing position, the Titans. You asked them a couple of days earlier on, they would have wanted to win, but from that position, it did feel like a win. But if you were to draw a championship, the last people you want to draw with are the people you share Gautrain with.
That was timed as sweetly as Delano Potgieter off drive.
When the production team does such a stellar job, there's no choice but to climb the train with them. But it really has been a quality broadcast. More cameras than usual, more software than usual, great voices, great camera, great runs, great performance. We were talking earlier on, it's the first time we're getting to see replays from different angles at different times. It's really a wonder the amount of investment that Cricket South Africa have put in to the domestic game. And it's no surprise that there is a depth of players knocking on the door to enter the side when this much investment goes into it.
Well, we also need to thank the Momentum Multiply Titans and their partners for their considerably added investment into these broadcasts from SuperSport Park, Pierre Joubert and his team. And it's going to be Lazard Williams continuing from the Hen Observer end.
It's the standard you want across. You just want everyone to have access to the cricket. Growing up, Ken, I still remember very distinctly in the early 2000s the voices of Neil Manthorpe and Neil Johnson commentating, and me just watching as a kid and being in awe of everything that is happening. This was all on free television. And so me from the township, here I am watching a sport that wasn't really designated for people in the township, but then you get exposed to it. Now you want to play it. And this is why people need to see it.
Absolutely. And I think that's the great thing about a platform such as YouTube. That is, it is so widely accessible. So, yeah, you can watch on your mobile phone, on your tablet, on your laptop, on your television at home. There are numerous options to keep in touch with the game. And as we draw towards the end of the second day, we must say it's been 2 great days of cricket here at SuperSport Park. A really enthralling contest between these 2 Gauteng rivals, the 2 finalists of last season, that's really ebbed and flowed. Teams have held the advantage, been on top, and then it's been taken away from them, or they've given it away with soft dismissals. And the Lions 122 behind still, but I wouldn't be surprised if the 2 first innings end up pretty even.
Given how tight the contest has been over the 2 days, because right now the scales are tilted to the Titans a little bit. Not too far off. It takes this partnership going to 120. And the scales feel like they'll be even more balanced, because if you lose one, at least the other's well set by that time. And so you look at it, and there hasn't been one standout performance throughout the entire game. It's always everyone in the team, whether they are bowling, chipping in correctly, and everyone with the bat chipping in consistently down the line. And that just shows how both teams are so much in it.
Yeah, I suppose it begs the question, Pendolo, who is going to stand up and sort of seize the moment, produce the fantastic individual performance that makes the difference. But we see in the Titans' first innings there were 2 half centuries and a very important 44 from Lazard Williams. Four Lions bowlers took 2 wickets each. Today we've had 2 half centuries by the openers. Junior Dala, the chief wicket taker, with 3. So he's the most successful individual bowler in the game so far. I think even he'll admit that they weren't the 3 best balls he's bowled in his career to get those wickets.
And so this just goes to show that Sometimes, even though you want that one guy who's going to be like, yes, I am a superstar. When you have good enough depth in the team and it works well together and it's well coached, you get consistent performances throughout. Because except for that Reza Hendrick and Van Buren wickets, which both batters were a little bit aggrieved on, all the batters have gotten to double figures. And even if we look at the Titans, it's the same thing. Barely a player scoring single digits.
Yeah, Darlow and number 11, Janko Smith, were the only batsmen dismissed for less than 10. Seppo Ndwano ended on 7 not out, but he occupied the crease well. He was there for 63 balls, batted for 101 minutes. I told you he was a night watchman sent in at number 9.
Oh, that is annoying. Hearing the numbers just got you tired. And he comes into the bowling attack now. It's up on Ndwandwa. He's bowled. He's bowled a total of 84 deliveries. It's not every day that he gets to bowl 10 overs and he still hasn't bowled the amount of balls he's batted. Has one crucial wicket. Very big wickets of Connor Esterhazen. Even if the ball kept devilishly low, you still have to bowl the correct line to get the batter out. Connor Esterhazen was a victim, losing his wicket on 17.
Yeah, I don't think it was a grubber. I think Esterhazen probably should have been coming forward to a delivery. It was just that very good sort of in-between length and then the arm ball. But yeah, we see the partnerships in this innings. And the problem for the Lions really is that 12 and that 0. And then 2 zeros when the total was on 189. They've lost wickets and clusters.
The most important thing about this partnership, the amount of balls that it's accumulating, going close to 20 overs, especially if you started losing wickets a little bit quickly. You want stability in the crease. You want to have control over the crease, even if scoring is hard. You want wicket taking to at least feel even harder.
Well, it has been apparent that as soon as two batters have got set in this game, have been there for a little while, they've been able to dominate the bowling. They've been able to, score briskly and score freely, and a little too often for both sides. I would say those partnerships have then been ended by quite a soft dismissal.
And even if we take a look at the graphic at the end of the over, you'll notice that the partnerships in the middle also had really good starts. Lions now are able to move over 250 with that single. It's good work from these two, Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin. That Seletwane and Hendricks and Esterhazen and Hendricks partnerships, 83 deliveries and 82 deliveries, shows that if you just take enough time, you will start accumulating the runs. But then the wickets, Richard Seletwane popping it to leg slip, Connor Esterhazen going back to one he should have went forward to, wickets get lost and the partnership gets broken. But so easily, both those partnerships could have been in the 70s, could have gone on to the 80s, dare I say even into the 100s. This is the partnership that they really need to get into those triple figures.
Bit of off spin now from Donovan Ferreira to the left-handed Delano Potgieter. Certainly worth a try.
Only bowled the single over before tea, Donovan Ferreira. Just sawn off by Connor Esterhazen. So now they're looking for something different. Has a first-class 10 for Donovan Ferreira. So he can take wickets if it's suited. But right now, unless if the batters give it away, doesn't look too easy for the spin bowlers.
And he's very much just darting it in. Well, the first two deliveries anyway. Even that one pretty quick and flat.
Well, it's definitely not bowling for any spin. So maybe Bjorn Fortuin will be ready for the one that slows down and the one that loops in through the air. Because there's many ways you can try and get a wicket as a spin bowler. That's a good shot though from Bjorn Fortuin. 4 times in a row the ball is darted in. That one darted into a half volley. And the quicker it comes, the quicker it goes. To the covers for 4.
Superbly put away by Bjorn Fortuin, all along the ground. Just found a small gap there at extra cover.
Talk about threading the needle from Bjorn Fortuin. It's exactly what it was. And so the thing with spin bowling is that the change in speed does do a lot with how the ball reacts through the air. But he just decided, I'm going to dart everything in. I'm going to become a medium pacer with a 2-step run-up. Donovan Ferreira goes for 5 runs in the over. 251 for 6. The DP World Lions trail by 113 runs now.
Things are working out quite nicely for the Momentum Multiply Titans in terms of the second new ball, which is due in 11 overs. So that won't be available tonight. But I think they're going to try and rush through overs now until stumps, just so that that second new ball becomes available early tomorrow morning. Traditionally, best time to bowl here at SuperSport Park is in the morning.
Fresh bodies after a bit of rest as well. The batters will have to restart their innings too. If they got the new ball now, squeeze between the legs. It's going to be 1. If they got the new ball now, it becomes that catch-22 situation where your bowlers are tired. They've been out there the whole day. And so the ball could fly because both the batters are set.
Exactly right. I mean, I dare say the Titans wouldn't take it if it became available this afternoon.
From now until 6 o'clock, we're most likely going to see around 7 to 8 overs. So we're not going to see this new ball come in today. Advantage for the Titans. But here's the thing. This was the chat the Dolphins had last week in Durban, given the fact that the surfaces are different, but the mindset that you can approach the innings in can actually be the same. Or hopefully the results can be the same. Lutose Pamla was night's watchman going into day number 3. Lost his wickets within the first 2 overs or so. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins couldn't smell another wicket until the end of the day.
I think Pamela survived a little bit longer the next morning, but then the second new ball was taken, and then he was out within the first couple of overs of the second new ball. But he'd kind of done his job.
Apologies to Luto. First couple of overs after the new ball. That's where I wanted to allude to. And then it is after that new ball. If I jog my memory correctly, it's the 4th ball of the new ball. After hitting a cracking 4, loses his wickets, and then there was not another wicket and for the next 77. So if such happens, they'll be hoping the Lions that that can be replicated. Delano Porcheter, he was part of that partnership. Bjorn Fortuin, more than capable.
Well, these are the two batters who held the record before it was broken last week at Kingsmead. Potgieter and Fortuin put on 301 for the 7th wicket. When was that? That was 2021, I think. I think it was in Potch. I think.
Regardless of where or when, what matters is the number. 301 is absolutely preposterous, that lower down in the order. That is exactly what the Lions would wish for here, especially with the track going older and older and older. You take a lead of 150 going into innings number 3 of the match. You in very good place, but what are the chances? What are the chances of that many runs being scored?
I think this pitch probably has a little bit too much assistance in it for the bowlers. Look, unless it really has been flattened out by the sun today, it looks fairly comfortable batting. You never know. But I think the Lions would be very happy in this position just to approach parity on first innings. That'll be their first goal.
"25 minutes remaining until the day is closed. It's been a good day out for the Titans, getting 6 of the top order wickets. I feel like with that many wickets taken and the key wickets of Connor Esterhuizen, and now you just want Delano Potgieter, and you still have the lead at over triple figures. Delano Potgieter, we saw him whip a couple of those down in Durban, and now he whips out here, a reverse sweep down to the third boundary. He moves to 38.
Yeah, very well played by Potgieter. Low risk shot. Ball pitching just on and about off stump. Turning, or looked like it was.
But they thinking is going to go for a big hoik. Deep square leg, a long on down the ground. No one else at the boundary, really.
That delivery from Ndwandwe was much slower than the previous ones in the over, but Potgieter's full of restraint, not tempted. There's a long on in place. That's the other boundary fielder.
A procession. The Titans giving nothing away. The Lions taking nothing. Unless if the Titans do just a little bit. It wasn't really an erroneous delivery from Tsepo Ndwandwe, which was hit for 4. It was creative batting from Delano Potgieter, going down on the knee as he does there, but then chose to play a reverse sweep. The only runs in the over from Tsepo Ndwandwe. Donovan Ferreira continues. It's a healthy partnership. 72, but I like this bowling partnership as well from Ferreira and Ndwandwe. Tall, Ferreira with the right arm spin is going to dart it in. Ndwandwe shorter is going to loop it over. You have to adjust your gameplay to the different types of spin.
You can just see that Bjorn Fortuin is batting in shadow now. Long shadow across the ground. A little bit tricky, the ball coming from Sunshine, into shadow. But as those shadows, as the sun sinks lower to the left of your screen, those shadows will infringe more and more on the pitch, and bad light then starts to become an issue.
It's good fielding from Lazard Williams at point, standing right on those shadows. Well, at least here it's chalets, and it's shortened chalets, so the sun can still peer through. In a ground which is basically an arena, like the Wanderers. These shadows that you see on your screen as Lazard Williams picks up the ball for 2, because it's 3-4 tiers up into the sky, and it's all just big pavilions. That shadow covers the entire stadium, and so once the sun starts to set at the Wanderers, it's chai. There's no saving it. But a much more open ground just up the road here in SuperSports Park. So much grass embankment. It's always a treat and a vibe and a family affair, really, coming to watch and enjoy cricket in SuperSports Park. Whole culture of their own here. And even in women's games, there's still a crowd that comes in for the Titans. It's actually a really wonderful stadium to come to, SuperSport Park.
Yeah, and there's a mother and daughter on the banks in front of the chalets. Few spectators dotted around. There've been a couple in the stands as well today. There we go. There's the I presume it's a mother. Might be wrong, and the young'un.
Well, maybe they can see themselves on the big screen. A memorable moment for the young lad.
Who's has he had some ice cream or something? Lucky boy.
When he's an old man and this video resurfaces on the social medias, he'll say it wasn't him having his nose wiped. The groundsmen, they've done a stellar job to produce a ground that is giving us a fairly balanced fixture.
Delano Potgieter's just getting a bit of treatment. Maybe a bit of cramp. I just saw at the end of the previous over, he was doing a bit of stretching and got a bit of encouragement from Bjorn Fortuin. Not a bad idea to get some treatment and just take a bit of time out of the end of the day's play. I dare say umpire Brad White has just been given the light meter in what looks like a little black bag. There we go. A couple in the stands. Titan supporter.
Well, Delano Potgieter cannot avoid an ice bath now. Looks stretched out. Lady works for the Titans, actually. Handles some of the events that gets hosted in the stadium. And so a whole system working here at Titans Cricket to try and bring high quality cricket, high quality broadcast, high quality events, high quality entertainment. And some colorful fashion from Delano Potgieter. It's all happening. It's showing in the big screen. So that's why there's some laughs and giggles as well.
That might come up in the fans meeting at the end of the game.
Reza Hendricks, Dominic Hendricks, Evan Jones not playing. So on the far right of that screen, the coaching staff of the Momentum of the DP World Lions. But Delano Potgieter is up in his feet. P-Dog, Mr. Prasanna.
He's grown his hair, hasn't he, Prasanna?
Won't find fewer men more passionate about cricket than P Dog. White Lightning, Alan Donald, the bowling coach, Russell Domingo, former Proteas coach.
Hasham Amla's somewhere around as well. Saw him walking around the ground earlier. Titan staff member. So, Potgieter's done a good job. He's taken at least an over, I would say, out of the game today in getting some treatment.
But it's all up. The Titans are out in the field, so it's no surprise there's no one up in that dagger in the change room. If anything, there'll be somewhere hovering around the field. There'll be somewhere in the dugouts. There'll be a lot of activity because they are out there fielding. And they've been doing it very well so far, the Titans, getting 6 wickets in 2 sessions. You take that return, especially if you still have a deficit of 105 on the board, but it's just this partnership that's growing slowly and slowly. So you take 6 wickets in 2 sessions with a deficit of 179.
Again, it's the ebbs and flows of this game. The Titans were in such a strong position when these two came together, but they've now added 74 and just levelling matters up again a bit.
My favorite is just seeing the comparison of their scores. 38 from 76, now 77, 35 from 69. They're going bar for bar. They're not leaving each other behind, and they are equally contributing to this masterful partnership. And they haven't taken too many risks. It's just been very simple cricket.
Yeah, both of them are renowned for their resistance in the low order, but it's not dogged. They both naturally just score quite freely and quite quickly as well.
You know, Ken, in as much as we can say that the pitches that the Titans found themselves bowling at were very batter friendly in their first 2 games, you also can't discount the fact that in those games you have a Sean van Berg who got 4-4 in each innings. You've got a Clinton Stearman who got 6-2 in the respective innings. Alfred Mutwa getting 4 wickets for the Dragons up in Potchefstroom. And so now, with this partnership growing, it's like flashbacks coming back of, can we get these wickets now? Because unlike the other 6 wickets where they were gifted to the Titans, these 2 are giving them nothing, and they must manufacture the wickets. And so now I feel like this is where it's getting exposed once more, the heavy run concession that they get, and they should stop this as much as they can, but it's very difficult.
I think that's why they kind of can't wait for the second new ball, just getting through these overs up until 80. They've bowled 74 now, just trying to get through them as quickly as they can so they can take the second new ball first thing tomorrow morning, try and wrap up this innings.
But the more confidence they gain, these 2, the harder it will become. The best thing that could happen for the Titans for them to get a breakthrough prior to us going to stumps. Then the Lions coming in tomorrow have to breed in a new batter of less quality of batters because they've lost all of their top order. That's the best scenario.
And given that the Lions batsmen are probably now thinking about surviving through stumps, maybe get another close catcher in. Maybe they've still got quite a few runs to play with, 102.
It's that time when the energies are really low. You've used up so much of it throughout the day. And it's the same partnership you're trying to break now that has zapped the last pieces of your energy with just 10 minutes left until the end of the game's play. So it's really become a procession, really. Just pop it in, get a 1. Defend, pop it in, get a 1. So spicing it up, Ken, I am definitely not mad at that idea. Making the defense uncomfortable.
Just to change things up a bit. Give them something else to think about as Ferreira completes the 75th over. Just 2 runs from it.
8 overs remaining in the day as the play has run away from us like the cow train. It's been really good cricket. Time has flown by. Did you see how beautiful that shot was with the sun just setting and reflecting off that cow train? Yes, it is indeed picturesque here.
It does look a picture, really, SuperSport Park. Pristine outfield, the lovely grass banks. A few clouds about, just giving a bit of character to the sky.
Our cameraman on the side standing nicely on a chalet. Hey, they are feasting very nicely here at SuperSport Park. Yeah, there's nothing happening with the ball now. Or it's just that they've gotten so accustomed to what the pitch has to offer. They make it look like there's nothing happening anymore. The one thing I admire about Tsopondwando is that regardless of what is happening, even if he gets smoked 5 runs to the over, he just never stops coming. Never stops bowling at you. Oi, that's good. Never stops coming at you.
Potgieter likes to play off the back foot against Ndwano, who has a very good arm ball. So it's not without danger. Nearly got into trouble there.
It's getting pretty dark now. It's getting pretty dark. They push the single into the square leg. That makes the deficit 100 runs for the Lions. And seeing that number turn into double digits after losing a couple of wickets to start their innings after the great first partnership. Oi! Bjorn Fortuin nearly chopping it back to the stumps. Don't want to do that after such a great partnership.
And he should know better, Bjorn Fortuin, as a fellow left-arm spinner who gets a lot of wickets with an arm ball. Oh, that was risky. Ferreira does now get to bowl his first delivery of his 6th over. Oh, been a few anxious moments these last couple of overs outside the off stump for both Potgieter and Fortuin. Just need to try and keep their concentration going right until stumps, which is imminent. Bit more flight that time from Donovan Ferreira. Very watchful now, Delano Potgieter, as the 77th over is completed, 268 for 6. The DP World Lions trailing by exactly 100 now. And it looks like umpire Brad White has got the light meter out at the Henops River end. The square now totally in shadow, as you can see. I think Brad was battling to get the machine working. All this, of course, playing into the DP World Lions' hands, taking more time out of today. See Donovan Ferreira there is trying to encourage them to chivvy it on a bit.
Ken, it's looking very dark. It's looking quite dark. And it's not even the darkness of the sun behind the clouds. It's dark. And so you can only use a spin.
Yeah, it's definitely too dark for pace. I will say that.
I would even think it's quite dark. Maybe the reflections from the sun still being out are making it easier to play and easier to see. But it doesn't look light. When I started broadcasting, I couldn't tell darkness. I thought if you could see the ball from here, all is good.
It's a bit different out in the middle when it's flying at you at over 100 kilometers an hour.
Also becomes a fielding hazard, especially if it's going to be coming from the right to the left of your screen where there's those chalets, and the ball can easily camouflage through those chalets in the dark. That's why it seems that sometimes the umpires are being rash, but player safety comes first. And still, it's 3 minutes to go, Ken. So might as well finish the time. And Donovan Ferreira feels like they can get something here. Let's just bowl and see.
Well, for sure, given the anxious moments that the batsmen have suddenly been suffering over the last few overs, like that delivery from Ndwandwe, just on and around off stump, suddenly looking a bit shaky the closer they get to stumps.
Former team, Ndwandwe, unfortunately didn't play much after moving from the Warriors to the Lions and seeked better pastures coming to the north. Man, has he been getting a lot of game time. Got himself to CSA merging, got himself to South Africa A. Playing against his former employers, and he's doing well.
Well, I think it's been all about opportunity for Tsepo and Ndwandwe, because last season was probably the first time where he's had a string of Division 1 franchise games. And given several games in succession, I think he showed his quality. He showed what he can do.
Look, and even getting into the South Africa A side, it was Bjorn Fortuin who got injured. And then it allowed him to get in. But then when he got in, he showed why he was in the fringes. But with that, 6 o'clock before Donovan Ferreira and umpire Brad White could get to their mark, the over does not begin. The day closes. 91 overs. What a lot of cricket being played. 269 for 6 it ends for the DP World Lions. And what they will be happy about here, Ken Borland, is the fact that their deficit has gone down to be 99. It's double digits with a huge partnership between Fortuin and Potgieter.
Absolutely. Partnership of 80. Massive in the context of the game. So, I mean, the deficit was 179 when they came together. 6 wickets down. And if one of them fell cheaply, you suspect the Titans could have gone on to get a first innings lead around 150 even, which would be really significant, especially with the Lions having to bat last. But as they've done so often in the past, Potgieter and Fortuin have dug in and really just shifted the momentum a little bit. There you see the stump scores, 269 for 6. And the Lions had a great start from Dominic Hendricks and Joshua Richards. Half centuries for them. They put on 85 for the first wicket. And then Junior Dala took those 3 wickets in just a couple of overs to be the chief wicket taker today.
Enthralling match of cricket here. It can go either way, especially with such a key partnership right at the end to keep things alive. What will happen tomorrow? Day 3 is known as moving day, and this game will certainly move tomorrow towards whichever direction, the victory or a draw. We're all hoping for a victory. It looks really good, but the story can only be told once we arrive tomorrow. So make sure that you join us at 10 a.m. tomorrow. CSA YouTube channel, hand in hand with Pitch Vision. We will bring you day 3 of this enthralling 4-day contest between the Momentum Multiply Titans, who are the home team, versus the DP World Lions in this shared defending champions encounter. See you again tomorrow at SuperSport Park.
Yeah, do consider it an appointment tomorrow, because if you join us from around 9:30, there will be some pre-game build-up with a couple of interviews with players from both teams. So the action as far as the live coverage goes will get underway from around 9:30. So do join us in. Good night.